Chapter 101, Radiance Envoy. Lin Yuan noticed that his hand was white and slender, but it wasn't feminine at all, as the bone structure and lines were distinct in an appropriate way. When looking at his palm, it was white while blushing red, showing off the unique blood vessels that belonged on the palm. Is this my hand? Lin Yuan had always been on the path of a graceful person. When his excellent grace was combined with his sunshine-like appearance, he looked to be reliable, fresh, and tidy. However, Lin Yuan's hand wasn't what it was right now. As an ordinary 18-year-old person, Lin Yuan developed calluses in his palms from all the hard work. His body might have recovered after being able to sense spirit qi, but the skinny Lin Yuan wasn't considered fit. Nonetheless, other than his hands, Lin Yuan realized that his body looked as though it was meticulously carved out right now. Is this the strengthening effect of the silver stamen gold luster cache's nectar? From the moment one's parents gave birth to them, they would have their own unique gene model. During growth, the genes would develop flaws that would prevent a person from evolving toward the gene model. The silver stamen gold luster cache's nectar capability was to cleanse the body's impurities and strengthen the foundation. The nectar's energy compensated for the flaws within the body and allowed the body to evolve toward the flawless gene model. After leaving the hot spring, the skin would automatically repel the water from the spring. His skin wasn't exaggeratedly white, as it had a faint honey color. Lin Yuan walked in front of the mirror and realized that he still looked the same in the mirror, but his looks were far more exquisite. He had a prominent youth's gracefulness, and it was fused with the fragrance of plants and the warmth from the sun. It formed a truly remarkable aura. Lin Yuan involuntarily gasped as he actually felt that the person within the mirror was really handsome. But after thinking that the person in the mirror was him, Lin Yuan quickly shook his head. How can I be such a self-obsessed person? For the next few days, Lin Yuan enjoyed the spiritual ingredient delicacies the Moon Empress cooked in the Radiant Moon Palace. However, the Moon Empress didn't let Lin Yuan know she was the one that cooked the food. During the daytime, the Moon Empress would call for Lin Yuan to visit the breeding room. She wouldn't teach Lin Yuan anything special and would just allow Lin Yuan to watch as she evolved an enhanced phase. Lin Yuan was watching seriously. Due to the methods the Moon Empress displayed and genius shared knowledge, Lin Yuan discovered that the appropriate combination of spiritual ingredients could greatly aid the evolution of phase. Lin Yuan's method might be drastically different from regular creation masters, but it was still incredibly beneficial for Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan watched seriously, the Moon Empress was also very delighted and would show her methods in great detail. From time to time, she would even inform and give advice on several things. It might just be a few short days of contact, but their connection was already not as estranged as the beginning. Lin Yuan was already slowly accepting the Moon Empress as his master, while the Moon Empress meticulously treated Lin Yuan as her disciple. The Moon Empress realized that the relationship between a master and disciple wasn't as simple as addressing each other so. After accepting each other, the master and disciple would pour in their heart and affection. During these few days, Lin Yuan noticed that the Moon Empress didn't just have the vine birds in the breeding room that could act as helpers. There was also a little rabbit that would constantly be eating radish. It seemed like the radish in its hands would never be eaten completely. Every time Lin Yuan wanted to carry it, the little rabbit would dodge and hop somewhere else to play by itself. On this day, after the Moon Empress was finished nurturing phase, she called for Lin Yuan and asked, "What plans do you have afterward?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before answering the Moon Empress' question. "I am planning to open a store in the royal capital next year. I will need to return to the Xia region and handle some matters." The Moon Empress nodded in response and said, "Be it a creation master or spirit qi professional, there will be plenty of encounters along the way, like adventures into dimensional rifts, or capturing phase in primitive forests or the barren rivers. All these are things that must be experienced. Going to the royal capital is indeed a great choice." Lin Yuan nodded. This world was massive, and it was basically without any boundaries. He was striving to increase his strength in order to have the capability to venture into this world. However, Lin Yuan had another ambition, and that was to become a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. As such, Lin Yuan spoke of his thoughts and received a refreshing smile from the Moon Empress. "Then you need to work hard. Since you are thinking of competing for the Radiance 100 sequence, then I shall also tell you that the Radiance 100 sequence is only the beginning. The Radiance 100 system is to pick out candidates for Radiance Envoys." Radiance Envoy was a term that Lin Yuan heard for the first time. He had never heard of it, be it in the news or the star web. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan and said, "There are only 5 Radiance Envoys, and they are the Radiance Federation's true steel-like pillars among the young generation. The Radiance envoys would only be selected from the Radiance 100 sequence. After speaking, the Moon Empress muttered for a moment and continued speaking. The Radiance Federation is massive, but this world doesn't just have the Radiance Federation. The Freedom Federation and the Azure Federation are also comparable with the Radiance Federation. These three major federations are on par. There is also a group that was formed up by 100 smaller federations. The Radiance envoys represent the Radiance Federation's youth federations to compete with the young generations from other federations. The Moon Empress words shocked Lin Yuan. The Radiance Federation was also so massive that it was hard to find the borders, but there were actually 2 more federations that could compete with the Radiance Federation. With the addition of over 100 smaller federations, Lin Yuan truly couldn't imagine the size of the world map. Radiance Envoy was a term that made Lin Yuan's blood boil. It was a combination of honor and also a mission. The responsibility of the Radiance Envoy was to achieve glory, and it was an immense task. The Moon Empress patted Lin Yuan's shoulder while her eyes were filled with encouragement and eagerness. Previously, when Lin Yuan had expressed his intention to rely on himself, the Moon Empress had really been having a headache. However, the Moon Empress was also proud of Lin Yuan's choice, and such a personality was something that was hard not to admire. Nonetheless, as a mentor, the Moon Empress wouldn't do less than what was required of her. The spirit guards have information that there is an anomaly at the River Luster Forest, and the situation isn't clear yet. After a period of time, I will bring you there to take a look. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he had yet to really see the outside world, especially the wilderness, mountains, and forests. There were plenty of feys in the wild, and feys controlled each piece of territory. This didn't allow regular people to enter. Now that there was a chance, Lin Yuan was rather excited. You can go and shop around in the royal capital for the next few days. Apart from the Radiance 100 sequence, you can even create your own guild club if you have some thoughts. Guild clubs are allowed to form a 5-man team to fight in guild battles. The top-ranked teams aren't inferior to the Radiance 100 sequence. There are plenty of sequence members from the Radiance 100 that are part of the 5-man teams in these guilds. The Moon Empress had already put in plenty of work to teach Lin Yuan. During the last few days, the Moon Empress conversations with Lin Yuan contained more words than what she would normally utter for 2 months. Even if it was some of the minor details, the Moon Empress would explain clearly. The forming of a guild club flashed in Lin Yuan's mind, and he was actually rather interested. Chapter 102, Plans for Departure. Lin Yuan was only interested in establishing his own guild club for a moment before he gave up on the idea. It wasn't the correct timing to form a guild club now. A guild club's function was to nurture one's own team, a team of 5 members that were appointed to participate in combat competitions. To find teammates for combat, it was truly a task that must be meticulous. Teammates during combat must be able to trust each other mutually. Only with mutual trust would a team be able to exhibit the strongest combat power. A strong team never relied on any hero ideology. Each of the members would have their own roles: power offense, agile offense, defense, control, support, healing, and many other aspects to achieve the balance. It was the strongest combination that would be able to present the best state of the team. In terms of the choice of teammates, Lin Yuan would be very cautious. He, too, knew that he wasn't qualified to form a team as of now. After all, he was still too weak. It wouldn't be late to start planning after he reached the 100th floor of the Star Tower and entered the celestial stairway. Before leaving, the Moon Empress called out to Lin Yuan and tossed an exquisite pendant. Take this. Lin Yuan received it and realized that it was a leaf-shaped pendant, which was just like a jade carving. Instead of saying that it was suitable to be worn on the neck, Lin Yuan felt it was more suitable to be a brooch on the chest. Noticing that Lin Yuan was observing this leaf-shaped brooch, the Moon Empress explained, "This is a diamond fey storage box. There are corpses of all sorts of dimensional life forms. From Class 1 dimensional life forms for bronze grade to Class 4 dimensional life forms for platinum grade. Don't you have a source-type life form? You can use these dimensional life form corpses to feed it." After speaking, the Moon Empress made a gesture, stating that Lin Yuan could leave. She then continued to concoct the spirit fluid in her hand. When leaving the Moon Empress breeding room, Lin Yuan was holding the leaf-shaped brooch. I already heard that the Diamond Fey storage box developed by Ostrich Logistics is normally used as high-grade accessories, and it is entirely different from Fey storage boxes below platinum grade. Lin Yuan didn't have any concept of it until now. He held this delicate brooch, a Diamond Fey storage box, and allowed his spirit chi to pour in. Lin Yuan could see there was a football field space within the Diamond Fey storage box. All sorts of dimensional life form corpses were already sorted by their classes. If these corpses were fed to Red Thorn, it was probable that Red Thorn might evolve to bronze grade in no time. Apart from the corpses, Lin Yuan noticed there were 2 pots of strange plants growing in the corner. Lin Yuan used his true data to check and realized they were 2 platinum production type feys. One of the pots was a cane loofah, and it was especially used as nutritional fodder for omnivorous feys. The other was the celery vine, a rare nutritional food for herbivorous feys. Be it the platinum cane loofah or the celery vine, they were both several times more expensive than the platinum usnea. Platinum usneas were considered extremely rare production type feys. After reaching platinum grade, the production quantity of the usneas would be astonishingly huge. A single pot of platinum usnea would be able to produce 100 platinum usnea vines to feed large quantities of feys. Be it the cane loofah or the celery vine, their production quantity would be relatively lesser and would only produce enough to feed 1 or 2 feys. Therefore, the platinum usnea would hold a superior advantage in terms of quantity. However, the cane loofah and celery vine didn't just contain energy, but they also contained a trace of effect in activating innate bloodlines. As long as a fey could activate its innate bloodline, even the spiritual ingredient price would be expensive. In addition, these were feys that would produce a certain amount of spiritual ingredients every single day. It seemed like Red Thorn, Chimey, and Genius could have a change in daily food. The diamond fey storage box was considered a luxury item and was expensive, but as compared to the items contained within the fey storage box, it paled in comparison. Lin Yuan recalled how the Moon Empress nonchalantly tossed the diamond fey storage box to him and quickly dismissed him, causing him to feel warmth. It was a kind of concern from seniors that Lin Yuan lacked in his life. Even if he felt such feelings before, it was a long time ago, so Lin Yuan treasured every moment of such sentiments. After returning to the pavilion that he resided in, Lin Yuan realized that Lu Ji had sent quite a number of messages to him during the past few days. When Lin Yuan read the messages, it turned out that Lu Ji had found a few good spots in the royal capital, and they were priced appropriately. The locations were relatively suitable to open stores, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but get amazed by Lu Ji's work efficiency. As a past sequence member of the Radiance 100, even though he had been missing for 2 years, it was still rather easy for him to find a suitable place to open a store in the royal capital. However, Lin Yuan wasn't especially satisfied with these stores as they were rather small in space. After seeing the Radiant Moon Palace's scenic style, where every place was filled with feys, Lin Yuan had an idea. He wanted to design and decorate his store too. He knew that it would definitely be incomparable with the Radiant Moon Palace, but he wanted to set up a certain style and aura. After the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus fully recovered in his Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan was planning to plant it in his store's courtyard. Therefore, the store must be bigger. Otherwise, they would need to shift to another store because there wasn't enough space. If that was the case, they might as well find a big enough space, and it was fine even if it was in a secluded area. A fine liquor didn't have to fear being deep in the alley. Lin Yuan was very confident in himself. Lin Yuan immediately replied to Lu Ji, indicating that he wanted a bigger store. Lin Yuan felt that since he was already in the royal capital, he should arrange a time to meet with Lu Ji tomorrow afternoon. It had been a few days since Lin Yuan had logged into the star web. He noticed that he had received many messages, and most of them had come from a single individual. It was that violent-tempered woman who had visited his store previously. It was already October, and Lin Yuan had promised to heal her daughter's fey, which had injured roots, after October. Now that it was October, the violent-tempered woman was obviously unable to sit still. "You are finished if I prick at you one, Master, I have already prepared the revival soil. I wonder when you are free to take a look at my daughter? I am in the royal capital, where do you reside? I can bring my daughter to look for you." Lin Yuan didn't expect the violent-tempered woman to be a resident of the royal capital. He simply sent a message, arranging to meet her tomorrow morning. The place was set at the royal capital's Creation Master Association. Lin Yuan didn't have his own store yet, so if he wanted to heal the injured fey of the violent-tempered woman's daughter, he could only do it in the Creation Master Association. Class 2 Creation Masters were able to use the breeding rooms in the Creation Master Association for free. After all, Lin Yuan couldn't bring the violent-tempered woman and her daughter to the Leaning Moon Mountain. After logging off the star web, Lin Yuan stretched himself. He had already arranged for everything tomorrow. After healing the fey in the morning, he could go and look for Lu Ji in the afternoon. However, Lin Yuan forgot about Cheng Rui, who had been looking at him with jealous eyes, which had turned into resentful eyes now. Cheng Rui would also be in the royal capital's Creation Master Association. Chapter 103, Feast for the Eyes. On the next morning, the sunlight shone into the pavilion that Lin Yuan was residing in. Genius curled up its two white tails and laid on Lin Yuan's stomach. When Genius had been sleeping yesterday night, it might have felt that the clothes on Lin Yuan weren't comfortable, so it had used its little paws to lift up Lin Yuan's clothes. Presently, Genius was lying on Lin Yuan's belly and having a great dream. Chimey was currently having a great sleep right beside Lin Yuan's neck. After arriving at the Radiant Moon Palace, Chimey had yet to log into the star web, so it didn't know there was huge unrest in the star web when it wasn't around. It was fine during the first day of Chimey's disappearance, as many thought it was a normal host's break. But when it was the second day, the third day, and until one entire week, Chimey's fans were having a riot. It included Lord Ranger, who was sequence number 87 of the Radiance 100 and Chimey's top fan. Everything was unrelated to Lin Yuan and Genius. The Wastrel trio back then had already changed, and they were beyond their previous statuses. Once Lin Yuan woke up, Genius and Chimey also woke up because of Lin Yuan's movements. Early in the morning, Genius and Chimey had been pestering Lin Yuan. Genius was rather composed, but Chimey was extremely mischievous when it was noisy. They only calmed down after Lin Yuan fed Genius the cane loofah's fruit and Chimey the celery vine. It was the first time Genius and Chimey were eating such nice food. Their eyes were sparkling as they ate, and they had satisfied expressions. As for Red Thorn, Lin Yuan placed it inside the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. Being a source-type life form, Red Thorn knew what food was most suitable for itself. Lin Yuan had already planned out Red Thorn's evolution path, so the insect corpses within the diamond fey storage box were considered an evolutionary paradise for Red Thorn. After consuming numerous insect corpses, Red Thorn was now in a deep slumber. During these few days, Red Thorn had already reached Elite 7/Flawless. Lin Yuan asked for Red Thorn to slow down its speed of evolution and to enhance its quality. Given such a huge amount of alien insect flesh and blood, Lin Yuan believed that Red Thorn wouldn't need too long to become an elite/epic life form. During this period, the people on the Leaning Moon Mountain had already gotten to know Lin Yuan. He wasn't the one to take the initiative to know people on the Leaning Moon Mountain. It was the people of Leaning Moon Mountain who all urgently wanted to know Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, and it might not be officially announced, but anyone clever would be able to see Lin Yuan's status in the Leaning Moon Mountain. How could any foolish people be residing in a place like the Leaning Moon Mountain? This morning, Lin Yuan didn't eat breakfast on the Leaning Moon Mountain. Instead, he went to greet the Moon Empress and departed from the Leaning Moon Mountain early. Lin Yuan's first visit to the royal capital was when he rode on the blue jade Pegasus and had a rough look at the royal capital's thriving state. Since a long time ago, Lin Yuan had wanted to walk around and look around the streets. Finally, there was a chance. Within the royal capital, the thriving situation Lin Yuan had witnessed on the blue jade Pegasus back and seeing it personally was entirely different. When walking on the royal capital's main street, Lin Yuan could feel the energetic royal capital that was bursting with vitality early in the morning. Lin Yuan couldn't help but notice several billows of cooking smoke within the prosperous city. Lin Yuan noticed a small fey store selling golden and tough dough fritters and sesame balls before walking inside. At first, he only ordered one dough fritter, one sesame ball, and one bowl of mung bean milk. There were plenty of customers seated around. When Lin Yuan ate these delicacies, he rubbed his stomach and felt that it wasn't filling at all. Therefore, he ordered a basket of soup buns. Lin Yuan realized that his appetite had grown significantly after consuming the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. After finishing the meal and paying with the star web card, Lin Yuan didn't notice that plenty of people were watching him in the shop when he was eating. They were eating at a much faster pace too. The lady boss, who had constantly been busy in the kitchen, involuntarily muttered after seeing this scene. Is this what they mean by a feast for the eyes? A handsome person is actually able to increase the appetite? The number of people at the shop today didn't increase, but from the looks of it, it seems like I will be selling 50% more food than normal. After walking out of the shop and in just a few steps, Lin Yuan saw a young couple. The woman opened up the bottle of Coke and drank a mouthful. She then looked at the bottom of the cap and widened her eyes to say, "Hubby, what does another bottle mean?" The man looked at his girlfriend and replied casually, "I don't know either." As a result, the woman simply threw the bottle cap on the ground, and the duo walked away. Lin Yuan looked at the bottle cap on the ground and took another glance at the royal capital's main street, which didn't really have a speck of dust. It made this red bottle cap particularly prominent. As such, Lin Yuan simply picked up the bottle cap, and just as he was about to throw it into the trash bin by the side, the big-eyed woman knocked on her boyfriend's chest and said with a lively tone, "Earlier on, the bottle cap was actually a gift voucher. We made a bet saying you would treat me to a meal tonight. I told you that someone would definitely pick it up." Lin Yuan was currently tossing the bottle cap into the trash bin and felt as though a murder of crows flew over his head. Lin Yuan really wanted to go over and say that he didn't see the wording on the bottle cap. However, Lin Yuan didn't do so, as it would only make him look like a foolish person. This lowly couple was really harsh. After showing off their sweet love, they still wanted to make themselves happy over others' misfortune. It was actually a kind of habit for Lin Yuan to pick up the bottle cap. It was the same in the small alley outside his small store in Xia region. If there was anything dirty, Lin Yuan would clean it up himself. If he didn't do so, the cleaning staff would only come by once a week. It was fine for the first few days, but after the third day, the accumulated dust in the alley would affect the customer's mood when they entered the store to purchase goods. Therefore, Lin Yuan would clean up the alley every 2 days and place all the dirty items into the trash bin. After many days and months, it had turned into Lin Yuan's habit. Lin Yuan arrived at a junction and called for a speed-hoofed donkey car. It was already impossible to see any thick-hoofed donkey car in the royal capital. The thick-hoofed donkeys were elite feys and were rather slow. The royal capital was using speed-hoofed donkeys that were bronze feys, and their speed was significantly faster. After riding on the speed-hoofed donkey car for nearly an hour, Lin Yuan arrived at the royal capital's Creation Master Association. The distance to the royal capital's Creation Master Association was much further than he imagined. Of course, it also proved how massive the royal capital was. Lin Yuan was wearing the Class 2 Creation Master crest on his chest, so someone welcomed him as soon as he entered the royal capital's Creation Master Association. Lin Yuan booked an ordinary Class 2 Creation Master's breeding room, and just as he finished booking the room, he saw the violent-tempered woman with a frail-looking girl, whose eyes didn't have any brightness. They were standing in the corner of the main hall. Seeing that Lin Yuan was walking toward the mother and daughter, the attendant quickly said to Lin Yuan, "They said they arranged an appointment with a Creation Master here. Therefore, I allowed them to enter. If you feel uncomfortable, I can immediately chase them out." Lin Yuan quickly shook his head, but he suddenly heard a rather familiar voice. Who is the one that received these two individuals? How can the Creation Master Association allow anyone to enter and stand in the main hall? Do they have an appointment? Lin Yuan looked toward the voice, and it was none other than Cheng Rui. However, Cheng Rui didn't look the same as he was a few days ago. He was insufferably bossy and domineering. Chapter 104, Kicked. Lin Yuan frowned after hearing the statement. Cheng Rui's insufferably arrogant words were truly stinging to the ears. It felt as though he treated the violent-tempered woman and her daughter as lower life forms. In fact, he didn't even treat the mother and daughter as humans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be talking with such tone and eyes. Every Creation Master Association's management would be different. Most of the rules in the Creation Master Association were set by the current management members. Take the Redbud City's Creation Master Association, for example. They had very lenient requirements for people participating in the Creation Master exams. They just required proof that they passed 3 primary lifestyle class Spirit Chi occupation exams and could register for the Creation Master exam. In the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, before the 3 lifestyle class Spirit Chi occupations exams were verified to be done, no one was permitted to enter the Creation Master Association for the exam. Furthermore, the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association cancelled the services they previously provided for people to take the knowledge occupation exams in the Creation Master Association. When compared like this, it was obvious that Redbud City's Creation Master Association was much more amiable. The harsh management rules of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association were subtly raising the bar for the status of Creation Masters that were already very high. It wasn't a friendly place at all. The attendant that was serving Lin Yuan earlier hurried and bowed to Cheng Rui. He then spoke in a tone that was trying to curry favor. "Young Master Cheng, this pair of mother and daughter said they arranged an appointment with a Creation Master. Therefore, I allowed them to enter." When Cheng Rui heard the response, he looked at the mother and daughter with disdain and asked, "What is the name of the Creation Master you arranged an appointment with? Report his name and let Xiao Zhang check." The attendant who served Lin Yuan earlier was also Xiao Zhang, so he quickly patted his chest as a guarantee. He then sneaked a glance at Lin Yuan, who he abandoned at the side. In Xiao Zhang's mind, Lin Yuan was a new Class 2 Creation Master, and even though he was young, he looked talented at a single glance. However, when compared with Cheng Rui, Lin Yuan was pale in comparison. In actual fact, it wasn't due to the difference in talent. Cheng Rui's status was already there, as he wasn't just known as the #1 creation master of the young generation, but he had even gotten the Tribunal Sun title when he was just a Class 2 creation master. Most importantly, Cheng Rui's grandfather was a pinnacle Class 4 creation master. Just based on Cheng Rui's grandfather, there wasn't a single attendant in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association that wouldn't spend the effort to curry favor with Cheng Rui. The violent-tempered woman stood there in a daze. She had conversed with Lin Yuan on the Star Web and only knew of Lin Yuan's Star Web name, but she couldn't possibly give Lin Yuan's Star Web name, right? If she was to say of it now, she might just be treated as a nuisance and be chased away. When Cheng Rui saw that the violent-tempered woman was staying silent for a long time, he threw the documents on the table harshly. It scared the girl with the lifeless eyes so much that she withdrew into the violent-tempered woman's embrace. The violent-tempered woman's fiery temperament was now completely held back in the Creation Master Association, but she was shivering after getting treated in this way by Cheng Rui. Cheng Rui cast a glance at Xiaozhang and yelled, "Chase them out! How dare they come to create trouble in the Creation Master Association? Ban them from entering the Creation Master Association for an entire year." The violent-tempered woman's head was filled with sweat. Her daughter's fey was injured in the roots, and it must not be dragged on anymore. If this dragged on, it would only be wasting her daughter's potential. During the past year, the violent-tempered woman would feel a stabbing pain in her heart whenever she saw how her lively daughter had transformed into the current daughter with lifeless eyes. Lin Yuan was now feeling extremely agitated in his heart, and at the same time, he had an extremely bad impression of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. It was evident that this wasn't Cheng Rui's first time doing something like that. Such actions would definitely be seen by the management of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Therefore, it was only possible if the management was silently consenting to Cheng Rui's behavior. Just as Xiaozhang was about to chase the violent-tempered woman out, Lin Yuan came over and said, "Her appointment is with me. I have already booked a breeding room. Bring us there now." When the violent-tempered woman saw Lin Yuan, her eyes were instantly filled with brilliance. She quickly pulled her daughter and called out to Lin Yuan as a master. The attendant was also delighted after seeing Lin Yuan, as he finally didn't have to chase anyone out. Those who came to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association were either experts or respected individuals. They were spirit chi professionals that were here to evolve their feys or to upgrade the quality of their feys. Of course, some had been gathering funds for a long time to heal their feys with injured roots. These people with injured feys were considered pitiful people, after all. The world of spirit chi professionals was a pragmatic world, and it was more so in the world of creation masters. The Royal Capital's Creation Master Association could perfectly describe what it meant to trouble heroes with money. Cheng Rui's insufferably arrogant expression suddenly went berserk after hearing Lin Yuan's words. All of the resentment within his heart was spread toward his eyes. Just as Xiaozhang was about to bring Lin Yuan to the breeding room, Cheng Rui let out a strange peal of laughter out of everyone's expectation. Cheng Rui walked near and stood less than 1 meter away from Lin Yuan. He looked at the Creation Master crest on Lin Yuan's right chest and said, "I originally thought that you would be able to succeed that day. It turns out that you failed too." When a low-class Creation Master had a master that was a Class 4 Creation Master or above, they would have a master-disciple relationship. The disciple would then include a mark on their Creation Master crest that belonged to their master. When Cheng Rui had found out that he no longer had any chances of taking the Moon Empress as his master, he already had an additional spine goose pattern added to his Class 2 Creation Master's crest, which had 2 stars. The spine goo looked lifelike, and even then, the golden rings were drawn with extreme detail. Cheng Rui had already gotten his grandfather to be his master. Therefore, his Creation Master crest naturally included Cheng Wu's pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master's mark. Cheng Rui had only worn this new Creation Master crest for a few days. When Cheng Rui saw that Lin Yuan's crest was still empty, he felt silently delighted in his heart. At the same time, the resentment in his heart produced a sinister and cruel feeling. Cheng Rui knew that he wasn't a match for Long Tao and couldn't do anything to Long Tao, so he shifted all his hatred toward Lin Yuan. Cheng Rui then shifted his eyes toward the violent-tempered woman and said, "You called him master? Is he even worthy? He is just someone with dog-shit luck." After Cheng Rui finished speaking, he heard an extremely pleasant voice that was clear and distinct. But in the ears of Cheng Rui, it sounded extremely stinging. Luck is also a kind of capability. It is true that a Class 2 creation master is far from being worthy of being called a master, so you aren't worthy either. Cheng Rui was filled with disbelief, as he had already investigated Lin Yuan's background previously. You were born in a lowly place like Redbud City's Xia region. How can a person of such lowly status dare to be so rude to me? You even dared to talk back. Subconsciously, Cheng Rui returned with a classic criticism to ask about the mother with vulgarity. However, before Cheng Rui could even react, he was kicked in the stomach by Lin Yuan and fell backward. Chapter 105, Immeasurable Importance. Cheng Rui was stupefied by this kick and felt a ringing pain in his stomach. Since young, this was the first time Cheng Rui was kicked in his stomach, and he was sent falling onto the ground. Cheng Rui only had one thought in his mind, and it was constantly being repeated. How dare he? After consuming the silver stamen gold luster Cashin nectar, Lin Yuan's spirit chi professional rank hadn't increased, and he was still a C rank spirit chi professional. However, Lin Yuan's body had a significant increase in strength. When furious, Lin Yuan's kick caused Cheng Rui to suffer quite badly. If Cheng Rui wasn't a C rank spirit chi professional, too, his gastric juices might have been vomited out. The attendant, Xiao Zhang, didn't think there would be anyone who would dare to make a move in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, especially when it was to beat up Cheng Rui. Xiao Zhang quickly went over to help Cheng Rui up. However, Cheng Rui was so pale while he held onto his stomach. Even after being supported by Xiao Zhang, Cheng Rui still wasn't able to get up. The violent-tempered woman and her daughter were flabbergasted by the sudden change of events. After Lin Yuan gave his kick, he still had an extremely unpleasant expression. Parental love was always in the most sacred place within Lin Yuan's heart. He might have lost his parents at a young age, but for the young Lin Yuan who had transmigrated, he remembered every moment in his heart. After Cheng Rui insulted his parents, Lin Yuan was so angered that he actually couldn't restrain himself from kicking him. Lin Yuan was a person of great temper, and after handling the Fei store and encountering all sorts of customers from a young age, he was already rather trained. Despite that, when the sacred place in his heart was disturbed, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to use all his strength to execute this kick of anger. This was also the first time in 18 years that Lin Yuan had used violence on others. After a long moment, Cheng Rui was finally able to stand up with Xiao Zhang's support. Cheng Rui ground his teeth and looked at Lin Yuan with vicious eyes. You actually dared to hit me. Not only so, you actually dared to make a move in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Such audacity! Cheng Rui then pushed away Xiao Zhang's support and said in a cold voice, Why are you still holding me for? Hurry up and call the enforcer here. Even if he is a Class 2 Creation Master, if he dares to make a move in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, he shall not leave this place. Once Cheng Rui's statement ended, an aged voice yelled out with rage, Cheng Rui! Are you insane? What are you shouting for? Lin Yuan looked toward the voice and realized that he had seen this person before. It was none other than Elder Du that he had met at the Radiant Moon Palace. Elder Du walked to Lin Yuan's side and smiled as he said, Lin Yuan, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association? If you are visiting again next time, you just have to look for me directly. Tell me any request you have, and I shall arrange it for you. Lin Yuan might have a bad impression of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, but since Elder Du was a Class 4 Creation Master, Lin Yuan still nodded with respect. Cheng Rui was now filled with shock and anger. After seeing Elder Du's attitude toward Lin Yuan, Cheng Rui involuntarily recalled everything that happened in the Radiant Moon Palace. He then said loudly to Elder Du, he actually made a move in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. We must punish him. Otherwise, how can the Creation Master Association retain its authority? Elder Du frowned and looked at Cheng Rui with unpleasant eyes, while his heart was cursing at Cheng Rui. Because of this ignorant child, Envoy Cold Moon berated me, and he nearly brought huge trouble to me. Yet he didn't learn his lesson and is still stirring trouble? Cheng Wu might have already arrived in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, but he had been in seclusion ever since. Thus, Elder Du still hadn't had time to report to Cheng Wu about Cheng Rui's matters. Cheng Rui might be a member of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association while he was the vice president, but Cheng Rui was still the grandson of the pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, Cheng Wu. If Elder Du disciplined Cheng Rui without permission, it might cause Cheng Wu to have a bad opinion of Elder Du. Therefore, Elder Du had constantly been waiting for Cheng Wu to exit from seclusion. But now, Cheng Rui was actually causing trouble again. Elder Du spoke in a cold tone. Cheng Rui, have you not acted violently in the association many times? If there is any punishment to be given, it shall be given to you first. Elder Du looked at the enforcers that were surrounding the scene and yelled, you are all dismissed. What are you trying to do by making such a din in the main hall? Elder Du then asked the attendant Xiaozhang to stay behind and find out the exact situation. Elder Du was the vice president of the Creation Master Association, and Xiaozhang didn't even have the chance to speak with Elder Du during normal times. Now that Elder Du was asking, Xiaozhang explained all the details and even told of Lin Yuan's request. Elder Du's face was turning increasingly unpleasant as he listened, and by the end, it was completely darkened. He glared at Cheng Rui before saying to Lin Yuan, come, let this old one bring you to my breeding room. You may use it as you please. Lin Yuan shook his head and pointed at the violent-tempered woman before replying, there is no need to trouble Elder Du. I am just here to help a friend to heal the feys' injured roots. An ordinary breeding room is good enough. Elder Du laughed heartily and said, there is no trouble at all. Since that is the case, let me bring you to the Class 2 Creation Master's breeding room. It just so happens that I am going upstairs too. Elder Du then led Lin Yuan upstairs. The violent-tempered woman followed behind and was completely stunned. After a conflict, it was actually the vice president of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association that personally resolved the problem. Furthermore, the vice president seemed to be leaning toward this youth that was walking in front of her. What background does this youth have, and how influential is his background? In fact, the violent-tempered woman wasn't the only person to think like this. Everyone in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association was also looking at the figure of that youth that vanished toward the stairs. Cheng Rui was left behind with an ashen expression, while his hand was still holding onto his stomach that had just been kicked. Cheng Rui didn't know what Elder Du was thinking. Just by looking at Lin Yuan's Creation Master crest, Elder Du should know that Lin Yuan didn't manage to become the Moon Empress disciple. If Elder Du found out about Cheng Rui's thoughts now, he might have burst out all of his suppressed anger earlier and given Cheng Rui a huge slap. Elder Du had already noticed the Creation Master crest on Lin Yuan's chest. However, not every Creation Master would allow their newly accepted disciple to wear their symbolized crest. Some Creation Masters would temper their disciples and choose to make them wear regular crests, not allowing their disciples to receive special privileges. Apart from that, some disciples wouldn't wear their master's symbolized crest on their chest. After all, not everyone wanted to use their master's reputation and wanted to rely on themselves. The Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme would never wear the only 3 Class 5 Creation Master crest on their chests. But did that mean that the 3 esteemed individuals weren't Creation Masters? However, Elder Du overestimated Cheng Rui. It was natural for Cheng Rui, who wanted to show off all of his glory and trump cards, not to understand such things. Elder Du had just returned after going to send off Ling Xiao, who was preparing to return to Redbud City. From the conversation with Ling Xiao, Elder Du had found out that the youth in front of him was no longer an ordinary youth, but someone with immeasurable importance. Chapter 106, Road of Redemption. Cheng Rui left the first floor of the Creation Master Association silently and immediately headed for the breeding room where his grandfather was in seclusion. Just as he was hesitating to open the door and call for his grandfather, his face revealed a complex expression. It was a mix of resentment and fear. Finally, as he gritted his teeth and prepared to open the door, it was the door that opened up first. An elder with black glossy hair stepped out of the door. Cheng Rui didn't expect that his grandfather would end his seclusion at this moment. He quickly greeted, "Grandfather, after this seclusion, your hair is now completely black. It is another progress." The elder laughed, but his laughter contained a little feminine tone. During this seclusion, the gold ring Spinegu has upgraded from Fantasy 4 to Fantasy V. I didn't waste 10 years of effort for nothing. After hearing the news, Cheng Rui's face was delighted at first, but he suddenly changed to a pitiful tone and said, "Grandfather, look at the Creation Master crest on my chest. I didn't succeed in becoming the Moon Empress disciple." The elder looked at where Cheng Rui pointed and frowned. The Royal Capital's Creation Master Association has already created a commotion by giving you a title as a Class 2 Creation Master. You are also the #1 Creation Master among the young generation, and you still failed. The elder then continued looking at the crest on Cheng Rui's chest as he carried on talking. "Change your crest too, and wear a regular Class 2 Creation Master crest. I am your grandfather. Why are you making me your master by wearing this crest?" Finding a master is to allow you to have one more reliance. Elder Du is rather nice to you. I will look for him later and see if he is willing to accept you as his disciple. Cheng Rui took down the crest on his chest embarrassedly. But after hearing his grandfather mention Elder Du, Cheng Rui's face changed. If his grandfather looked for Elder Du would surely tell his grandfather of his actions in the Radiant Moon Palace. By then, he would definitely have to suffer a beating. But now, Cheng Rui hated Lin Yuan to the extreme. He had a hot flash in his heart, while his eyes flickered before he said, "Grandfather, I didn't get the preference of the Moon Empress in the Radiant Moon Palace mainly because Redbud City's Lordess Ling Xiao brought a youth with her." Cheng Wu's pupils contracted as he knew his grandson too well. If it was a matter of vengeance, Cheng Rui would have already taken revenge. Now that Cheng Rui was looking for him, it meant that he wasn't able to resolve it and was looking for his help. What background does the youth have for Ling Xiao to bring him to the Radiant Moon Palace? Cheng Rui then spoke of the information that he had found out about Lin Yuan. It was rather easy to find information on Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan had registered as a Class 2 Creation Master, the Redbud City's Creation Master Association had already obtained simple information about him. Cheng Wu listened and looked at Cheng Rui. "You can't even settle a young Class 2 Creation Master yourself? You have to look for me." Cheng Rui suddenly squeezed out 2 drops of tears and said with a grievance, "Elder Du has a preference toward him. Earlier on, when he kicked me, Elder Du still defended him." Cheng Rui then lifted up his shirt after speaking, and even he was immediately shocked. He started to curse at Lin Yuan repeatedly as his stomach now had a purple footprint. Cheng Rui knew that his grandfather was most afraid of him crying, so he would always do this to beg for his grandfather's help. There was nothing that couldn't be done. In addition, this wasn't the first time he had sought out revenge. When Cheng Wu saw the footprint on Cheng Rui's stomach, his face turned dark as he yelled out, "That nobody do is the one that invited me to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Now he actually watches as someone else bullies my grandson. Does he even have me, Cheng Wu, in his eyes?" Cheng Wu only had one grandson, and when Cheng Rui was young, his first fei had been a small spine gu that had split off from Cheng Wu's source-type life form, the gold ring spine gu. Because of that, Cheng Rui had suffered badly. Also, Cheng Rui's parents had passed away when Cheng Rui was young, while Cheng Wu couldn't spend much time with Cheng Rui due to his status as a Class 4 Creation Master. Therefore, Cheng Wu always felt that he owed something to Cheng Rui. Upon seeing the purple footprint on his grandson's stomach, the eyes of Cheng Wu, who had a fiery personality, turned gloomy. When Cheng Rui noticed that, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His grandfather's expression indicated that he was going to help with his revenge. "Grandfather, you can't blame Elder Du either. That kid, Lin Yuan, is rather talented." Cheng Wu said in a sinister tone, "What use is talent? Being able to grow up is real capability. Have you forgotten that I taught you to either endure or be ruthless?" Cheng Rui quickly replied, "I remember grandfather, so I wish to stomp on him personally. I want to watch as my spine gu empties out his spinal cord." After a short conversation between the grandfather and the grandson, they left the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association silently. Presently, Lin Yuan was checking on a pitiful fei. It was a bronze tough leaf chrysanthemum. A healthy tough leaf chrysanthemum was considered a rather good, power offense type fei. The chrysanthemum leaves could be flung out like a flying blade, dealing slicing damage and slight paralysis poison. The petals of the chrysanthemum could gather energy quickly and shoot out poisonous energy. But this tough leaf chrysanthemum in front of Lin Yuan already had withered stems. The petals and leaves looked like they were dehydrated, and they were struggling just to stay up. The petals looked as though they were about to fall off, and there were only a few stamens left. The violent-tempered woman stood nearby and asked Lin Yuan apprehensively, "Master, is there a possibility to heal this tough leaf chrysanthemum?" When asking this question, the violent-tempered woman's heart tensed up. Previously, she had looked for other creation masters. She had spent half a year seeking connections and plenty of money to get help from a Class 2 creation master. As a result, the answer had been negative. It was unknown whether that Class 2 creation master had found it troublesome to heal the fei, or he purely had not wanted to do it. Of course, no matter what the reason was, the violent-tempered woman wasn't qualified to question him because the law of survival existed between spirit chi professionals and creation masters. Lin Yuan looked at the state of the tough leaf chrysanthemum and didn't hesitate when he nodded and replied, "Yes. This tough leaf chrysanthemum might look miserable and might die at any moment, but with Lin Yuan's current healing capability, healing a bronze fey with damaged roots wasn't a problem at all. When Lin Yuan was a D-rank spirit chi professional, he was already able to heal the damaged roots of bronze feys. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to see what the healing speed for bronze feys was, now that he was a C-rank spirit chi professional. The instant Lin Yuan nodded, the violent-tempered woman suddenly started to wail. It felt as though everything she had suppressed for a long time was finally given relief. She was smiling while she was crying. It was tears of joy and happiness mixed within a tart feeling. The violent-tempered woman's daughter's eyes were dull and not very lively. The moment Lin Yuan nodded, her eyes turned bright as she fixed her gaze on Lin Yuan. She then revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. When Lin Yuan saw the smiles, he felt touched for a moment. These smiles looked as though the light at the end of the tunnel. It made Lin Yuan even more determined to walk on the path as a creation master. A creation master's path shouldn't be to stand at the top and look down at all people with cold eyes. It should be built up by smiles and rescues, forming a road of redemption. Chapter 107, Corrosive Petals. In reaction to the mother's and daughter's display of emotions, Lin Yuan didn't know what to say. He wasn't adept at handling emotional moments. Therefore, he didn't know how to deal with others' bursts of emotions. As such, he said, "Go to the rest lounge outside the breeding room first. It will take a little time. Once I heal the roots of the tough leaf chrysanthemum, I will inform you to enter." The mother and daughter's best consolation was to heal the tough leaf chrysanthemum's injured roots quickly. When the violent-tempered woman heard Lin Yuan's words, she quickly scratched her head and repeatedly thanked Lin Yuan. She then led her daughter to the rest lounge outside the breeding room. Lin Yuan calmed his mind and circulated the spiritual power within his body to inject the spirit chi into this tough leaf chrysanthemum, which was considered withered. During the spirit chi circulation process, Lin Yuan could feel that his spirit chi circulation speed was several times faster. When the tough leaf chrysanthemum received healing from the spirit chi, it underwent an immediate transformation. The first to recover was the rhizome, which was already withered. It was now rapidly growing white root structures. In just a short moment, the white roots had already replaced the previously withered roots. Lin Yuan used his hands to rub at the withered portion of the roots. They all started to fall off like a shattered layer of skin. The tough leaf chrysanthemum was constantly growing new flower petals too. Soon, all of the flower petals recovered too. However, the color of the petals was still rather pale. Lin Yuan took a bottle of mountain spring water from the breeding room's table and poured it on the roots. He then continued to circulate the spirit chi. It took less than 20 minutes to recover the tough leaf chrysanthemum's injured roots. This time, Lin Yuan didn't even use the pure land of bliss to heal the tough leaf chrysanthemum. During the Class 2 Creation Master exam, Lin Yuan had taken 2 hours to recover the bronze shear pincer's crab's injured roots. That was when Lin Yuan had used Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss. If he hadn't used the Pure Land of Bliss, he would have needed around 4 hours. But now, Lin Yuan didn't use the Pure Land of Bliss, yet he only used 20 minutes to heal the roots of a bronze fey. Using simple calculations, after promoting to a C-rank spirit chi professional, Lin Yuan's speed of healing a bronze fey was now faster by nearly 10 times. It might also be because Lin Yuan had purified his body's impurities after drinking a bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Even if that was the case, after promoting to a C-rank spirit chi professional, Lin Yuan's creation master capability underwent an overwhelming transformation. Lin Yuan might still be slightly below the standard of a Class 3 creation master, but it wasn't significant. After sensing that the tough leaf chrysanthemum was now healthy, Lin Yuan let out a breath. The tough leaf chrysanthemum's petals were now plump, and the leaves were also massive. The edges of the leaves looked particularly sharp too. However, due to the tough leaf chrysanthemum's injured roots, its entire body was severely dehydrated and still required a large replenishment of water. Half of the bottle of mountain spring water was now absorbed by the tough leaf chrysanthemum. Lin Yuan continued to circulate his spiritual power to replenish the water in the tough leaf chrysanthemum quickly. However, Lin Yuan felt that he encountered a subtle but also rather obvious grade limit. The grade limit was something that Lin Yuan was familiar with. He checked on the tough leaf chrysanthemum and realized that it was a bronze X fey. It was just one step away from reaching silver grade. Since Lin Yuan could already feel the grade limit, he simply hastened the circulation of spiritual power to break through the limit. In just a short time, when the spirit chi broke through the grade limit, the bronze tough leaf chrysanthemum started evolving. It grew to half a meter in height from its previous 30 cm height. The leaves were much more vibrant in color as well. The stem grew out with new leaves. It only had one flower at first, but there were 8 flower buds now. The flower buds were all gradually blooming. The newly grown flowers were much smaller than the first flower, but they would surely grow to a similar size with enough time. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the tough leaf chrysanthemum and involuntarily let out a satisfied smile. Fey name, tough leaf chrysanthemum. Fey species, chrysanthemum species/genus. Fey grade, silver, 1/10. Fey type, grass. Fey quality, normal. Abilities. Leaf blade, the leaves on the stem can be shot out for long-distance physical damage. Flower bud cannon, flowers can gather energy to shoot out poisonous energy attacks. Corrosive petals, scatter the flower petals to conduct an area attack. The petals have paralysis and corrosive attributes. Exclusive skill. Enhanced poison attributes, enhance the poison attributes, causing poison effects to enter deeper. The tough leaf chrysanthemum didn't just have a simple physical attack, as it could also use its poison attributes to injure and kill other feys. However, this tough leaf chrysanthemum only had paralysis poison. When used together with the bronze grade exclusive skill, enhanced poison attributes, it allowed the tough leaf chrysanthemum to deal good damage. Its silver grade ability, corrosive petals, allowed the tough leaf chrysanthemum to have an additional corrosive attribute on top of the paralysis attribute. When used with enhanced poison attributes, it boosted the tough leaf chrysanthemum's offense capability. Paralysis poison provided a great control but weak lethality. However, it was now lethal with the corrosive poison. The silver grade ability was also able to provide a great AoE attack. It provided a great combination with leaf blade or flower bud cannon. One could say that the tough leaf chrysanthemum had a very successful evolution. Lin Yuan's objective for visiting the Creation Master Association was to fulfill the violent-tempered woman's promise and help her daughter heal her fey. He had completed his agreed promise now. Lin Yuan had a feeling that it was rather troublesome to use the breeding room in the Creation Master Association. Therefore, if he was going to accept another request to heal the roots of a fey, he would wait until his store was officially established. For now, Lin Yuan would mainly accept customized nurturing for feys or to sell precious feys. Doing so would allow him to accumulate radiance dollars rapidly. The cultivation of the body was a process of constant progress. All living things in this world would be improving, so it would be a regression if one stagnated. Lin Yuan called for the violent-tempered woman and her daughter to enter. When entering the breeding room, the mother and daughter were rather nervous. But after seeing the bigger and entirely different tough leaf chrysanthemum, they were stunned. Lin Yuan smiled at the violent-tempered woman's daughter and asked, "Aren't you able to recognize your own fey?" Chapter 108, Sudden Ambush. The violent-tempered woman's daughter was in a daze. She activated her spiritual energy, and the tough leaf chrysanthemum was withdrawn back into her spiritual spatial zone without any obstruction. She was first pleasantly surprised but immediately widened her mouth in shock. "My tough leaf chrysanthemum should be bronze, but it is now silver." Lin Yuan nodded. This tough leaf chrysanthemum has good potential. Its silver grade ability has quite a good lethality, and when used together with the other abilities, it gives an overall boost. Next time, if you meet a horn demon again, your fey won't suffer damage to its roots. The violent-tempered woman quickly bowed to Lin Yuan and constantly thanked him. She then took out the revival soil that she had prepared but was a little hesitant. "Master, previously, our agreement was 500 grams of revival soil. I have obtained more, and this bag has 600 grams. However, I didn't prepare the fee for the evolution from bronze to silver. I wonder if you can spare me a few days." Lin Yuan took the revival soil and shook his hand. 100 grams of extra revival soil is enough for the compensation. Furthermore, I am the one that decided to evolve the tough leaf chrysanthemum to silver and didn't ask for your opinions. As such, I don't need extra compensation. This bag of revival soil wasn't cheap, and because of the great benefits it had for plant-type feys, its price wasn't any lower than gold-grade dragon beast blood. A bag of revival soil at 600 grams would probably require close to 300 radiance dollars. This price might still be relatively lower for other creation masters to heal a bronze fey's roots, but it wasn't ridiculously cheaper. Moreover, the violent-tempered woman must have used quite the effort to find this bag of revival soil. After speaking, Lin Yuan didn't give the violent-tempered woman and her daughter any chance to thank him as he took the revival soil and left the breeding room. The violent-tempered woman's daughter was completely engrossed in the joy of her fey's recovery and evolution, but the violent-tempered woman's eyes were moist again. Living in the royal capital might look to be glamorous, but how could anyone know of the pressure and sorrow of an ordinary woman who had to support her daughter? After experiencing a harsh and cold of life, the violent-tempered woman had put on a mask. It was a hard mask to protect the soft insides. But now, she felt a warm light that was peaceful and powerful. A young and talented creation master was actually so kind in nature. It was extremely praiseworthy. When Lin Yuan left the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association and took just a few steps, someone called him from behind. Lin Yuan turned around and noticed that it was Elder Du that called him. Elder Du was walking over quickly and laughed heartily as he said, "Leaving so soon? This card is for you. The next time you revisit the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, you can just present this card to the main hall's attendant, and they will bring you to see me. In the future, I will help you to handle anything you require." Lin Yuan received the card from Elder Du. Since it was a gift from an elder, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. However, Lin Yuan didn't plan to return to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan still said, "I have troubled Elder Du. Elder Du is busy during normal times, so this junior naturally wouldn't dare to disturb you." Elder Du looked at Lin Yuan, and his smile got brighter. Since Lin Yuan had helped him out at the Radiant Moon Palace, coupled with Lin Yuan's calm and composed attitude and his talent to directly pass the Class 2 Creation Master exam, these factors caused Elder Du to admire Lin Yuan even more. Elder Du involuntarily made a comparison with Cheng Rui and felt that Cheng Rui was utterly inferior. Upon recalling that he had personally conferred the title of Tribunal Son to Cheng Rui, Elder Du felt a burning pain on his face. After bidding goodbye to Elder Du, Lin Yuan looked at the time and noticed that it was only 10 o'clock in the morning. His appointment with Lu Ji was at 1500 hours, and there were still 5 hours in between. Lin Yuan didn't have any other arrangements, so he contacted Lu Ji. After calling him, Lu Ji informed Lin Yuan that he was currently viewing a house in the suburban area. The houses in the suburban areas were relatively secluded, but their environment was superior. Instead of saying that it was a house, it was actually a plot of land that took up 5,000 square meters. Beside the land was a small, man-made lake, and the lake water was from the spring water up the mountain. The surrounding greenery was rather good too, and it was truly a place with great scenery. However, it was rather secluded, so the large piece of land's price wasn't considered too expensive. As such, Lin Yuan decided to meet Lu Ji in advance to see what the land looked like. After asking for the location, Lin Yuan called for special transportation that was exclusive to the royal capital, the Wind Travel Pigeon. The Wind Travel Pigeon was the royal capital's exclusive flying fei, and it was extremely hard to train. A special Wind Travel Pigeon trainer was required, and the Wind Travel Pigeon would only be able to transport customers after 2 years of training. The Wind Travel Pigeon was an extremely popular flying fei in the royal capital, and its unique point was that it didn't need anyone to control it. The trainer simply had to tell the Wind Travel Pigeon to fetch the customer from a certain place to a certain destination. The Wind Travel Pigeon had evolved from the messenger pigeons after the Spirit Chi awakening, and it was a silver fei. The flying speed wasn't considered fast, but the price wasn't low either. A single return trip would cost 0.5 radiance dollars. Since Lin Yuan was at the royal capital, he should try all its specialties. Everyone said that a Wind Travel Pigeon's back was more comfortable than the softest bed. Lin Yuan only waited for a moment, and a white pigeon with a 3-meter wingspan stopped beside him. Lin Yuan walked over and showed the order on his mobile phone to the Wind Travel Pigeon. The Wind Travel Pigeon then shook its wing and placed it on the ground as an indication for Lin Yuan to get onto its back by stepping on its wing. When Lin Yuan was riding on the Wind Travel Pigeon's back, he felt that its feathers were soft and silky. It didn't feel like a regular feather and was more like top-grade silk. The Wind Travel Pigeon didn't fly high nor fast, but the speed was at least 5 times faster than the speed-hoofed donkey car. Another unique trait of the Wind Travel Pigeon was THAT0. The travelers could view the scenery. The objective might be for travel, but the customers on its back were able to admire the royal capital's beautiful view. As soon as they flew out of the royal capital's city area, they arrived at the northern suburban area. Taking reference to the distance and the Wind Travel Pigeon's speed, Lin Yuan estimated that he would need around 10 minutes to reach the arranged location he was going to meet with Lu Ji. Lin Yuan was looking at the scenery of the suburban area. The Wind Travel Pigeon was flying around 25 meters in altitude, while some of the canopy plants like the willow trees were able to reach a height of 20 meters. When flying at a low altitude, Lin Yuan's breaths were filled with plant fragrance. At that moment, the Wind Travel Pigeon suddenly let out 2 intense cooing sounds. Immediately after, Lin Yuan noticed a grey energy beam hitting the wind travel pigeon's wings left side. The impact of the energy beam was extremely powerful, and even Lin Yuan could feel the pressure. The left half of the wind travel pigeon's body was blasted open with a wound and a burst of blood mist. Chapter 109, How dare you? After the sudden ambush, the wind travel pigeon rapidly flapped its right wing and was cooing as it fell toward the ground. When the wind travel pigeon was falling, it turned back to look at Lin Yuan with a very anxious feeling. When it was around 3 to 4 meters away from the ground, the wind travel pigeon felt as though it had lost all energy. At the crucial moment, the wind travel pigeon turned and wrapped its right wing around Lin Yuan to protect him. Its head crashed onto the ground as dirt flew up, resulting in instant death. In fact, when the wind travel pigeon turned to protect Lin Yuan in midair, it had already lost its life. When falling from such an altitude, its final form of defense was actually used to protect a complete stranger. This was just a mission entrusted by the trainer to a fey and the professionalism of a wind travel pigeon as a flying fey. Since the wind travel pigeon had protected him by using its body to relieve the impact, Lin Yuan didn't suffer any severe injuries. However, the impact of the fall still made Lin Yuan uncomfortable. Lin Yuan understood that someone targeted him. He wasn't a person to form any feud with others, so the only person who would ambush him could only be Cheng Rui. After emerging from the wind travel pigeon's right wing, Lin Yuan looked at the wind travel pigeon, which lay on the ground. Its eyes were going to be permanently closed. The blast injuries on the left side of the body and the impact from the fall made the wind travel pigeon's corpse look abnormally miserable. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard an arrogant and vicious voice. "You didn't expect this, right? Since you kicked me, I shall take your life." Lin Yuan could see a dark-faced elder standing beside Cheng Rui. When looking at his facial features, Cheng Rui had a slight resemblance to the elder. An insect-type creature, around the length of an arm, with multiple legs, was crawling on the elder's shoulder. Evidently, this insect-type creature had shot out the earlier grey energy ray. This multi-legged insect creature was rather familiar to Lin Yuan, and it was rather apparent that it was the spine goo's enlarged version. However, as compared to the spine goo Cheng Rui had summoned during the contest, this spine goo had plenty of golden rings on its body. The golden rings gave the sinister spine goo a very bizarre appearance. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and circulated his spiritual power to summon Redthorn and Chimey. At the same time, Genius used tool transformation to transform into a pair of glasses for Lin Yuan to wear. At that moment, Lin Yuan could hear the elder speaking to Cheng Rui. "You can't even defeat an insect like him? His strongest fey is just bronze, yet you actually needed to look for me? If you didn't want to take revenge personally, a casual energy beam from the gold ring spine goo would have been able to blast this kid and that unlucky wind travel pigeon into pieces." Cheng Rui summoned his fey, the gold spine goo, which crawled out of Cheng Rui's Hyokao A cup ointment. It was so painful that Cheng Rui ground his teeth. "Grandfather, had it not been someone protecting him, I would have finished him." Cheng Wu frowned and said in an impatient tone, "Then hurry up and make your move. This place might be the suburban area, but to make a move on a Class 2 Creation Master, it will still cause an inevitable commotion." Every Creation Master was the Radiance Federation's capital, and thus, killing a Creation Master was considered a serious matter in the Radiance Federation. Cheng Rui smiled sinisterly at Lin Yuan and said, "It is not bad that your Creation Master talent is enough for you to be brought to the Radiant Moon Palace. Elder Du is also protective of you. However, your talent will be destroyed in just a moment. After you lose your arms and legs, let's see what else you can be proud of." Lin Yuan unsealed the Spirit Gather Goldfish's exclusive skill, Spirit Chi Imprint. All of the Spirit Chi accumulated by his bronze Spirit Gather Goldfish suddenly burst out of the Spirit Chi imprint on Lin Yuan's back. At the same time, Chimey quickly executed Turbulence and used Sound Thrust to attack Cheng Rui. Lin Yuan then poured all his spiritual power into Red Thorn, allowing its spiky vines to rapidly extend and wrap at Cheng Rui. Lin Yuan had an immense amount of Spirit Chi, and it was enough for Red Thorn's vines to instantly extend by 20 meters. Just as Lin Yuan's all-out attack was about to reach Cheng Rui, a cold snort resounded, and the gold ring spine goo on Cheng Wu's shoulder let out a hissing roar. A grey energy wave disintegrated all of Lin Yuan's attacks and severely injured Red Thorn, Chimey, and Genius. Genius was no longer able to maintain its tool transformation state and fell onto the ground beside Lin Yuan. He felt intense pain as there was a hot surge within his stomach, and he vomited fresh blood. Lin Yuan had been aware that things weren't going to be good for him, and there wasn't any chance for resistance. Thus, he had executed an all-out attack on Cheng Rui. Unfortunately, he hadn't expected for his all-out attack to be easily countered by the gold ring spine gu's casual burst of energy. Cheng Rui was drenched in a cold sweat. Lin Yuan's sudden attack had been about to reach him and kill him. It made Cheng Rui shocked and afraid, but the resentment in his eyes was even more concentrated now. Cheng Rui didn't think that his carelessness had nearly allowed Lin Yuan's attack to send him to his grave. The shock that Cheng Rui received was instantly converted into overwhelming hatred. The hatred dyed the resentment with colorful mania as Cheng Rui yelled, "If my spine gu doesn't drill your spinal cord empty, I shall give up my family name, Cheng. You just die of a slow and agonizing death as the spine gu slowly chew on your spinal cord." Lin Yuan struggled to get up. The intense pain ravaging his entire body might just cause Lin Yuan to collapse on the ground again. Lin Yuan wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, but the movements aggravated his injuries and made him vomit another mouthful of blood again. At the same time, the severely injured Chimey, Genius, and Red Thorn also stood up. Cheng Rui and Cheng Wu adapted their attacking stances. Just as Cheng Rui was about to kick Lin Yuan, Red Thorn shot out a mouthful of corrosive fluid. Cheng Rui was already prepared as the spine gu was brandished like a blade to block Red Thorn's attack. It also sliced off several of Red Thorn's vines. But just as the spine gu was attacking at Red Thorn, Chimey let out a weak chirp, sending 3 sound thrusts at Cheng Rui at a close range. It shocked Cheng Rui, but a forceful wind blocked Chimey's sound thrust. Then, Lin Yuan, Chimey, Genius, and Red Thorn were sent flying back by a few meters again. Lin Yuan wanted to struggle to stand again, but he couldn't. Upon seeing Red Thorn, Genius, and Chimey collapsed on the ground, Lin Yuan circulated his leftover spiritual power to withdraw them into his spiritual spatial zone. Lin Yuan looked at the proud afternoon sun in the sky and felt that it was much more glaring than usual. In this life and death situation, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the wind by his ears was light and indifferent. Cheng Wu frowned and looked at the incompetent Cheng Rui. "You nearly died in the hands of this insect twice. Do you not understand that a lion will use all its strength even when hunting a rabbit? I shall teach you another lesson on what is fast and ruthless." Just as Cheng Wu's words faded, the gold ring spine gu rapidly shrunk down and flew toward Lin Yuan's spine at the neck. The gold ring spine gu generated an air-piercing sound as it flew. Right at that split moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the royal capital's sky had turned dark. A new moon was suspended in the sky, nearly covering the proud afternoon sun, as an enraged voice reverberated throughout the horizon. "How dare you!" Chapter 110, Cold Moon Lone Disk. The afternoon sun was shining gloriously when a bright moon suddenly appeared and lit up the entire sky with moonlight. At that moment, several experts in the royal capital lifted their heads simultaneously to look at the cold moon in the sky that covered the sunlight. Amongst the experts was a 30-year-old man whose eyes resembled a middle-aged man that had gone through countless experiences. He was holding a jade bamboo and frowning with an appalled expression. "It is the Moon Empress Cold Moon Lone Disk." One had to know that among the Moon Empress feys, the Cold Moon Lone Disk was mainly used for killing. What exactly happened for the Moon Empress to summon the Cold Moon Lone Disk? Opposite the man with the jade bamboo was a middle-aged man in red armor, and he was holding a black stone. When the cold moon appeared in the sky, the black stone dropped on the board and disrupted the black and white stones. It interrupted the game that was about to settle with a winner. "Bamboo Monarch, has the Moon Empress Cold Moon Lone Disk reached the myth breed? I wonder how much stronger is the Cold Moon Lone Disk as compared to back then." The Bamboo Monarch held the jade bamboo and said with a grave expression, "You know of the Moon Empress temper too. Since her Cold Moon Lone Disk appeared, something major must have happened." The Bamboo Monarch turned into an afterimage after speaking and headed for the place where the cold moonlight was. The red-armored man also left afterimages as he followed the Bamboo Monarch. The Spirit Guard's HQ was considered the place with the strongest combat power within the royal capital. Multiple individuals wearing Spirit Guard crests were entering and exiting the headquarters. In the Spirit Guard's HQ's chief hall was a rather skinny and masked woman. Her eyes flashed as she looked at the cold moon through the window and said, "A tall moon high up in the sky. A blade that has been withdrawn for 10 years. Why are you making a move again? I hope that the situation isn't like the previous time." After speaking, the black-clothed masked woman vanished from the chief hall. A few pieces of paper floated down from the table, making them look lonely. In the imperial court of the royal capital's Radiance Imperial Palace was an old man in the main seat. 2 middle-aged men, who had similarly overwhelming prowess, were seated on his left and right. The old man looked at the cold moon that had suddenly appeared and knocked on the table with his finger, while the other hand held his forehead. He turned to look at the two middle-aged men and muttered for a moment before he said to the man on the left with a cold face, "Iron Prison, go and find out what happened to make the Moon Empress so enraged." When a tree falls in a horizon of mountain trees, it is as clear as when the moon shines down on the river. I hope that the Moon Empress Radiant Moon of Wrath isn't going to be scorching like the incident 10 years ago. A man in golden armor stood up from the seat on the left with his blade in hand and acknowledged in a cold tone. Yes. Subsequently, the golden-armored man vanished from the left seat. The man on the right seat looked as though he had a smiling face. He involuntarily asked, "Your Excellency should know of Iron Prison's temperament. Aren't you afraid that Iron Prison will only further infuriate the Moon Empress?" The old man looked at the smiling man on the right seat and said, "Cicada Song, if Iron Prison doesn't go, the person that infuriated the Moon Empress will not have any chance of survival." The smiling man said without paying much mind, "The Moon Empress isn't easily enraged. Since the cold moon lone disc appeared, it means she has the intention to kill. Those who infuriated the Moon Empress naturally have to pay the price, even Iron Prison. Therefore, I should go too." The old man stayed silent for a moment and nodded. The smiling man then vanished from his seat the instant that old man nodded. After a loud "How dare you!" echoed, the moonlight of the cold moon poured toward this place. Lin Yuan felt as though the moonlight had a healing effect. In just a short moment, all the pain and the internal burning sensation of his body was slowly vanishing due to the moonlight's nourishment. However, Cheng Rui and Cheng Wu were feeling something that was entirely different. The moonlight instantly disintegrated Cheng Rui and the spine goo on his body. Cheng Wu's diamond/fantasy V, gold ring spine goo was also immobilized after getting fixated by the moonlight. Even though the gold ring spine goo was a diamond/fantasy V source type life form, when illuminated by the moonlight's radiance, its feelers, legs, and armor were still slowly disintegrated. Cheng Wu's body was also feeling something strange as the moonlight's radiance illuminated him. He felt that his body was burning up, but it was a burning sensation without pain. However, he could clearly feel that the cells within his body were constantly vanishing. In just a short period of time, 3 fingers from his left hand had already disintegrated. Cheng Wu immediately yelled, "Will the Moon Empress, please be merciful. I don't know what wrong I have committed for the Moon Empress to personally punish me." A woman wearing moon-colored robes descended along with the moonlight. In just a split second, she stood beside Lin Yuan. A small rabbit, which was eating a radish, was on the moon-robed woman's shoulder. The small rabbit looked at Lin Yuan and hopped off on him. It used its small claws to scratch on the radish for a long time before pulling off a small piece of radish skin. It looked at the radish skin with heartache while looking at Lin Yuan with dislike. The small rabbit lifted its head to see that the Moon Empress was looking at it, so it unwillingly placed the radish skin in Lin Yuan's mouth. Lin Yuan's body was already recovering under the moonlight's radiance when he suddenly fully recovered. He had a strong feeling that his body was quickly reverted to its prime condition when the radish skin entered his mouth. Even Red Thorn, Chimey, and Genius, which lay injured in his spiritual spatial zone, instantly recovered. When the small rabbit saw that Lin had recovered, it quickly opened up Lin Yuan's mouth and pulled out the radish skin. It then cleaned the radish skin on its fur before pasting it back onto the radish carefully. Lin Yuan stood up and noticed that the Moon Empress was looking at him with concern. Before he could speak, the Moon Empress said with self-blame, "When you left, I should have asked either Cold Moon or Mystic Moon to follow you. It is my negligence. I didn't think that someone would actually dare to make a move in the royal capital's suburban area." As soon as the Moon Empress finished her statement, the domineering moonlight felt as though it was going to penetrate the sun. Cheng Wu was currently circulating all his spiritual power to resist the moonlight that was penetrating through all pores. He wanted to recall the Fantasy V Gold Ring Spine Goo, but the moonlight didn't allow it to move an inch. Once the Moon Empress spoke to Lin Yuan, Cheng Wu's entire body was drenched. The depths of his soul emitted a sensation of terror as he plopped and knelt on the ground. He couldn't even say what he wanted to say. Cheng Wu's heart was shocked and sorrowful when the moonlight completely disintegrated Cheng Rui, but now, Cheng Wu was filled with hatred toward his own grandson. My grandson sought revenge on the Moon Empress. This insect-like kid actually had an overwhelming backer like the Moon Empress? In normal times, Cheng Wu would wish for a chance to bootlick the Moon Empress. Unexpectedly, he had actually taken the initiative to touch the barrel of a gun that he should have never even gotten close to. Chapter 111, Moonlight Flare. The Moon Empress looked at Cheng Wu, who was kneeling on the ground, and waved her hand without any expression on her face. The Fantasy V Gold Ring Spine Goo was then wrapped around by the muslin-like moonlight, causing it to let out a miserable scream. Even if the gold ring spine gu was a diamond/fantasy V fey, it still wasn't able to resist the moonlight at all. In fact, when it was trying to scream, the moonlight trapped its voice and couldn't get emitted at all. The serene and beautiful moonlight actually concealed a murderous intent, merciless and sharp. The Moon Empress was even going to give Cheng Wu the chance to explain. Just as Cheng Wu felt the gold ring spine gu deteriorating, he became mournful and pounded his head on the ground as he kowtowed and said, "I beg the Moon Empress to spare my life. I, Cheng Wu, am willing to use the rest of my life to serve under the Moon Empress." The Moon Empress had a bone-chilling expression, but her voice was still mild and gentle. However, the mild and gentle voice carried an unreserved killing intent. "Since you wish to kill this Empress disciple, you should have known that a killer must be prepared to get killed too." The Moon Empress paused for a moment and continued. "You are not worthy to serve under this Empress. Repent under the moonlight." After hearing the Moon Empress words, Cheng Wu's eyes turned lifeless, and he even forgot to circulate his spirit chi for a moment. Thus, the moonlight instantly disintegrated one of his arms. The Moon Empress didn't conceal the killing intent in her words as she wanted Cheng Wu to know that he wasn't going to escape this calamity. Cheng Wu had never expected that this kid he treated as an insect was actually the Moon Empress disciple. If it was some other form of relationship, he might be lucky enough to keep his life. Earlier on, he had made a move on the Moon Empress disciple, a move to kill. Had it not been for the Moon Empress obstruction, his gold ring spine gu might have emptied Lin Yuan's spinal cord now. At that thought, Cheng Wu's heart turned into dead ashes. Just as Cheng Wu felt he was going to vanish under the moonlight, a jade-green bamboo leaf suddenly appeared and hovered over Cheng Wu's head. The jade-green bamboo leaf was emitting bright green radiance, blocking the concentrated moonlight for Cheng Wu. However, in just a few seconds, the bamboo leaf gradually vanished and was also completely disintegrated by the moonlight. A white-clothed middle-aged man holding a jade bamboo appeared beside Cheng Wu. The middle-aged man kicked Cheng Wu, sending him flying a dozen meters away and allowing Cheng Wu to leave the most concentrated spot within the moonlight. Immediately after, a red-armored man appeared beside Cheng Wu, and he emitted spiritual power with a wave of his hand to block off the moonlight that wasn't considered concentrated. The red-armored man quickly said, "If the Moon Empress Cold Moon Lone Disk continues to emit the moonlight, Cheng Wu will really disintegrate. Will the Moon Empress please reconsider?" While speaking, the red-armored man released a strand of spirit chi and covered Cheng Wu. The spirit chi strand revolved around Cheng Wu's body, but it was unable to recover his injuries. As such, the red-armored man was appalled. He had already heard of the incredible exclusive skill of the Moon Empress Cold Moon Lone Disk. The Cold Moon Lone Disk's exclusive skill, sublimation, was able to transform any substance into a fourth state apart from gaseous, liquid, or solid states. It would turn the substance into nothingness. After seeing it personally today, it was truly worthy of its reputation. Cheng Wu might be a pinnacle class 4 creation master, but he had only formed a contract with the source-type life form. The gold ring spine gu was able to enhance the creation master's capability, but it wasn't really adept in combat. Nonetheless, it was still a diamond/fantasy V source-type life form, yet it couldn't even resist the moonlight. While thinking like that, the red-armored man felt a chill in his heart. His combat strength might be superior to Cheng Wu, but as he sensed the moonlight and looked at the cold moon in the sky, he couldn't help but wonder how long he could have endured within the moonlight. When the Moon Empress saw that someone was actually trying to protect Cheng Wu, she frowned. At the moment she frowned, the moonlight emitted a flaring prowess. The man with the jade bamboo coughed lightly and said, "Moon Empress, Cheng Wu is still a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Even if he really offended you, you have already punished him. He has already lost an arm. Are you able to give this monarch face and spare Cheng Wu's life?" As soon as the bamboo monarch finished speaking and saw the Moon Empress expression, he could tell the situation wasn't good. The Moon Empress waved her hand in the sky, while the moonlight revolved around her hand with the cold moon's color. The Moon Empress sneered and said, "Give you, the bamboo monarch, face? When have I, the Moon Empress, given anyone a face? Could it be that you wish to have your purple bamboo forest have both the sun and moon together for an entire month?" The 3 questions the Moon Empress posed made the bamboo monarch put on a helpless expression. He was well aware of the Moon Empress' temper and knew that it was impossible for her to spare Cheng Wu on his account. Despite that, the bamboo monarch glanced at Cheng Wu first before he frowned lightly and said in a serious tone, "Each pinnacle class 4 creation master is the Radiance Federation's capital. Hence, this monarch requests for the Moon Empress to be merciful again." The Moon Empress said with a cold voice, "The Radiance Federation's capital? Since when can the Radiance Federation's capital make a move on a young Class 2 creation master? Such capital is already corrupted." The Bamboo Monarch finally looked at Lin Yuan, who stood beside the Moon Empress. He looked at the bloodstains on the ground and on Lin Yuan's body. It was still bright red and had yet to dry up. The blood was so bright red because Lin Yuan's inner organs had been ruptured, and he had vomited out. The Bamboo Monarch used his peripheral vision to shoot an arrow-like glance, filled with disgust, at Cheng Wu. He then said to Lin Yuan with a gentle voice, "Young friend, the Moon Empress has already stopped Cheng Wu from making a move against you. Why don't I ask Cheng Wu to compensate you with some precious spiritual ingredients? I will make sure that he resolves this hatred and will not seek trouble with you ever again." Lin Yuan was initially shocked that he could see the Class 5 Creation Master, Bamboo Monarch. 2 of the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters of the Radiance Federation were present. The Bamboo Monarch's voice might sound gentle and pleasing, while the way he addressed Lin Yuan as a young friend might seem friendly, but was Lin Yuan really able to refuse this proposal? Before Lin Yuan could speak, the Moon Empress' hand revolved with radiance before she grasped it. The Fantasy V gold ring spine goo was then enveloped in moonlight and started struggling violently under the sudden moonlight flare. The flaring moonlight instantly sublimated the Diamond/Fantasy V life form into the air and turned it into undetectable particles of dust. Should I take this as the Bamboo Monarch trying to make things difficult for my disciple? Worms appear from rotting flesh, holes appear in dried up fish. Anything corrupted and rotting should be eliminated. Is the Bamboo Monarch thinking that flowers can be grown from rotting wood and bloom with radiance? Chapter 112, Greatest Leniency. When Lin Yuan heard the Moon Empress' words, he felt warmth in his heart. The Bamboo Monarch's tone might have sounded gentle, but it was unquestionable. Subsequently, the Moon Empress' statement was to protect him. When the Bamboo Monarch found out that the youth beside the Moon Empress was her disciple, he revealed a surprised look on his face before he smiled and said, "I congratulate the Moon Empress for obtaining a great disciple." Presently, the Bamboo Monarch knew that nothing he said was going to be useful. Cheng Wu's attack on the Moon Empress disciple was no different than courting death. He watched as the Moon Empress sublimated Cheng Wu's gold ring spine goo with the moonlight and didn't show any signs of obstruction. After the gold ring spine goo was disintegrated, Cheng Wu's originally bloodless face was now even paler, and he was perspiring with cold sweat. The gold ring spine goo's death left an immense mental trauma on Cheng Wu's spiritual energy. Cheng Wu's physical injuries didn't make him suffer as much as the mental trauma. It was unbearable. All of a sudden, a rather charming voice echoed from the horizon. A masked and black-robed woman arrived while she stepped on air. The Moon Empress is truly incredible and has directly sublimated this gold ring spine goo. Cheng Wu had only formed a contract with this source-type life form. So, since it is already dead, I wonder if the Moon Empress' anger is appeased. Although the black-robed woman's mask made it impossible to fully see her face, her eyes were still exposed. She was looking at the Moon Empress with a complex expression. The Moon Empress lifted her head and looked at the black-robed woman with complex eyes too. However, her expression didn't change. "It is none of your matters if this Empress' anger is appeased. As a chief guard, why are you not overseeing the spirit guards? Are you really that free?" Lin Yuan looked up at the sky after hearing the words. This black-robed woman is actually the chief guard of the spirit guards? She is the current era's top-class expert. The black-robed woman was now standing beside the Bamboo Monarch as she said, "01, the punishment is enough. You are not young and are already a Class 5 Creation Master. You are the Radiance Federation's pillar and should know when to punish and reward." As soon as the black-robed woman finished speaking, an intense spirit chi wave surged, and a golden-armored middle-aged man appeared next to the red-armored man. He walked past the red-armored man, grabbed Cheng Wu up from the ground, and said in a loud voice, "Chief Guard Yet is right. Cheng Wu is a pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master recognized by the Creation Master Association. Even if he is at fault, he should only be judged first before being punished. Now that the Moon Empress has punished him, leave the rest to me." The red-armored man flashed and arrived in front of the Bamboo Monarch. He had to quickly stand away from the gold-armored man. He then silently complained. "Why is Iron Prison here too? It is fine if he is here, but he actually dares to speak to the Moon Empress like this? Isn't he trying to seek trouble? Given the style that Iron Prison handled matters, he would probably suffer in the Moon Empress' hands." The red-armored man looked at the Bamboo Monarch and realized that the latter was looking at Iron Prison with a displeased expression. He didn't know that the Bamboo Monarch was also saying, not good, in his heart. Iron Prison handles matters in a straightforward manner. Putting it in a nice way is to say that it is his dominance, but is his dominance useful against the Moon Empress? If this isn't a foolish act, then what is? Cheng Wu nearly killed the Moon Empress disciple. Now that Iron Prison arrived, he actually went against the Moon Empress and ordered her. I don't even dare to do it. Cheng Wu had also come back to his senses now and recalled that he was still a respected pinnacle class 4 creation master and very useful to the Radiance Federation. At that thought, Cheng Wu's mind lit up, so he looked at the gold-armored man who had grabbed him and said, "Lord Iron Prison, I beg you to save me." Cheng Wu then turned to look at the Moon Empress. "Lordess Moon Empress, Cheng Wu, no, I am wrong. I am willing to give up all my wealth to your great disciple. I just hope for you to spare my life." When Iron Prison heard Cheng Wu calling him for help, his face turned unpleasant. He might be a straightforward person, but he understood that this would make it seem like he was directly opposing the Moon Empress. However, Iron Prison didn't throw Cheng Wu away from his hand and continued to say with a cold face, "Lordess Moon Empress has already given the punishment. You have to set your punishments and rewards apart." The Moon Empress sneered and stood in the air. The concentrated moonlight felt as though it had turned solid before it swept at Iron Prison. "This Empress is the Moon Empress, therefore, my punishment to Cheng Wu is a reward too. So how am I not setting the punishment and reward apart? Since you wish to take Cheng Wu away, then I shall see if you, Iron Prison, have the capability to do so." Wherever the Moon Empress moonlight swept across, there would be moon-colored ripples. It was utterly beautiful, but everyone who saw it felt a shiver in their spines. Iron Prison suddenly activated his spiritual energy and summoned a prehistoric dragon beast that was roughly 40 meters in size. The dragon beast spat out energy in preparation to defend against the moonlight. When the Moon Empress saw Iron Prison summoning his fey, her eyes sparkled with cold light. At the same time, the bright moon in the sky suddenly burst out with radiance. The moonlight was like water with ripples, and within those ripples, a barefooted young girl in a dress made out of the cold moon walked down from the moon. The young girl's long hair was the extremely concentrated moonlight, and her gorgeous face had a 70% resemblance to the Moon Empress. The moment the young girl walked down the moonlight, it felt as though sparkling stars accompanied the moonlight. The prehistoric dragon beast immediately let out a pitiful roar and was sent flying. Subsequently, the bamboo monarch and the black-robed woman each shot out an energy beam to help block the moonlight's attack. The bamboo monarch looked at the Moon Empress with shock but also pleasant surprise. "Moon Empress, your cold moon lone disc has reached Myth 2. The red-armored man beside the bamboo monarch looked at the girl that walked out of the moonlight with shiny eyes. "Myth 2, feys could transform and take a human form." The Moon Empress stood in the sky and sneered. "Bamboo monarch, you old thing. Your Ink Point Emperor Bamboo was already a myth breed a few dozen years ago. This Empress doesn't believe that your Ink Point Emperor Bamboo hasn't reached Myth 2 yet." The Moon Empress took a glance at the bamboo monarch and another glance at the black-robed masked woman before saying, "Since you wish to fight, this Empress shall not hold back. This Empress has been secluded for 10 years, and it seems that none of you put this Empress in your eyes." After speaking, the Moon Empress lifted her shoulder, and the small white rabbit that was gnawing on the radish suddenly turned extremely purple. Just as its fur was reaching its peak of purple, a voice suddenly echoed from the skies, and it sounded rather urgent. A man, who originally had a smiling face, was yelling out to the Moon Empress with an urgent expression, "Moon Empress, have you forgotten about the incident 10 years ago? You have been in seclusion for 10 years. Isn't it because you weren't able to forget that incident from 10 years ago?" The voice was extremely urgent, and when the Moon Empress heard this statement, she paused and went silent for a moment. She waved her hand, and the lone moon in the sky instantly vanished. The afternoon sun became glaring like normal again. The Moon Empress turned around and pulled Lin Yuan before soaring into the sky. She didn't turn back to look at anyone, but her cold voice echoed. Cheng Wu tried to murder this Empress disciple, Radiance Federation's Class 2 Creation Master, Lin Yuan. His punishment should be death. Since all of you used the incident 10 years ago to stab at this Empress' sore spot, Cheng Wu shall be imprisoned to cleanse his sins. The Moon Empress paused for 3 seconds before she continued saying, "He shall not be released unless he dies. This is already this Empress' greatest leniency." Chapter 113, Transformation of Attitude. The Moon Empress brought Lin Yuan back to the Radiant Moon Palace. After checking on his injuries carefully, she said with concern, "It is my fault. When you left, I didn't even think to let someone follow you. You have been shocked, but it is also good. This incident taught you something that I don't know how I should have taught you. While speaking, the Moon Empress paused for a moment and looked at Lin Yuan in a very serious manner. Everything you possess in this world is nothing as compared to your strength. Lin Yuan nodded after hearing the Moon Empress words. At that moment, Lin Yuan was looking at the Moon Empress with eyes that were entirely different from before. Previously, Lin Yuan might have known that the Moon Empress was his master, but he was still in the process of adaptation. After all, no relationships were built overnight. However, when Cheng Wu had tried to kill him, and he had been helpless to resist, it was the Moon Empress Moonlight that had saved him. It was the current era's absolute expert that had protected him. Had it not been for Lin Yuan, would the Moon Empress have to make things difficult for Cheng Wu? Would all those experts have gathered? Lin Yuan was indescribably touched. After having to face the harsh world and reality with determination since the age of 8, now that he had been protected from this crisis, a sore feeling arose spontaneously. It was a kind of feeling that Lin Yuan couldn't divulge and could only suppress it in his heart. The unfamiliar term master was suddenly engraved within his heart at the age of 18. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan looking at her, she frowned and looked at Lin Yuan with concern. It is definitely a shock to experience such an incident for the first time. But it will not happen in the future, Master is here. Lin Yuan's eyes had this sore feeling, but it was very dry, and no tears would flow out. Although his eyes were dry, his heart was filled with plenty of warmth. Lin Yuan pursed his lips for a long time and opened his mouth but couldn't say a thing. He was only able to speak after a moment. I am no longer afraid now. I know that in this world, one's strength will always be the foundation to protect oneself. Seeing how Lin Yuan recovered so quickly, the Moon Empress nodded with satisfaction. Lin Yuan recalled when all those experts mentioned the incident that happened 10 years ago. However, if the incident involved all those pinnacle experts, it wasn't possible to read about it on the star web. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed the Moon Empress handing over a box. 3 crests were inside the box, and they were the same crests as the ones Lin Yuan had received after passing the Class 2 Creation Master exam. However, each crest had an additional and abnormally exquisite carving, the symbol of a crescent moon. When Lin Yuan received the Moon Empress box, he immediately bowed and called the Moon Empress as master. A smile appeared on the Moon Empress' cold face. She then handed a token, which was warm to the touch and pure like jade, to Lin Yuan. The jade token was engraved with 2 crescent moons, and they were connected on the top and bottom tips, giving off an ancient feeling. This is the Radiant Moon token. Previously, you refused all of my gifts. Now that you have already gone through the ceremonial rites to have me as your master, I don't know what to give you either. Take this Radiant Moon token, and if you need any spiritual ingredients, you can just bring this Radiant Moon token to the Radiant Moon Palace's spiritual ingredient vault. Lin Yuan solemnly received the Radiant Moon token. After experiencing this incident, his attitude was already different. Before the life or death experience, Lin Yuan had been thinking to rely on himself and take each diligent step on his own. He might still be thinking like this, but his mind was now a little open. His persistence to rely on his own capability to collect spiritual ingredients was indeed correct. He had already gone through the ceremony rites, and the Moon Empress was now officially his master. Lin Yuan knew that his greatest challenge right now was to collect spiritual ingredients. This was also why his phase quality had yet to reach the legend quality. It also resulted in Lin Yuan having 3 willpower runes for nothing. His Jasmine Lily was already Bronze X/Epic. He only lacked a few spiritual ingredients to upgrade it to the legend quality. By fusing the willpower rune he had comprehended in the mountains, the Jasmine Lily could evolve into a fantasy breed. If that was the case, Lin Yuan would be able to possess a bronze fantasy breed. Ling Xiao had previously mentioned that the earlier the Fey progressed to a fantasy breed, the greater the potential. Therefore, Lin Yuan was very ambitious and wanted Redthorn to also reach the legend quality at bronze. Once Redthorn reached the legend quality, he would be able to fuse it with the willpower rune he had comprehended during the massacre, allowing Redthorn to become a fantasy breed too. Lin Yuan had comprehended the 3rd willpower rune when he had been observing the change of day and night. This willpower rune might be a little compatible with Chimey, but it still lacked a little. Chimey's exclusive skill was Clear Sky, and it carried the power of the sun. However, this willpower rune involved the change between day and night, so Lin Yuan had another plan for this rune. Lin Yuan was still able to contract one more Fey or a source-type life form with an extremely low spiritual energy requirement. As of now, Lin Yuan had never even been in a rush to form a new contract. If there was a suitable fey that was compatible with the willpower rune he comprehended during the change of day and night, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind having an additional fey. After getting attacked by Cheng Wu, Lin Yuan had already prioritized the increase of his strength as the most important matter now. It wasn't difficult for Lin Yuan to increase his strength, and all he needed was time. Thus, Lin Yuan made a slight adjustment to the plan he had in his mind. For the next year, he set his goal on increasing his strength. Given the Radiant Moon Palace's spiritual ingredient resources, Lin Yuan believed that he would undergo a transformation during this 1 year. Seeing that Lin Yuan accepted the Radiant Moon token, the Moon Empress was extremely happy. Go and rest well for the next 2 days. Your physical injuries might have recovered, but if you feel anything wrong with your spirit, tell me. As a master, the Moon Empress knew that there were things that she wasn't able to provide guidance, such as the first kill or the first escape from death. These transformations to the attitude were things that a spirit chi professional had to overcome themselves, and a master could only give guidance. Lin Yuan left the Moon Empress inner palace and returned to his pavilion. He sat on the chair as his mind was still flashing back with the scene of the gold ring spine goo flying toward his neck area. However, Lin Yuan wasn't afraid and was filled with courage instead. After experiencing this formless setback, Lin Yuan knew that he had to work hard to become stronger. He entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and checked on Red Thorn, Genius, and Chimey. After seeing that they were doing fine, Lin Yuan was finally relieved. Red Thorn's vines that were sliced by the spine goo had also grown back out. Unexpectedly, the Red Thorn's quality had upgraded from flawless to epic after this battle. It was also at Elite 9. Lin Yuan was delighted. Red Thorn's quality upgrade might have been related to the battle, but it was mainly due to the nutritious flesh within the Diamond Grade Fey storage box. After all, Red Thorn's evolution relied on consumption. If it consumed large quantities of flesh, Lin Yuan believed that Red Thorn would evolve into the bronze in the next day or two. It would allow Red Thorn to welcome its first exclusive skill. By then, it would be Red Thorn's first and true metamorphosis as a source-type life form. Chapter 114, The Legendary Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. Lin Yuan didn't withdraw Genius and Chimey into his spiritual spatial zone, nor did he let them reside in the pavilion. Instead, he kept them within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The platinum cane loofah and the celery vine were placed on the table inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone by Lin Yuan. An ordinary wooden table was gradually turned into jade due to the spirit chi concentration that was 10 times more concentrated than the outside world. It was now extremely exquisite. Lin Yuan now had an idea to place more wooden materials within the Spirit Lock spatial zone and allow them to turn into jade after a period of time. Turning wooden to a jade-like texture might not be useful, but it was very rare. The great appearance also allowed the price to be marked up, especially jade-textured furniture were considered luxury items. When Genius and Chimey were hungry, they could just consume the platinum celery vine and cane loofah from the table. After experiencing that battle earlier and seeing Lin Yuan vomiting blood, Genius and Chimey were obediently sticking onto Lin Yuan. After every minute or two, Chimey would be chirping noisily beside Lin Yuan's ears, and it would only relax after Lin Yuan guaranteed that he was fine. Genius was also crouching on Lin Yuan's shoulder and saying, "Yuan, I was scared to death. I am useless and couldn't be of any use in combat." Lin Yuan quickly rubbed Genius' head until it let out a comfortable purr. Lin Yuan then said, "Had it not been for your glass's form, allowing me to dodge the chi force at the crucial moment, I might not have been able to crawl up after the first wave of attack. Therefore, Genius is great." Genius meowed a few times after hearing Lin Yuan's response and climbed up the table to seek a comfortable position before sleeping soundly. After seeing Lin Yuan praising Genius, Chimey chirped loudly and flew beside Lin Yuan's ear again. Lin Yuan then chuckled and plucked off a leaf of the celery vine before feeding it to Chimey. Chimey's sound thrust is great too. Had it not been for Chimey's sound thrust, it would have been impossible to nearly injure Cheng Rui. After Lin Yuan's praise, Chimey ate the small tiered-up shards of celery vine leaves happily. Once it ate and drank to its fill, it flew toward Genius' head with satisfaction before sleeping within Genius' fur. The battle earlier had exhausted plenty of Genius and Chimey's spirit. The easiest way to replenish the spirit exhaustion was to have a great sleep. As for the Gold Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, Lin Yuan had already placed it for sale on his Star Web store. Plenty of people offered to buy it, their offers great at that, but Lin Yuan hesitated to sell it. Lin Yuan walked to the water tanks beside the spirit pool and noticed that many of the 5 fortune ranchu eggs had already hatched. Numerous small fish were swimming within the water tanks, and they were less than half a centimeter long. The spirit siphon goldfish's baby fish didn't require any food when in an environment with rich spirit chi. However, Lin Yuan still scooped the first batch of baby fish into another water tank. The baby fish had poor vision, and due to the rapid growth in this rich spirit chi environment, they might just eat up those eggs that had yet to hatch. The spirit pool also had plenty of normal spirit siphon goldfish that had evolved into elite grade. However, these elite spirit siphon goldfish only dared to swim at the border of the spirit pool. Only Lin Yuan's contracted spirit gather goldfish, Blackie, would be able to enjoy the central and spacious part of the spirit pool. From time to time, it would sink to the bottom of the pool to consume one butterfly shell, giving off a truly relaxed feeling. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan noticed a very interesting scene. The spirit gather goldfish, Blackie grabbed a butterfly shell and swam toward the edge of the pool. It then brandished its tail to push aside two elite spirit siphon goldfish, leaving behind a female 5 fortune ranchu. Blackie spat out the butterfly shell toward the female 5 fortune ranchu, and after seeing the female 5 fortune ranchu carefully eating the butterfly shell, Blackie then turned back with pride and swam back to the center of the pool. After the female 5 fortune ranchu ate the butterfly shell, it swam toward the center of the pool carefully. Blackie didn't bother about the female 5 fortune ranchu that swam over, but when other elite spirit siphon goldfish swam over, Blackie would ruthlessly swing its big tail to chase them away. Lin Yuan was flabbergasted and involuntarily recalled about the fiendish couple when he had picked up the bottle cap. He suddenly felt as though he was fed with dog food by his own fey and said silently in his mind, "Animals have emotions and feelings too." At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard an extremely delicate sound. He turned around and noticed that the butterfly cocoon he had placed on the table had cracked open lightly. A newborn blue flash butterfly was trying its best to emerge. The newborn blue flash butterfly's wings were still very tender as they were all crumpled together and couldn't extend fully. Lin Yuan only walked over and watched without doing anything else. A butterfly's first obstacle was to extend its wings, and it was the hardest obstacle that plenty of butterflies weren't able to overcome. However, once it overcame this obstacle, the butterfly wouldn't have any more obstructions and would be able to soar freely in the blue skies. But once the blue flash butterfly extended its wing fully, Lin Yuan was stunned. The wings weren't blue but purple. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded and didn't hesitate to use Morbius' exclusive skill, Spirit Lock, to set this purple-winged blue flash butterfly as a spirit-locked fey. Lin Yuan was unable to come back to his senses even after forming the contract with the blue flash butterfly. Am I really that lucky to form a contract with a blue flash purple butterfly that almost never appears within the blue flash butterfly species? The blue flash purple butterfly was considered the purest existence among the blue flash butterflies. As soon as it hatched from the butterfly cocoon, it would go through an evolution toward the ancestry line, awakening the flawless model among the order Lepidoptera. Blue flash purple butterflies were truly too rare, so rare that they only existed in ancient texts before the spirit chi awakening. Most of the people treated the blue flash purple butterfly as a species that didn't exist, and they were feys that existed only in concepts. Even fey pageants treated the blue flash purple butterfly as fantasy breeds that weren't fantasy breeds. Because of blue flash purple butterfly's legend, the blue light goddess butterfly, which evolved from the blue flash butterfly, was actually put at the first place during fey pageants. However, the officials weren't able to determine if blue flash purple butterflies actually existed. After all, it wasn't possible to prove the blue flash purple butterfly's existence just by taking reference to the ancient texts. Therefore, the purple light goddess butterfly's absolute beauty wasn't taken into consideration for the blue light goddess butterfly's ranking. Otherwise, the blue light goddess butterfly wouldn't have fallen out of the top 3 due to its inferior abilities. When Lin Yuan looked at the blue flash purple butterfly and checked True Data's information, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. The blue flash purple butterfly was indeed a fey that evolved toward the flawless model when hatching from the butterfly cocoon. The basic ability of a normal blue flash purple butterfly, silent scale powder, was entirely different from the silent scale powder from a blue flash butterfly. The blue flash butterfly's scale powder could be scattered by great winds and other natural environmental effects, especially when the scale powder was washed off by rainwater, so its silence ability would lose its effect. However, the blue flash purple butterfly's silent scale powder had the strongest trait as it had the ability to attach. After contacting the target, the tiny scale powder would sink into the target's skin. Unless it was an incineration ability, such as blazing flame that could burn off the scale powder's powerful effects, great winds would have a tough time removing the scale powder from inflicted targets. At the same time, rainwater would only enhance the effects of the scale powder on the skin. The blue flash purple butterfly is truly powerful. Lin Yuan let out an involuntary sigh. From now on, the blue flash purple butterfly was no longer a legend, as there was one in Lin Yuan's hands. Chapter 115, Scale Powder Halo. As a flawless model of the blue flash butterfly, the blue flash purple butterfly naturally could not escape the curse of its abilities. Its normal ability was still formidable, but its future abilities were all rather useless. However, it was not an immense influence on Lin Yuan, as he only needed the blue flash purple butterfly's basic ability. The blue flash purple butterfly's normal ability, Silent Scale Powder, had the exceptional trait to attach, and it was definitely a divine ability among the control abilities. If he used it appropriately, it could certainly affect the situation of a battle and catch the opponent off guard. After forming a contract with the blue flash purple butterfly, Lin Yuan started to channel spirit chi toward the normal blue flash purple butterfly that was only the size of half a palm. In just less than 1 hour, the blue flash purple butterfly's body was shaking rapidly and scattering layers of glistening scale powder. Soon, Lin Yuan evolved this blue flash purple butterfly from normal I/normal to elite X/epic. Then, he continued evolving the blue flash purple butterfly into bronze. The blue flash purple butterfly's shaking body suddenly released a light purple halo. It had an indescribable beauty, and it could only be described as a calming purple. The layers of scale powder surrounding the blue flash purple butterfly suddenly burst out and formed an illusory halo zone that was around half a meter. The spirit chi that Lin Yuan was channeling had already broken through the blue flash purple butterfly's bottleneck, and it was now officially a bronze fey. After evolving into a bronze fey, when the blue flash purple butterfly flapped its wings, it would produce a blue-purple light and spread out the scale powder that surrounded the body. It felt as though the illusory halo was shattered. A blue flash purple butterfly that was more than twice as big as before and bigger than a fist flew out of the halo and landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder. The butterfly with a purple halo on his shoulder made it seem like an immortal ascension. As a straight guy, when Lin Yuan looked at the bronze blue flash purple butterfly, he suddenly could understand why beautiful feys were so expensive and made people scramble for them. Every glance at it was a wonderful experience. The blue flash purple butterfly fluttered its wings and danced around Lin Yuan intimately. Since the blue flash purple butterfly had reached epic at elite grade, 3 exclusive skills naturally appeared when it evolved into a bronze fey. Lin Yuan looked at the exclusive skills. Hard scale powder. The scale powder is like fine metallic powder. Rubbing onto the scale powder might cause cuts by the sharpness of the fine surface. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this exclusive skill was relatively useless. The blue flash purple butterfly's silent scale powder needed to be light so that it could spread quickly when released. However, the hard scale powder would not enhance the control effect of the silent scale powder. Instead, it would affect the release of the silent scale powder and its attachment. Such an exclusive skill was the most pathetic. If the blue flash purple butterfly was not evolved from an epic at elite, this exclusive skill would ruin a rare fey like it. This was why so many spirit chi professionals were eager to have their feys reach epic before they advanced to bronze at elite. Lin Yuan skipped this exclusive skill and looked at the second one. Flashing wings quickly increases flying speed. With the scale powder on the wings, it allows flying to be as fast as a flash. This exclusive skill increased the blue flash purple butterfly's survivability. It was reasonably a wonderful ability for support-type feys with control abilities, especially feys with almost no defense like the blue flash purple butterfly. It could greatly increase the mistake tolerance in a battle, but it was of little use for Lin Yuan. The blue flash purple butterfly was Morbius spirit-locked fey, and Lin Yuan was wearing the Morbius bracelet. Therefore, he could release the ability of the blue flash purple butterfly by raising his hand. Although summoning the blue flash purple butterfly to release the silent scale powder would increase the silent scale powder's effect, the flashing wing skill was not very useful to the blue flash purple butterfly. It did not need to appear every time it released the ability. Lin Yuan wanted to have a look at the third exclusive skill. If it was still incompatible, he could only choose the versatile flashing wings as its exclusive skill. However, when he saw the third exclusive skill, he could not help but wear a smile. Scale Powder Halo. Its scale powder contains a powerful reflective effect. The multifaceted reflection will cause the target being enveloped by the scale powder to suffer from light pollution and lead to dizziness or brief blindness. This might be a useless exclusive skill for other order Lepidoptera or butterfly feys. But for Lin Yuan, who could only use the blue flash purple butterfly's basic abilities, the scale powder halo was a divine skill. This was because the scale powder halo directly enhanced the control effect of its basic skill, silent scale powder. When the silent scale powder was scattered, the scale powder halo would produce a powerful illusory light through the light pollution, causing dizziness or brief blindness to the target. This exclusive skill allowed the silent scale powder to achieve dual control. At the same time, the scale powder halo ensured the silence effect of the silent scale powder. The scale powder halo would provide a head start. When a controlled target came back to its senses, they would have missed the best time to avoid the silent scale powder. At that time, while they would be removing the silent scale powder, Lin Yuan's other feys would attack. Each fey had thousands of exclusive skills, and it was not easy to select a suitable exclusive skill among them. Some people would even get the exclusive skill needed for bronze before forming a contract. But it was easier said than done to get a specific exclusive skill. Lin Yuan could not help but think of the girl with the braised egg head. She had reserved almost her 15th web-spraying spider from him. She still could get the exclusive skill she wanted, the transparent spider web, from the previous dozen of web-spraying spiders. Lin Yuan felt he had experienced two miracles from the moment he had his breakthrough today. The first miracle was that a blue flash purple butterfly with a probability of 1 in 10 million had flown out of the cocoon of the blue flash butterfly. The other one was that the blue flash purple butterfly actually obtained a suitable exclusive skill. The blue flash purple butterfly had only reached bronze, so the silent scale powder's effect was not yet strong. However, if the blue flash purple butterfly matured and had the silent scale powder with scale powder halo, it would certainly be a very powerful control ability on the battlefield. Chapter 116, Path Protector. Lin Yuan had sent a message to Lu Ji when he had returned to the Radiant Moon Palace earlier. After experiencing a life and death ordeal, Lin Yuan was really not in the mood to look at houses anymore. He had evolved the blue flash purple butterfly from bronze I/normal to bronze X/epic. However, he currently had no plans to evolve it into silver, as the blue flash purple butterfly's future potential was related to when it would evolve into a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan was not an absolute perfectionist, but this concerned his future, so he suppressed the grades of all his feys at bronze X. Another reason was that the grade and quality of Morbius were related to its spirit-locked feys. A spirit-lock fey could not be changed, so each of them was of utmost importance. Any feys stuck at a certain grade would simply be a disaster for Lin Yuan, as the grade of Morbius would also be forced to be stuck at the lowest grade of the spirit-locked feys. When the feys evolved into fantasy breed at bronze, Lin Yuan could raise the grade of the feys without it being forced to be stuck at bronze. At first, he had been thinking about how to get 2 mahogany tree cores for his jasmine lily to evolve from epic to legend. Yet, now, he only needed to take the Radiant Moon token and find the spiritual ingredients he needed in the treasure trove at the Radiance Palace. Thus, the next thing he had to do was to evolve Jasmine Lily to legend and fuse the willpower rune that he had gained an insight back at the mountains. That way, the Jasmine Lily would become his first fantasy breed fey. Lin Yuan did not know how strong a bronze fantasy breed would be, but he believed that it would definitely be stronger than a fey evolved into a fantasy breed at silver. A fey's evolution into a fantasy breed was beyond its inherent genetic model. It was an evolution toward the feys in fantasies. It would break through the Fantasy 5 transformations and evolve into a myth breed fey. Lin Yuan had shallow knowledge before and only knew about the fantasy breed, but not the myth breed. Nonetheless, he had now gotten to know and see it. Lin Yuan finalized the path that Jasmine Lily and his other feys would take after becoming fantasy breeds. Morbius had yet to wake up from its slumber. In fact, not much time had passed since Morbius fell asleep. However, it had never woken up, and Lin Yuan was worried. At that moment, there was a change in Morbius' attributes. Lin Yuan's vacant bronze spirit lock position was also filled. Fey name, Morbius. Fey species, Fey grade, bronze, 10/10. Fey type, spatial/mystery. Fey quality, epic. Abilities. True data, all complicated information that is invisible to the eye is turned into data. Information that is turned into data might contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. Calm mind, passive ability. Effects of calm mind can be improved according to the phase grade. Calm mind can stabilize the mind and has a certain probability of resisting negative conditions. Exclusive skill. Spirit lock, Morbius spatial zone can be used to nurture phase. The initial grade of the fey that Morbius spatial zone can nurture must not be higher than Morbius grade. Morbius isn't able to increase its grade by itself, so its grade will be increased along with the phase grade that it nurtures. At the same time, Morbius can obtain the initial ability of the fey that it nurtures. However, Morbius will not obtain abilities when its grade increases. Whenever Morbius increases a grade, it will be able to nurture one more fey. Morbius' method of growth will remain unchanged. Pure Land of Bliss, the Spirit Lock spatial zone will produce soil that is great for recovering near-death phase injuries. The phase recovery time will be determined by the grade of Morbius and the dying fey. Normal Spirit Lock. Jasmine Lily, Bronze, 10/10, Epic. Ability Heal, rapidly recovers external injuries and gradually recovers vitality. Exclusive Skill Recovery Imprint, accumulate the healing energy that is released by the Jasmine Lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Elite Spirit Lock. Spirit Gather Goldfish, Bronze, 10/10, Epic. Ability, Spirit Injection, restore a certain amount of spiritual power at once and gradually restore the lost spiritual power. Exclusive Skill Spirit Chi Imprint, the Spirit Chi that is constantly released to the environment will be stored within the Spirit Chi imprint instead. It will be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor can release Spirit Chi contained within the Spirit Chi imprint. Bronze Spirit Lock. Blue Flash Purple Butterfly, Bronze, 10/10, Epic. Ability, Silence Scale Powder, releases special scale powder with a silence effect, causing the target in contact with it to cannot communicate with spiritual power or use abilities. Exclusive Skill Scale Powder Halo, its scale powder has a powerful reflective effect. The multifaceted reflection will cause the target being enveloped by the scale powder to suffer from light pollution and lead to dizziness and even brief blindness. When looking at Morbius information under the true data, Lin Yuan felt that it was really hard to find a stronger healing type or support type phase like Morbius in this world. Each of Morbius' abilities corresponded to a fey, and the abilities of each fey corresponded to the exclusive skills. This allowed Lin Yuan to enhance Morbius' abilities according to the path he wanted. After devouring a vast amount of flesh from dimensional life forms, Red Thorn had evolved into Elite X/Epic. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan could not help Red Thorn reach from Elite X to Bronze. Red Thorn needed to devour a vast amount of flesh and break through the barrier by itself. It was difficult for Feys to break through this barrier, so it would take Red Thorn some time to evolve into Bronze. The most important thing now was to evolve the Jasmine Lily into a fantasy breed. Therefore, Lin Yuan had to head to the Radiant Moon Palace to obtain the spiritual ingredients required for his Jasmine Lily to evolve into legend. He walked out of the pavilion and walked toward the Radiant Moon Palace. From time to time, Lin Yuan could see some rare feys blooming or playing on the lawn in the flower garden next to the Radiant Moon Palace. Before Lin Yuan reached the Radiant Moon Palace, he saw Cold Moon approaching him. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Cold Moon bowed slightly and said in a clear voice, "Young Highness, the Moon Empress has invited you to go to the inner palace." Lin Yuan, who was startled to see Cold Moon bowing to him, quickly responded, "Senior, I can't afford your salutations." Lin Yuan respected experts. Not only did Cold Moon bow to him, but she also addressed him as Young Highness, which made Lin Yuan feel uncomfortable all over. Cold Moon looked at Lin Yuan, her usual cold expression tinted with a little warmth. "The Moon Empress is the master of the Radiant Moon Palace in Leaning Moon Mountain. Mystic Moon and I are her retainers, while you are her disciple and kin, so you deserve my salutation. After all, you're also the young master of the Radiant Moon Palace in Leaning Moon Mountain." Cold Moon paused and then added, "Not only do you deserve the salutation from Mystic Moon and me but also many people from the Radiance Federation." Cold Moon frowned when she recalled Lin Yuan being attacked by Cheng Wu. "The Moon Empress invited you over, probably to assign an expert that can protect you. There are errant people everywhere. Before you grow up, you will need a path protector." Lin Yuan frowned. His master, the Moon Empress, actually wanted to arrange a path protector for him? Chapter 117, When a Fox Has 7 Tails. Path protection was a very sacred term in the hearts of the Radiance Federation. Path protection referred to protecting a youth's safety and growth, as well as the path of a very young unsurpassed talent. A youth's path protector would protect them from all the dangers encountered on the journey of growing up. As a bystander, a path protector would watch the path they were protecting, which was also the growth of the youth. Those who were qualified to become path protectors were required to have a willpower rune. The path protector would then swear an oath at the willpower rune and protect the youth's growth with all their might and even their life until they were satisfied with it. The path protector would then activate their oath again and take on the duty of the youth's butler. They would not just protect the growth of the youth as a bystander. If a path protector was dissatisfied with the path they were protecting, the path protector would dissolve the rune oath with the youth once the youth grew up. From then on, the path protector would leave the youth and no longer protect them. Generally, the youths with path protectors were all from prestigious and high-ranking families. This was due to the fact that an expert would not gain any real benefits after becoming a path protector. They were just gambling on the youth's future. If the path they were protecting ceased to exist, the path protector would suffer a backlash from the willpower rune. The path protector would do their best to protect the youth's future until the youth matured. Thus, a path protector's protection was somewhat like the right of a knight before the spirit Qi awakening. Of course, a path protector did not just protect indiscriminately. Before the youth grew up, a path protector could only take action in the event of a life and death situation. It was a kind of life protection. Usually, even if the youth suffered insults and endless torture, the path protector could only watch if it was not a life and death situation. The resistance that a youth encountered might seem hard, but they were of utmost importance for the transformation of the youth's mentality or strength. This was because each step of the growth of the youths, especially the geniuses, was like stepping on thorns. Only when they stepped over the thorns could they reach the true heights and be at the top with a magnificent view from above. Lin Yuan had common knowledge about the path protectors, but he did not expect himself to have one. Even if the Moon Empress was his master, he did not expect to have an expert protecting him closely one day. Lin Yuan did not feel that this was a bad thing. He might not be able to adapt to it at first, but he did not need to worry about being assassinated. On the journey, when Cold Moon told Lin Yuan about Cheng Wu's sentence with a cold expression, her eyes would flash with cold light when she mentioned Cheng Wu. The sin cleansing pool's 5 sin cleansing weeping willows had been taken away because the spirit guards wanted to suppress the feys. Currently, Mystic Moon has replanted these 5 sin cleansing weeping willows. The sin cleansing spring in the sin cleansing pool is rather blocked, and Mystic Moon has also asked for it to be repaired and opened up. With the enhancement of the Moon Empress Moonlight, Cheng Wu could probably repent in the sin cleansing pool during his numbered days. Lin Yuan knew little about the sin cleansing weeping willows and the sin cleansing spring in the sin cleansing pool that Cold Moon had mentioned. However, all the people ranging from 10-year-olds to 80-year-olds from the Radiance Federation would have heard of the sin cleansing pool. This place that made people shudder had countless legends. Only the vilest people would be imprisoned in the sin cleansing pool to cleanse their sins. Cheng Wu would not have a good time in the sin cleansing pool. Lin Yuan did not express any opinions on Cheng Wu's sentence, as he did not want to make things difficult for the Moon Empress. He would never go easy on someone who wanted to kill him. However, Lin Yuan also understood that he relied on the power of his master, the Moon Empress, to do everything, and not because of his own strength. But this was only temporary. He believed that he would have a place in this world eventually. When he arrived in the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, he saw the Moon Empress combing the snow-white fur of a beautiful 7-tailed fey. This fey was a white fox with 7 tails. Its eyes were dark green, and its beautiful appearance exuded elegance. Its gaze could make anyone feel the unparalleled cruelty coming from it. At that moment, an ordinary rabbit that was eating a carrot jumped onto the Moon Empress' shoulders while constantly eating the carrot. When this rabbit jumped onto the Moon Empress' shoulder, the white 7-tailed fox suddenly lowered its head. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it seemed to be afraid of this rabbit. It slowly prostrated with its tail slightly curled up. This was how fox feys expressed their submission. Even though these feys were known for their arrogance and rarely submitted even to death, this fey was actually submissive. The fox feys had always been outstanding among the beast-type feys, as few were comparable to them. Furthermore, fox feys were very rare, so it was usually hard to see them, let alone a white 7-tailed fox. Lin Yuan remembered something recorded in some books on supernatural fables in his previous life. When a fox has 7 tails, a series of calamities will ensue. When a fox has 9 tails, the world will be in chaos. Before Lin Yuan could examine this white 7-tailed fox in front of him, the Moon Empress had finished combing its tail. She then raised her hand and stored this 7-tailed fox in the spiritual spatial zone. Cold Moon went forward and said, "Moon Empress, your calamity sun-swallowing fox has evolved from 6 tails to 7 tails. It seems to have evolved into mythi." The Moon Empress nodded and saw Lin Yuan. Then she waved her hand and said as a smile spread across her face, "Now that you're here, I guess you should have escaped from being assassinated." The Moon Empress examined Lin Yuan's expression and was also relieved. Previously, she had been thinking about how to enlighten him. Lin Yuan chuckled and revealed his white teeth, looking very cheerful. "I've made you worried, Master." Actually, Lin Yuan was not frightened because of the previous assassination. His expression had looked ugly because Lin Yuan truly recognized how weak he really was after the assassination. After living 2 lifetimes and died once, Ordinary people could not imagine Lin Yuan's firmness. When Lin Yuan addressed her as master, the Moon Empress beamed with joy right away, which left Cold Moon dumbfounded. Cold Moon could not remember how many years it had been since the Moon Empress had smiled so happily. Chapter 118, Mother of Bloodbath. Cold Moon also revealed a rare smile on her normally cold face. She wasn't just happy for the Moon Empress, she was actually influenced by the atmosphere. After some casual talk, the Moon Empress' face suddenly turned serious and stern. I have been considering and feel that it is better to pick a path protector for you early. If you are in danger, at least, your safety is guaranteed. Lin Yuan didn't refuse and nodded. Master, I shall listen to your arrangement. The Moon Empress' smile was maintained on her face as Lin Yuan didn't refuse. This disciple that she had accepted was rather strong-minded and wasn't very used to relying on her. Therefore, as his master, the Moon Empress struggled to speak some of the words. Now that Lin Yuan accepted in such a straightforward manner, the Moon Empress made a rare joke. Your path protector is in this inner palace and within your vision. Let's see if you can find the individual. Lin Yuan looked around the large hall, and his eyes finally landed on Cold Moon. He involuntarily thought, Master wouldn't have arranged for Cold Moon to be my path protector, right? Cold Moon smiled and looked at Lin Yuan, she didn't speak nor nod. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, while a strange voice echoed from it. The voice sounded rather chilly, and it made his hair stand on end. However, this eerie female voice was also abnormally pleasant. Kid, where are you looking? Your path protector is here. When Lin Yuan felt a weight on his shoulder, he knew that something had landed on it. He turned around and noticed that a red and crystal sculpture-like spider had actually landed on his shoulder. The spider legs had bright red crystal-like hair and were so red that they were dazzling as if dipped in blood. Its outer shell looked like it was sculpted from a red crystal, bright red at that gave off a cruel beauty. This spider life form looked just like a flawless product of heaven. However, its 8 slender legs and body were filled with spikes that exhibited its prowess. At the same time, Lin Yuan felt as though he could smell a faint aura of blood from this spider. It was as if it emitted a layer of sticky blood energy. As Lin Yuan was observing this red crystal-like spider, the latter was also observing Lin Yuan carefully. Lin Yuan observed for a moment before he turned to look at the Moon Empress, who nodded. That's right. This is your path protector. Mother of Bloodbath. It is a suzerain/myth fey. After hearing the Moon Empress words, he couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, my master actually got a fey as my path protector, and a myth at that? But what is suzerain grade? Suzerain fey. Before the Moon Empress could speak, the Mother of Bloodbath was already replying, suzerain grade is above diamond grade, suzerain. Before the Mother of Bloodbath could finish talking, it suddenly closed its mouth as it could see the Moon Empress looking at it with cold eyes. The Moon Empress looked at the Mother of Bloodbath with anger. My fine disciple is finally asking a question. As his master, I haven't even given my guidance, so why are you trying to answer? The Moon Empress ignored the Mother of Bloodbath's initial explanation and started from the beginning again. Diamond grade isn't actually the limit. Suzerain grade comes after diamond grade. Suzerain feys will be able to produce a domain that is in accordance with their exclusive skill. The sky of moonlight that you saw previously was Cold Moon Lone Disk's domain power. Lin Yuan was carefully noting down the Moon Empress words and heard her saying again, this world doesn't just have human experts, but also fey experts. For a fey to evolve into a fantasy breed, the easiest method is to form a contract with humans. Once its quality reaches legend, and the fey fuses with the contractor's willpower rune, it can become a fantasy breed. However, this isn't the only method for a fey to become a fantasy breed. The Moon Empress paused for a moment, and when she noticed that Lin Yuan was listening intently to her, she nodded with satisfaction and continued. A fey without a contractor will generally reach its limit at diamond. However, if it can upgrade its quality to legend at the diamond, then they might have a chance to comprehend a willpower rune. It would allow them to fuse with the newly comprehended willpower rune and become a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan was flabbergasted. This was his first time hearing that a fey could evolve into a fantasy breed without a contractor. However, according to what the Moon Empress said, a fey would need to be at least diamond grade before it could become a fantasy breed. Lin Yuan couldn't help but recall the 2 silver stamen gold luster caches planted at the Radiant Moon Palace entrance as they were already Diamond X/Legend. They were probably waiting to comprehend a willpower rune to upgrade into a fantasy breed. Before Lin Yuan could continue thinking more, the Moon Empress continued speaking. A wild fey might be able to become a fantasy breed at diamond grade, but it would still be stuck at diamond grade. It can only evolve to suzerain grade after its quality reaches fantasy V. Lin Yuan gasped with admiration as the evolution of life forms in the river of life was one that never rested. After hearing the concept of suzerain grade for the first time, Lin Yuan involuntarily asked, "Is suzerain grade much stronger than diamond grade?" The mother of bloodbath couldn't keep its mouth shut anymore. Diamond and suzerain are two completely different levels. It isn't possible to even compare them. When a fantasy V Fey evolves to the suzerain grade, it will experience a world cleansing. Only those who evolve to suzerain grade after the world cleansing have the possibility to reach myth breed. The Moon Empress rescued me during the world cleansing, and thus I am willing to be the path protector for a young runt like you. The mother of bloodbath revealed a slight trace of fear when mentioning the world cleansing. Hence, Lin Yuan understood that the world cleansing was considered an opportunity and also a calamity for feys. The beautiful thing about life was that it would transform and undergo rebirth after a calamity. If it couldn't surpass the calamity, then the evolution process would cease to exist in the river of life. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan solemnly and said, "This is considered a top secret of the Radiance Federation. Only king-class experts are qualified to know, so most of the people place their attention on the quality of feys and neglect their grade, which is the most fundamental attribute. In order to evolve to suzerain grade, the fey will have to reach fantasy V at diamond grade. In the eyes of any suzerain fey, all feys that aren't at the suzerain are just ants that are slightly more powerful." Lin Yuan didn't know much about the myth breed. He only knew that it was above the fantasy breed. But now, he learned that in order to reach the myth breed, a fey had to reach fantasy V and evolve to suzerain grade first. Lin Yuan had always felt doubtful as to why all the fantasy breed feys were only at diamond grade. He finally understood now. Only when a diamond/fantasy V fey reached suzerain grade would the said fey be able to get access and ascend into a myth breed. Chapter 119, Lorun. Blood-colored energy filled the entire inner palace. Even the dozens of sparkling diamond lotus flowers in the lotus lake were over-enveloped. The few platinum spirit siphon goldfish were all hiding under the lotus leaves and didn't dare to reveal themselves. The blood-colored energy made Lin Yuan feel as though he was in a bottomless pool of blood that he couldn't escape from. The viscous blood seemed like it could devour everything. A strange female voice with a special tone, cruel and with a hint of solemnity, echoed. A blood-colored rune was shot out of the mother of bloodbath's back, and it was emitting blood-colored waves of light. I, the mother of bloodbath, used the Lorun to activate the oath, concluding the Path Protector's contract and becoming Lin Yuan's Path Protector. After the statement concluded, Lin Yuan felt a trace of energy splitting off from the blood-colored rune and landing on his body. It made Lin Yuan have a subtle feeling that he was connected with the blood-colored rune. Once the Path Protector contract was formed, the mother of bloodbath was now officially Lin Yuan's Path Protector. From this moment on, Lin Yuan would also have his own Path Protector. After forming the Path Protector contract, the mother of bloodbath looked as though she had exhausted a lot of energy and said with an unwilling tone, "Kid, you are really lucky to form the Path Protector contract. With the influence of my lore rune, you will have a much easier time to comprehend willpower runes." When the mother of bloodbath was speaking, it was stretching around its hair-filled spider legs. It looked at Lin Yuan with its red eyes as though he was enjoying all the benefits. Once the mother of bloodbath finished speaking, it turned to speak with the Moon Empress seriously. "I am indebted to the Moon Empress for giving me a new life. This time, I shall treat this as repaying the favor to the Moon Empress." The Moon Empress looked at the mother of bloodbath and spoke in a cold tone. "Protecting and becoming the Path Protector of this Empress disciple. This Empress shall accept the conditions." The mother of bloodbath didn't say anything else. It turned into a red crystal spider that was only 1 centimeter long and extremely exquisite with a red flash of energy. It then jumped into Lin Yuan's hair gently before vanishing within his hair. As a Path Protector, the mother of bloodbath didn't have any feelings toward Lin Yuan. It was only willing to become his Path Protector, just to repay the life-saving favor. As such, the mother of bloodbath wouldn't give any preferential treatment to Lin Yuan. It would only do what a Path Protector had to do and made sure that he wouldn't get killed. The blood-colored energy gradually fused into Lin Yuan's spiritual energy, giving a lift to Lin Yuan's spirit. He felt as if the whole world was much clearer. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan felt he was going to comprehend something as if he could grasp something if he reached out his hand. However, there was also a vague layer of window paper. But what is the Lorun that the mother of bloodbath mentioned? Lin Yuan opened his eyes after the comprehension and saw the Moon Empress smiling at him. Before Lin Yuan asked, the Moon Empress said, when the Mother of Bloodbath became your path protector, you comprehended a trace of the law rune that the Mother of Bloodbath possesses. It is great as you will be able to comprehend willpower runes in the future. The most difficult thing for the young generation is to comprehend the world's willpower runes. Presently, sequence number 1 of the Radiance 100 already possesses 3 willpower runes. The Moon Empress' objective for saying this was to give Lin Yuan motivation and also pressure. She wanted Lin Yuan to know his advantage, as well as the state of the strongest expert among the young generation. Lin Yuan suddenly clenched his fist tightly. Don't I have 3 willpower runes in my spiritual spatial zone? However, I have never told this to anyone yet. I might lack strength, but in terms of the number of comprehended willpower runes, I have unknowingly reached the level of the number 1 expert of the Radiance Federation's young generation. Lin Yuan obviously knew that he had obtained an advantage that others could only dream of having. It was to obtain a trace of the law rune's energy and gain enlightenment, which would definitely increase the comprehension ability of willpower runes. However, Lin Yuan still didn't know what a law rune was. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan's pondering eyes, she explained, after evolving to suzerain at Fantasy V, if the Fey wishes to reach the myth breed, the willpower rune will need to transform into the law rune. The Moon Empress then said nonchalantly, willpower runes are to comprehend the will of the world, while law runes are to comprehend the laws of the world before turning them into something to be used. Therefore, there's a huge gap between myth breeds and fantasy breeds. After asking some knowledge-related questions, Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress conducted a question-and-answer exercise. Once Lin Yuan asked a question, the Moon Empress would use her experiences to answer. Simultaneously, the Moon Empress was also helping Lin Yuan strengthen the foundation of his knowledge. The questions and answers were truly a joy for the master and disciple pair. Once Lin Yuan left, Cold Moon walked toward the jade-like table and picked up a small delicate pot that looked like it was made of glazed porcelain. She then poured out a cup of tea that was amber in color. Cold Moon handed the teacup to the Moon Empress and said, "Lordess, it has been a long time since you have been so happy." The Moon Empress picked up the cup of tea and took a sip of the amber-colored tea, which left a refreshing, sweet aftertaste. It truly feels great to have a disciple. I feel very proud as I see a young fellow growing step by step. It feels as if I am looking at my young self. When the Moon Empress spoke, the corners of her mouth were curved up slightly. Perhaps this was the satisfaction of a master passing down knowledge to the disciple. After exiting the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, Lin Yuan headed toward the Radiant Moon Palace's other side, where the spiritual ingredient vault was. Lin Yuan already had the revival soil, so he just required a liter of grasswood fountain water and 2 mahogany tree cores. These 2 spiritual ingredients might be rather rare in the outside world, but Lin Yuan was truly worried that he wouldn't be able to find them in the Radiant Moon Palace's vault. After all, the grade of these spiritual ingredients were obviously lower than the regular spiritual ingredients in the vault. A red crystal spider was within Lin Yuan's soft hair, lying there quietly, and it was like a 1 centimeter sculpture. It was none other than the Mother of Bloodbath. It was currently in a strange state. When inside Lin Yuan's hair, the Mother of Bloodbath could constantly feel Lin Yuan's body emitting very pure spirit qi. Feys loved pure spirit qi, and when the Mother of Bloodbath sensed Lin Yuan's spirit qi, it felt that it wasn't as bad as it imagined to be his path protector. Feys had very simple thoughts, and Lin Yuan's plant spirit qi made the Mother of Bloodbath feel amiable. Thus, its impression of Lin Yuan was naturally better than before. Lin Yuan knew that the Mother of Bloodbath was lying in his hair, so he said, "Senior, I will need to trouble you in the future." The Mother of Bloodbath let out a light snort and lifted its legs before jumping onto Lin Yuan's nose. "There is no need to call me Senior. You may address me as Mother of Bloodbath. During normal times, don't call me. Unless you are in a certain death situation, I will not interfere." After speaking, the Mother of Bloodbath jumped off from Lin Yuan's nose and landed on the leaf-shaped diamond Fey storage box on Lin Yuan's chest. It looked as though there was a decorative red crystal spider on the leaf, and it was extremely exquisite. Even if someone looked carefully, it was impossible to see that the spider was a living creature. Chapter 120, Path of Original Intention. After walking to the Radiant Moon Palace's spiritual ingredient vault, Lin Yuan noticed there were 3 spirit attendants in light yellow robes. He had even encountered 2 of the spirit attendants before, as they were the ones that had come to clean up the pavilion. Since Lin Yuan had heard the idle conversation carried by the wind, he could still vaguely remember their names. The one with the exquisite makeup was called Jin Qi, and the one without makeup was called Wen Yu. As for the other girl, Lin Yuan had never encountered before. When the trio saw Lin Yuan approaching, Jin Qi's eyes lit up as she hurried to bow. Lord Lin Yuan, it has been a long time. Lin Yuan nodded and took out a token, carved with 2 crescent moons, and said, I am here at the vault to retrieve some spiritual ingredients. Jin Qi quickly responded, what spiritual ingredients does Lord Lin Yuan require? I will go and prepare them right now. Lin Yuan scratched his head and said, I need 1 liter of grasswood fountain water and 2 mahogany tree cores. When Jin Qi came forward, she had the intention to block off Wen Yu and the other spirit attendant. She didn't even want to give Wen Yu and the other spirit attendant a chance to speak. She thought that she would definitely serve Lin Yuan to his satisfaction for whatever spiritual ingredients he requested. But when she heard that the requests were 1 liter of grasswood fountain water and 2 mahogany tree cores, she was rather confused and stood there in a daze for 2 seconds. The other spirit attendant that Lin Yuan didn't know walked over and said to Lin Yuan in a respectful tone, Lord Lin Yuan, the vault does have mahogany tree cores, but there isn't any grasswood fountain water. Because the stream at the waist of the Leaning Moon Mountain is made up of grasswood fountain water. If you need it, I will go and fetch some for you now. Jin Qi silently glared at the young girl. She didn't think that a 2-second daze would allow someone to cut into the conversation. When the young girl saw Jin Qi glaring at her, she glared back seamlessly. Until now, Jin Qi didn't really understand why Lin Yuan wanted the mahogany tree cores and grasswood fountain water, but she still interrupted with decisiveness. Lord Lin Yuan, I will go at the waist of the mountain and fetch the grasswood fountain water for you. Lin Yuan was rendered speechless as his speculation was actually correct. The spiritual ingredients he required were rare outside but weren't even qualified to enter the Radiant Moon Palace's vault. An entire stream of grasswood fountain water? How many liters is that? The amount of wealth is absurd. Jin Qi immediately prepared to set off for Leaning Moon Mountain's waist to fetch the grasswood fountain water upon seeing Lin Yuan nod. But when she was about to leave, she suddenly thought, wouldn't I be giving others the chance if I go and fetch the grasswood fountain water? Jin Qi made a quick counter-plan and pulled along the young girl that had interrupted her. Xi, accompany me to fetch the grasswood fountain water. Since Lord Lin Yuan requires some, we will fetch more and store it in the vault. The young girl called Xi was reluctantly pulled away from the Radiant Moon Palace by Jin Qi. This was the lesser of 2 evils principle. In Jin Qi's eyes, Xi had more competitive power than Wen Yu. The thoughts of a young girl were things that Lin Yuan wouldn't understand and wouldn't be able to guess either. Presently, only the spirit attendant named Wen Yu was left. Lin Yuan gestured and said, it just so happens that I need some other spiritual ingredients. Why don't you help me with it? Wen Yu bowed and waited for Lin Yuan to continue. He then wrote down all the spiritual ingredients he required on a piece of paper. These were all spiritual ingredients required for Genius and Chimey to reach the legend quality. Genius and Chimey might not have a suitable willpower rune yet, but their quality could be upgraded to legend first. Wen Yu received the paper and replied, Lord Lin Yuan, these spiritual ingredients are all available in the vault. I wonder whether you will wait here for me or enter with me. Since Lin Yuan had nothing else to do, he said, we will enter together then. Once inside the Radiant Moon Palace's vault, Lin Yuan saw all sorts of spiritual ingredients, and they were all sorted into boxes of different materials on various racks. Due to the different traits of the spiritual ingredients, their storage boxes had to be particularly specific too. Lin Yuan was truly dazzled by the different types of spiritual ingredients. Wen Yu was very familiar with this place, so she took just a moment to gather everything that Lin Yuan required and store them in a fey storage box. When Lin Yuan received the fey storage box and was preparing to exit with Wen Yu, she suddenly coughed violently. Wen Yu used a handkerchief to cover her mouth, but the handkerchief was still dyed with some fresh blood. Evidently, she had coughed out earlier too. After the violent coughing, Wen Yu turned and bowed to Lin Yuan. My apologies, Lord Lin Yuan. I have been rude. Lin Yuan could see that Wen Yu was rather apprehensive when she spoke. He looked at Wen Yu and said, there is nothing rude. Humans are mortals. How can anyone remain healthy all the time? Wen Yu let out an apologetic smile. Lin Yuan then recalled about that night's idle conversation and asked, the competitive pressure among spirit attendants must be tough, right? Wen Yu nodded as she replied, the spirit attendants will go through a selection every year. If we don't reach the standard, we will lose our qualifications to be spirit attendants. After Wen Yu replied, Lin Yuan posed a question that stunned her. If the competition between spirit attendants is so intense, is it worth it to risk injuring the roots to save someone? Wen Yu didn't expect the conversation that night to be overheard, and she really didn't know how to answer Lin Yuan's sudden question. Her talent was originally ranked in the top 3, but after she rescued someone and injured her roots, her performance had declined, and she was at the bottom now. She was already determined that she would be the one to lose her qualifications as a spirit attendant. Since then, she had suffered all sorts of bullying and suppression from her comrades. The person she had rescued had been filled with gratitude at first, but the said person gradually distanced themselves from her and even started to bully her too. This was the harsh reality. Did Wen Yu regret it? Perhaps. But why didn't she even think before rushing over without regard? Was it foolish? It might seem a little foolish now. Nonetheless, no matter how foolish or regretful she was, her actions back then were in accordance with her true self. When Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu biting her lips and not giving a reply after a long time, he smiled. After suffering all the bullying and suppression, if she is able to say that she doesn't regret it without hesitation, that would definitely be false. She is truly a genuine and kind person, which is rather hard to find. Lin Yuan turned around and gestured. Later on, you will help me to bring the grasswood fountain water to the pavilion I am residing at. I will return first. While walking back, the mother of Bloodbath, which had stayed silent until now, spoke. Why? Has she touched you, and you wish to heal her injuries now? The mother of Bloodbath's tone sounded mocking. Feys that were able to reach this current state had already disregarded sympathy. Natural selection and survival of the fittest, those were the Feys' iron rules. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, since she chose her own path, then she must persist and grit her teeth to go on. The mother of Bloodbath didn't respond and continued to lay on the leaf. It then heard Lin Yuan saying again, but I wish to tell her when I am still capable that her path of original intention isn't wrong. After speaking, Lin Yuan walked on with determination. At the same time, something undetectable happened. The red spider shivered a little, and its aura became gentle. Chapter 121, Upgrading to Legend. When Wen Yu walked out of Lin Yuan's pavilion, she might have a pale complexion and was still sickly in appearance, but her eyes emitted a different light. It wasn't as bright as the lustrous stars, but it was a kind of determination of being acknowledged. She was holding tightly to a very small amber-colored bottle and was just clamping on it tightly. The afternoon sun was burning like fire, and even though it was deep into autumn, it still gave warmth to the body. Wen Yu walked on the stone pavement and looked at the bottle in her hands. Her eyes suddenly turned red. A tear dropped on the stone pavement with a drip sound, which produced a watermark. The watermark was quickly evaporated by the proud afternoon sun, and even the tears in Wen Yu's eyes turned into mist. The bottle she was holding tightly contained a drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. It was the Radiant Moon Palace's exclusive product, and it was always precious. Even the spirit attendants nurtured by the Radiant Moon Palace would only be able to obtain one drop when they were selected as spirit attendants. It helped to cleanse the impurities within their bodies and increase their potential. The Radiant Moon Palace might seem like a peaceful place, but the competition between spirit attendants never stopped. A moment of impulse and kindness had allowed Wen Yu to see the world's harsh reality during this year. With this drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar in her hand, she would be able to cleanse her body's impurities again and heal her injured roots. Therefore, once she drank this drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, she would be able to remove the burden. At that moment, Wen Yu wasn't just grateful for this drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. It was because the uncertain path she had chosen had now been proven to be correct. At least, someone had acknowledged this path, and she wasn't just a kind-hearted fool. To sacrifice one's future to do a good deed might sound nice, but Wen Yu might not do it again. Even if she was going to do so, she would weigh out the options with the benefits and losses. After a close encounter with the harsh reality, it allowed Wen Yu to know when she should be using her kindness. Lin Yuan didn't wish to see an originally kind-hearted person turning to the darkness at the end. At least, this drop of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar would allow a kind-hearted young girl to retain that injured kindness, keeping it at the bottom of her heart. When the mother of Bloodbath saw that Lin Yuan was preparing to enhance Feys, it flashed and went outside of the pavilion. It laid on the pavilion's roof motionlessly as though it was going into a deep sleep. When a creation master enhanced Feys, it would easily distract the creation master if someone was around. Thus, when creation masters wanted to enhance Feys, they would choose to be in the breeding room where no one would disturb them. When there was a contest between creation masters, apart from comparing their capabilities, they would also compare their mental attributes and resistance to disturbances. When a creation master was preparing a concoction, the sound of a slight distraction might waste all of the spiritual ingredients and might even affect the Fey from evolving to the next grade or upgrading its quality. Lin Yuan returned to the pavilion and took out the spiritual ingredients he had obtained from the Radiant Moon Palace's vault. He checked them carefully, and when there wasn't any problem, he placed them on the table. This matter involved the upgrading of his Fey's quality, so Lin Yuan had to be cautious. He first soaked in the spring water to clean off the dust on his body before changing into a set of clean clothes. He was preparing to upgrade the qualities for the Jasmine Lily, Chimey, Genius, the Spirit Gather Goldfish, and the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. Lin Yuan never had the chance to upgrade a Fey's quality from Epic to Legend, so he didn't know the difficulty level. Although he imagined that it wasn't going to be easy, he would finally experience it. He now had a total of 7 Feys. However, Morbius quality couldn't be upgraded with normal methods as the quality of the spirit-locked Feys would upgrade it. Redthorn would also have to upgrade its quality by the consumption of flesh. As such, Lin Yuan could only upgrade the quality of the Jasmine Lily, Chimey, Genius, Spirit Gather Goldfish, and Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Since he was going to go into seclusion and upgrade the quality of all 5 Feys, he simply chose the Jasmine Lily as the first Fey. Lin Yuan prepared a purple sand pot one before pouring the revival soil inside. He then took out 2 mahogany tree cores, which were superior among the other mahogany tree cores. While looking at the dark red mahogany tree cores, Lin Yuan couldn't help touching them a little. The mahogany tree cores were filled with tree bark patterns. They were tree cores from mahogany pines, and for each year of age, the tree core would have an additional pattern. Hence, when Lin Yuan looked at these mahogany tree cores, he knew that they came from 2, at least, 100-year-old mahogany pines. Lin Yuan took out a crystal bowl before crushing and grinding them carefully. He then poured the mahogany tree cores powder into the revival soil and stirred them up meticulously. Immediately after, Lin Yuan planted his Bronze X/Epic Jasmine Lily into the mixture. The Jasmine Lily quickly extended its roots into the mixture before starting to absorb the nutrients. The Jasmine Lily was lush and plump as a succulent, while the flower was translucent and limpid, emitting a light fragrance. As it got closer to the core of the flower, the color would look more like jade. If one took a casual glance, they would feel as though there was a good-looking jade at the center of the Jasmine Lily's flower. Since the Jasmine Lily was taking root, Lin Yuan started to pour in the grasswood fountain water slowly. Once the soil mixture was moist enough, he stopped pouring more grasswood fountain water and circulated his spiritual power to enhance the Jasmine Lily. Every time the Jasmine Lily absorbed the grasswood fountain water in the soil mixture would dry up, and Lin Yuan would pour in more grasswood fountain water. As the Jasmine Lily absorbed the energy within the mixture of revival soil, mahogany tree cores, and grasswood fountain water, it would become greener. Lin Yuan enhanced the Jasmine Lily for a few hours before checking on its condition. He felt that it was truly a huge task to upgrade the Jasmine Lily's quality to legend. Thus, he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone to enhance the Jasmine Lily under an environment with more concentrated spirit chi. Time elapsed quickly. Apart from having his meals and 5 hours of sleep, Lin Yuan would spend the rest of the time enhancing the Jasmine Lily. 5 days later, apart from a small portion of revival soil left, the 2 mahogany tree cores powder and 1 liter of grasswood fountain water had been used up by Lin Yuan. The Jasmine Lily had already stopped absorbing the purple sand pot's energy, and Lin Yuan realized that its quality was now legend. Lin Yuan let out a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. After upgrading the Jasmine Lily's quality from epic to legend, Lin Yuan was now more certain. He knew that it would take around 5 days to enhance a bronze Fey from epic to legend within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Chapter 122, Evolving to Fantasy Breed. Lin Yuan was currently using his fingers to rub his temples while he was in deep thought. For the past 5 days, he had been sleeping for only 5 hours a day on average. The rest of the time would be basically used to enhance the Jasmine Lily, and it was truly exhausting for Lin Yuan. During the enhancement, Lin Yuan would need to constantly circulate the spiritual power within his body. In order to be able to circulate spiritual power like this, Lin Yuan would need at least 5 hours of sleep to compensate for the exhaustion. Of course, this was because of the bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar had consumed previously, as it had cleansed the impurities in his body. If Lin Yuan tried to enhance such a Fey before consuming the bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, his body wouldn't have been able to take it. While contemplating, Lin Yuan suddenly stood up. He found someone to bring over a silver/epic Fey for him to enhance within the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan realized that it was truly difficult for him to enhance a silver/epic fey to legend right now. He spent the past 2 days enhancing the silver/epic fey. After checking on the silver/epic fey's condition, Lin Yuan discovered that all his hard work for the past 2 days was all for naught. He was inadequate in enhancing the silver/epic fey to legend quality. After a rough calculation, if Lin Yuan wanted to enhance a silver/epic fey to legend quality, he would need to go through a sleepless process for over 2 months in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The current situation allowed Lin Yuan to know that he was completely different from other creation masters. It would be easier for other creation masters to enhance a phase quality from epic to legend if the phase grade was higher, but it was the opposite for Lin Yuan. For Lin Yuan, the lower the grade of the fey, the easier it was for him to enhance the quality from epic to legend. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, he was unable to increase a silver/epic phase quality to legend. If this matter was made known outside, it would overturn the perspective and knowledge of other creation masters. If Lin Yuan were to put a bronze/legend fey on an auction, it would probably cause an instant uproar in the Radiance Federation. All the major factions in the Radiance Federation would most probably be competing for it frenziedly. After the experiment, Lin Yuan asked for someone to bring the silver/epic needle-tailed squirrel away. He then went to look for the Moon Empress in the inner palace to inform her that he was planning to enter seclusion. Subsequently, Lin Yuan entered seclusion at the pavilion. He used over 20 days to enhance Genius, Chimey, the Spirit Gather Goldfish, and the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly from Bronze/Epic to Bronze/Legend. After rounding up the number of days, he took a total of 1 month to finally upgrade his 5 contracted phase from Epic to Legend quality. Lin Yuan was extremely exhausted now. During the last month, apart from his basic body functions maintenance and recovery, he would enhance the phase qualities. Therefore, he felt very fatigued. However, the joy of seeing his contracted phase upgrading from epic to legend quality was truly indescribable. Lin Yuan looked at the evolved states of Genius, Chimey, the Spirit Gather Goldfish, and the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. Their quality might be legend, but their appearances didn't undergo many changes. Nevertheless, their spirits and vitality were evidently enhanced. Genius fur had become even softer, while its memory was even better. Chimey's feathers had even more obvious cloud patterns, and its exclusive skill, Clear Sky's scorching trait, was more intense. Its voice was even more pleasant to the ears now and its singing ability way better. However, the current Chimey didn't know that its disappearance for over a month had caused its fans to go completely insane. Chimey was a phenomenon class host, and there was a GIF blocking the screen. Its singing voice had intoxicated plenty of people. Many even speculated that Chimey was actually an absolute beauty who was trying to rely on her talent to earn a living. The Radiance 100 sequence number 87, Lord Ranger, was a fanatic supporter. When he won a battle against his opponent on the Celestial Stairway, he even publicly expressed that he loved listening to Chimey's sounds. Consequently, that allowed Chimey to become even more famous. Chimey, a new star that had risen up to the sky, had suddenly vanished without a trace, for an entire month at that. Plenty of forum topics on the star web focused on this incident, and there were all sorts of speculations too. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess's disappearance had already become a popular topic among the Radiance Federation's entertainment news. The Spirit Gather Goldfish was now swimming and giving off a special prowess. This kind of prowess was similar to what Long Tao's Sea King Cretaceous Dragon gave off. However, the Spirit Gather Goldfish's prowess was still rather faint. It was a kind of dragon prowess that was unique to the dragon species phase. The Blue Flash Purple Butterfly's scale powder was now lighter and finer, making it easier to spread further. When the floating scale powder reflected light, it would look as though there was a light purple-based rainbow trailing behind the Blue Flash Purple Butterfly, making it exceptionally beautiful. Lin Yuan stretched his body and immediately lay down on his bed for a good long sleep. This sleep took up an entire day, and it compensated for all the hard work previously, allowing his body to return to its best and most lively state. Lin Yuan was going to begin fusing the Jasmine Lily with the Willpower Rune, allowing it to evolve into a fantasy breed. He concentrated and summoned one of the 3 Willpower Runes from the Spiritual Spatial Zone. This Willpower Rune was the one that he had comprehended after observing the Green Mountain. A fire had scorched all its greenery, yet after several months of fine rain, plants had started growing again. In Lin Yuan's opinion, instead of saying that the rain gave life, it was better to say that plants had tenacious vitality. A wildfire wouldn't be able to burn everything, while the spring's wind would bring back life again. Perhaps it was due to the remaining roots within the soil that would conduct a praising of life after several months, allowing for greenery to be reborn. Lin Yuan looked at the green mountain-shaped willpower rune and shot it toward his bronze X/legend jasmine lily. In an instant, the jasmine lily's flower flickered. It was filled with desire as it embraced the willpower rune, allowing it to instantly fuse with the jasmine lily. The willpower of how a green mountain would never change its color and that all living things would be reborn allowed the jasmine lily to emit a jade-colored light. The jasmine lily's originally short branches suddenly shrunk and vanished. More flowers popped out, and in just a moment, and the jasmine lily resembled an emerald green bouquet now. The flowers were all squeezed together and looked like they were forming a small mountain shape. The unique jasmine lily's fragrance was now even more concentrated. Lin Yuan gasped with surprise. The jasmine lily actually developed bunches. When succulent plants were growing and evolving, there was a very strong instability, and it was very rare for mutations to occur. Growing in bunches was actually a kind of fundamental mutation for succulents. Once it happened, the succulent plant would give up a portion of evolution potential. It would firm down on the gene model to evolve toward a flawless gene model. Due to Morbius spirit lock, the jasmine lily only had one ability: heal. This meant that the jasmine lily had given up on the possibility of having more abilities and focused on enhancing heal. Chapter 123, a healing ability can actually be a control ability. Succulents could not control a mutation, such as developing bunches. Most succulents with a contract with humans did not prefer a mutation like this. Although most feys had stronger abilities in the later stages, there would rarely be such anomalies like the blue flash butterfly. However, things were different, as Lin Yuan's jasmine lily could only use one ability. After forming bunches, each of the jasmine lily flowers could release healing energy. This was akin to the jasmine lily healing multiple targets. Each flower was equivalent to an increase in healing. Just as Lin Yuan thought the jasmine lily was about to complete its fantasy breed evolution, its round petals suddenly turned into a long, irregular shape. Soon, the bottom layer of the jasmine lily and those flowers grew into an irregular shape. Only the largest flower of the jasmine lily was left on top without experiencing any changes. Lin Yuan could not help but cry out in surprise at this sudden change. Unexpectedly, after forming bunches, a rare fasciation in succulents actually occurred. Fasciation was the most amorphous abnormal mutation in succulents. It caused the plant itself to have amorphous development and growth. At the same time, fasciation was one of the most precious mutations of succulents. Lin Yuan had never heard of a fasciated jasmine lily because it would only occur in succulent phase when they were evolving into fantasy breeds. Nobody would choose to evolve a jasmine lily, one of the most basic phase, into a fantasy breed. As such, Lin Yuan's fasciated jasmine lily might be the only one in the world. After fasciation, the jasmine lily's bottom petals grew layer by layer and destroyed the original structure of the flower. Thus, the emerald green in the middle of the jasmine lily spread out to all parts of the leaves. At another glance, it seemed like a lingering emerald mist, just like the feeling of the mist from the best jades. The jasmine lily flower at the very top that had not experienced any changes became as big as a bowl. The jasmine lily was only truly evolving into a fantasy breed at this moment. After the jasmine lily had evolved into a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan used jasmine lily's heal ability on himself immediately. He felt that he was lost in a trance for 3 seconds while the surging vitality was injecting into his body. As a result, he suddenly had a feeling as though he had collapsed on a big soft bed when he was the most tired. It was just like how he wanted to laze in bed in the early morning and could not be woken up. Lin Yuan believed that he was strong-willed, but it was still very hard for him to recover from this sense of extreme happiness. When he completely came back to his senses, an idea arose in his head as he looked at the jasmine lily. Its heal ability was clearly a healing type ability, but it now seemed to be able to be used as a control type ability. The happiness and sense of being lost in a trance due to the heal ability's comfortable feeling were actually a kind of unexpected control. After some experiments, Lin Yuan finally discovered the source of this sense of happiness. When only that jasmine lily flower that had not undergone fasciation was used to heal, it would just heal injuries swiftly. There would not be the feeling of happiness of having one's vitality replenished. However, when the irregular fasciated flowers were used to heal, that feeling of happiness would be born. It seemed that the fasciation had mutated the jasmine lily's heal ability. When Lin Yuan looked at the exclusive skill that had appeared when the jasmine lily evolved into a fantasy breed, he could not help but stare blankly at the jasmine lily in his hands. Normal Spirit Lock. Jasmine Lily, Bronze, 10/10, Fantasy Eye. Ability Heal, rapidly recovers external injuries and gradually recovers vitality. Exclusive skill. Recovery imprint, accumulate the healing energy that is released by the jasmine lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed limbs growth, comprehend the arcana of plant growth. Even if one has severed limbs, the rich vitality can continue to grow slowly. What kind of great product have I created? This exclusive skill of the fantasy breeds could allow them to use their surging vitality to activate the muscle cell's memory factor and thus achieve the ability for severed limbs to regrow. Of course, these severed limbs referred to hands and feet, and even arms and thighs. Without a head, one would certainly die even if the gods arrived, unless he laughed his head off. Now that he had his first fantasy breed fey, Lin Yuan would first evolve the jasmine lily. He had actually wondered how hard it would be to evolve the jasmine lily from bronze to gold. While he was evolving it, Lin Yuan realized it was simply difficult to upgrade the grade of a fantasy breed fey. After spending a month in seclusion, he then evolved the jasmine lily to silver with difficulty. He now seemed to have suddenly understood why feys that evolved into fantasy breeds early on had greater potential. There was a conservation of energy. After a month of spirit chi injection, a fantasy breed would evolve from bronze X to silver and go through a door that would be broken at a touch before it evolved into a fantasy breed. Since the spirit chi would not disappear out of thin air, the fantasy breed jasmine lily had absorbed a huge amount of spirit chi. The foundation laid by this huge amount of spirit chi was naturally much stronger than the feys that evolved into fantasy breeds after reaching bronze. During this period, Lin Yuan had been in seclusion, evolving his fey in the spirit lock spatial zone all day, which suffocated him. There was more to life than it met the eye, like poetry and faraway places. During these 2 months, Lin Yuan had the capital to step into the world. It was time for him to take a look at the world. Only when he took a look at the world would he then know how to live as splendid as the summer flowers. As such, Lin Yuan decided to visit the endless forest outside the royal capital for wild harvesting. The feys creation masters enhanced were not all hand-reared. Some rarer feys were collected from wild harvesting. Creation masters would attract the feys by mixing spiritual ingredients and use the spirit chi in the spiritual ingredients to make the wild feys approach humans. After enhancing them, they would sell them. Lin Yuan did not have to go through such trouble. He only needed to channel spirit chi and place his palm toward the wild feys. This pure spirit chi could soon allow the wild feys to have a favorable impression of him. Lin Yuan was going to open his own store in the royal capital. Although he had yet to do so, it was of utmost importance to gather some rare feys in advance. He could not always pick near-death feys with damaged roots. Not only would it be hard to find such feys, but he also had no way to heal them now, even if he found high-grade feys. In addition, there was a cinnabar sweet osmanthus and a recovering cinnabar osmanthus haorthia in the spirit lock spatial zone's pure land of bliss. The 40 square meter pure land of bliss in the spirit lock spatial zone would not be big enough for him to accommodate some other feys with damaged roots. Moreover, Lin Yuan was still waiting for the cinnabar osmanthus haorthia fruit, which he urgently needed, to enhance his spiritual power. After finishing up, Lin Yuan was ready to go. He planned to return to the royal capital after the wild harvesting and establish the store first. Chapter 124, Not even in the sin-cleansing pool. The red afterglow in the rosy-tinted sky at the royal capital was especially conspicuous. It made the sky look especially tall and vast. The evening arrived. Since Lin Yuan had decided to set off and did not intend to live on the Leaning Moon Mountain for a long time, he simply went to the Radiant Moon Palace to bid goodbye to his master, the Moon Empress. He then left the pavilion when the Mother of Bloodbath opened its eyes on the roof and jumped onto the leaf-shaped fey storage box on his chest. It continued to lie motionless as it gained insight into the Lorun. When he reached the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, and the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan come, her eyes lit up as she asked, "You've been in seclusion for 2 months. Have you gained anything?" Lin Yuan touched the back of his head and smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth and a youthful aura. "I did gain from this seclusion." For Lin Yuan, raising his 5 feys from epic to legend and getting his first fantasy breed fey during his seclusion, they were considered huge and important harvests. Upon hearing that, the Moon Empress nodded with a smile. She had always appreciated Lin Yuan's character, but she did not expect he would be so hard-working in his cultivation. Nowadays, few youths would spend over 2 months in seclusion without going out. Ever since the Moon Empress had taken Lin Yuan as her disciple, she had not asked him about his progress as a creation master and spirit chi professional, besides teaching him the appropriate knowledge. She felt that one should mainly rely on one's own self-consciousness for cultivation. On the other hand, she also did not want to pressure him, so she never asked him about it. Since the Moon Empress had not asked, Lin Yuan had never told her about his progress either. Regardless of whether he had 3 willpower runes before or the fact that the jasmine lily that had evolved into a fantasy breed at bronze, the Moon Empress was his master. If she asked him about it, he would naturally tell her without hiding anything. However, she did not ask him about it. As he was an introvert, he would not take the initiative to tell her. Lin Yuan knew his own capabilities. These were his means and not something to show off. If other people had Lin Yuan's skills, they would probably have made it known. He had always been afraid that if he showed himself too much, the saying an outstanding person will attract jealousy and criticism would apply in his case. But now, with the Moon Empress as his master, Lin Yuan did not need to worry about these. No matter how strong the wind would be, with the Moon Empress, a tall and straight little tree like Lin Yuan would not be affected at all. Moreover, the suzerain/myth breed mother of Bloodbath was following him. If anybody dared to do anything to Lin Yuan, they would have to worry about themselves first. After a few moments of small talk, Lin Yuan told the Moon Empress why he was there. Upon hearing his words, she raised her hand and handed him a dark brown beetle-shaped accessory with a pin on the back. It could be worn. At a glance, Lin Yuan recognized that the beetle-shaped accessory was a diamond fey storage box. This beetle-shaped fey storage box was dark brown with some dark green patterns on it and looked strange. It was far from looking as nice as the previous leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. Lin Yuan took this strange beetle-shaped diamond fey storage box and heard the Moon Empress say, "This diamond fey storage box contains all the wealth that Cheng Wu had accumulated over the years as a pinnacle class 4 creation master. He had attacked you before, so take the things in this fey storage box as something to help you recover from the shock." Lin Yuan looked at the Moon Empress' deeply concerned gaze and did not reject her. He put away this diamond beetle-shaped fey storage box. When he was doing so, he took a look at the diamond fey storage box. He found that instead of some unknown spiritual ingredients, a huge amount of radiance dollars was inside. Lin Yuan had been using the Star Web card to transfer money, so although he knew what the radiance dollars looked like, he had never used them. When he looked inside the diamond fey storage box, he saw bottle cap-sized radiance dollars like amber buttons piled up like a little mountain. Lin Yuan was shocked at the sight. He did not know how many radiance dollars were inside, but the wealth of a pinnacle class 4 creation master was really not to be underestimated. After sitting for a while, when Lin Yuan was ready to bid goodbye, he heard the Moon Empress say softly, "You still have a long road ahead of you, and the world is very vast. It's up to you to fly to the highest, farthest, and vastest place. Remember, no matter what happens, I will always be your support." Upon hearing that, a feeling of being cared for surfaced at the bottom of his heart. Lin Yuan was used to being independent, but this feeling made him cherish it. After respectfully performing a disciple's salute, he returned to his pavilion and was prepared to leave first thing in the morning. He was still thinking about where he should open his store and how much space to buy. Thanks to Cheng Wu's wealth in this diamond fey storage box, Lin Yuan had more options to open his store without worrying about the expenses. As a creation master, although he had great capabilities to make money, he lacked the capital. He could do whatever he wanted now without being restrained now that he had a capital. After Lin Yuan left, Cold Moon went forward and saw that the Moon Empress was watching Lin Yuan leave, so she asked, "Are you worried about Lin Yuan?" The Moon Empress shook her head and poured a cup of tea before she sipped a mouthful and replied, "I'm not worried. I'm just proud and a little reluctant to see my own disciple wanting to explore the world." Upon hearing that, Cold Moon said softly, "Didn't you exchange all of Cheng Wu's accumulated wealth into equivalent radiance dollars so that he will have the capital to explore the world? You have gone through a lot of trouble." The Moon Empress shook her head and did not continue to speak further. After she had taken in a disciple, she then understood the true responsibility as a teacher. The continuation of life and passing down of knowledge were never as simple as through words. Although they were unrelated by blood, they had reached the degree of kinship through the master-disciple relationship. At that moment, the sounds of footsteps came from outside. Mystic Moon walked in and bowed before saying, "Moon Empress, Cheng Wu has been suffering in the sin cleansing pool for 2 months and has just died. The Spirit Guard's chief guard yet in iron prison asked you what they should do next." The Moon Empress stood up and was about to go to the breeding room when she answered in a clear, cold voice, "He's dead, so what is there to be done? Let them handle it by themselves. After my moonlight hit him, he was capable of lasting 2 months in the sin cleansing pool. How could I let him off when he wanted to harm my disciple? Not even if he's alive in the sin-cleansing pool. Chapter 125, Guild Alliance and the S Tournament. The next morning, Lin Yuan went down the Leaning Moon Mountain early and traveled light. He had stored all the things into the diamond fey storage box on his chest, and it had to be said that this fey storage box was pretty convenient. Last night, Lin Yuan sent a message to Lu Ji, telling him that he did not need to worry about choosing a store anymore. He would pick a bigger store that was situated well, as he no longer needed to worry about money. When he got down the Leaning Moon Mountain, Lin Yuan had an obvious purpose. He called for a speed-hoofed donkey car and headed to the Guild Alliance. This Guild Alliance was not an official organization like the Creation Master Association and the other lifestyle class spirit chi occupation guilds. The Guild Alliance was an alliance of countless guild clubs in the Radiance Federation that relied on the combat class spirit chi occupation guild. Lin Yuan was going to register and get authenticated in this Guild Alliance. After registering in the Guild Alliance, he could join the guild club teams and form a temporary team if he wanted to go wild harvesting. He could even receive and issue missions in the Guild Alliance. If the Star Web was the second world of the Radiance Federation's citizens and had the second world industry, the Guild Alliance would be where most combat class spirit chi professionals lived, worked, and trained in the real world. One could get a lot of commissions by completing the missions. If a boss issued a mission, one could also get the spiritual ingredients or phase one needed as soon as possible with adequate remuneration. Many creation masters who needed special spiritual ingredients would also issue a mission with rewards at the Guild Alliance. Some well-known guild club teams would accept the missions for those with high rewards. Of course, most of the time, the phase for the Guild Alliance's mission reward were basically rare ones. If one wanted to evolve a precious phase or enhance the phase grade, they would need to find a creation master. If there would be any place where creation masters would be most respected and most popular, that would certainly be the Guild Alliance. In the Guild Alliance's casual teams, most of the combat class spirit chi professionals were at lower levels, and those without outstanding qualities might work hard for a year or two to enhance the phase quality or grade. Most of the true talents or stronger spirit chi professionals had joined a guild club. If a talented person wanted to be chosen by a powerful guild club, the best way would be to fight until the 80th floor and above in the Star Web Tower or even up to the Celestial Stairway. This was because the powerful guild clubs would choose and accept new people at the Star Tower. The Radiance Federation admired battle skills. All year round, there were various tournaments for all sorts of guild club teams. However, the most standard and famous ones had to be included. Every year, the Guild Alliance would work together with the Radiance Federation to hold a tournament of the entire Federation's guild teams. It was known as the S Tournament. The S Tournament was considered a tournament for the young ones, as the contestants could not exceed 30 years old. It was almost the same as the members' age limit in the Radiance Federation's Radiance 100 sequence. Some truly powerful guild clubs would take part in the S Tournament, and their main teams would more or less have members of the Radiance 100 sequence. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were the most dazzling star players in the S Tournament. The main teams of some guild clubs were even all made up of the members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Each guild could only send one team with 5 members. Each team must take part in various knockout matches, group matches, and qualification matches to make it to the next round. 16 teams would eventually be chosen to compete on the Star Web with the Radiance Federation citizens watching before finally being ranked. Even though these 16 teams would be ranked, the top 3 teams would be divided into the champion and runners-up, all of whom would receive different levels of rewards and unparalleled glory. However, only the champions would be remembered. After all, there was a saying, the second place is the first loser. There was no limit in learning, so everyone could contend against one another. However, in combat, the strong and the weak could be differentiated at a glance. Lin Yuan had arrived at the entrance of the Guild Alliance and got off the speed-hoofed donkey car. He looked at the lively and prosperous scene before him and touched the back of his head. The Guild Alliance was the liveliest place in the royal capital, which seemed like the case now. Lin Yuan entered the Guild Alliance and realized the people at the side were looking at him. One of the Guild Alliance's receptionists warmly greeted him and looked at him with a burning gaze. Lin Yuan soon found out the reason. It turned out that these people were looking at the Class 2 Creation Master crest on his chest. It seemed that Creation Masters were conspicuous wherever they went. At that moment, the Guild Alliance receptionist asked respectfully, "Class 2 Creation Master, did you come to the Guild Alliance to issue a mission or find a guild club squad?" Lin Yuan quickly shook his head and answered, "I'm here for the first time, and I intend to register and get authenticated." Upon hearing that, the receptionist beamed with joy and quickly replied, "Please follow me to the VIP reception room to get those done, sir." Then, the receptionist hurriedly led the way. The receptionist was overjoyed. Although Creation Masters would issue missions at the Guild Alliance, it would only require them to have an identity authentication, so few Creation Masters would choose to register in the Guild Alliance. The purpose of registering at the Guild Alliance was to be able to receive missions. If Creation Masters wanted to earn money, make a concoction of spiritual ingredients, or cultivate feys, they would not need to take up missions at the Guild Alliance. If any receptionists in the Guild Alliance could receive a Creation Master and let them register there, they would receive a good commission. This commission was almost as much as the receptionist's monthly salary, so Lin Yuan's registration was splendid news to the receptionist. When Lin Yuan entered the VIP lounge, he unobtrusively took off the Class 2 Creation Master crest on his chest. At the same time, he summoned Genius for tool transformation. There were two forms of Genius tool transformation glasses or masks. Lin Yuan chose the mask form this time. Genius transformed into a silver mask with a light pattern that perfectly fit on his face. Lin Yuan's aura completely changed when he wore the mask. He looked like a cheerful boy before, but he looked very composed after wearing the mask with black spirit chi clothes. Soon, he finished what he needed to do in the Guild Alliance. Lin Yuan only needed to bind himself to the other star web card that he had obtained when he became a Class 2 Creation Master, which was something pretty simple. Then, he bound his Creation Master identity with the purchase with no loss star web store. At the same time, he also transferred his account for climbing the Star Tower to the other Star Web card. Chapter 126, You Cannot. From this moment on, Lin Yuan possessed two identities in the Star Web and the Radiance Federation. One identity was a Prodigy Class 2 Creation Master, Lin Yuan. The other identity was Mr. Black that fought in the Star Tower. Black was the name that Lin Yuan had just given to his other identity. Lin Yuan's actions had basically split up his statuses as a Creation Master and a Combat Class Spirit Chi Professional. After finishing the registration and authentication, Lin Yuan saw that the attendant was still going to follow him. He shook his hand and said, "I can continue myself. You can attend to others." After speaking, Lin Yuan headed for the mission area. Seeing that Lin Yuan had left, the attendant muttered, "Such a young Class 2 Creation Master is actually a healing type Spirit Chi Professional too. Such a combination is truly going to make someone jealous to death." That's right. Lin Yuan registered, Mr. Black, his Spirit Chi Professional identity, as a healer. Lin Yuan arrived at the mission area and was preparing to look for a team that was heading for the Endless Forest. As a result, he realized that all of the teams were looking for healing type Spirit Chi Professionals. He could hear plenty of people hawking loudly in the rather noisy mission area. Improvised team. Searching for basic spiritual ingredients, moist moss. We have 2 power offense type Spirit Chi Professionals, 1 defense type Spirit Chi Professional, 1 support type Spirit Chi Professional, and we are waiting for 1 healing type Spirit Chi Professional. Triple Fire Guild Club. 3 club teams are working together to capture a gold youngling of the Rapid Shadow Lynx. 14 members waiting for 1. We lack a healing type Spirit Chi Professional. As long as you come, you are the boss. Cedar Grass Guild Club. The team is heading to the Endless Forest to capture 10 silver blackback mountain boars. Let's earn great money since boar meat is on the rise. 4 members waiting for 1 healing type Spirit Chi Professional. Please heal my father and mother and quickly join the team. After joining the team, you can take 30% of the team's profits. Lin Yuan raised his brows silently. Healing type Spirit Chi Professionals are truly popular. Lin Yuan might have already known that healing type Spirit Chi Professionals were rare, as the Radiance Federation estimated that there would only be a single individual that was compatible with healing type phase among every 100 Spirit Chi Professionals. After learning of this statistical value, Lin Yuan had also been lamenting at the rarity of healing type Spirit Chi Professionals. However, when Lin Yuan was in the Guild Alliance's mission area and saw how every team was seeking a healing type Spirit Chi Professional, the rarity of healing type Spirit Chi Professionals was finally proven. Healing type Spirit Chi Professionals were simply treated as bosses in every single team. In order to harvest anything great in the Endless Forest, one must enter its depths. It was obvious that the Cedar Grass Guild Club's team wouldn't go deep into the Endless Forest since they were capturing silver blackback mountain boars. After all, they could be found in the outer regions of the Endless Forest. Recently, a Class 2 dimensional rift had opened above the Radiance Federation's largest pig farm. The dimensional rift was extremely close to the pig farm, and nearly all of the life forms that emerged from the dimensional rift would drop directly into the pig farm. The pig farm had pig species feys by the number of tens of millions, yet the dimensional life forms had instantly eaten them up. Ultimately, the situation got under control, and the dimensional life forms that emerged were also killed. However, the largest pig farm of the Radiance Federation lost tens of millions of pig species feys. This, in turn, caused an instant shortage, directly increasing the price of pork by several times. Therefore, all sorts of spirit chi professionals formed small teams to hunt for pigs and boars in the wild. These pigs and boars were mainly captured for reproduction, and only those rare old pig species feys that couldn't reproduce would be used as meat. After all, an old pig's flesh would taste nicer. In the mission area, there were plenty of solo spirit chi professionals that were searching for teams. As solo spirit chi professionals that would regularly join various teams for adventures in the wild, most of them had carefree and easygoing personalities. A burly man, who was also searching for a mission, took the initiative to speak with Lin Yuan in a friendly tone as he saw Lin Yuan standing there. "Young brother, instead of waiting for a mission here, why don't you take the initiative to speak with some smaller guild clubs teams that require members?" Lin Yuan turned around to see a burly man looking at him with a straightforward and candid face. According to what the burly man said, Lin Yuan understood that those guild clubs teams were much more popular than improvised teams. From the looks of it, those improvised teams did seem to have a harder time recruiting spirit chi professionals than the guild club teams. Most of the guild club teams were only waiting for one healing type spirit chi professional. Most of the improvised teams had given up on getting a healing type spirit chi professional but were still unable to form their 5-man team. Upon seeing Lin Yuan nod, the burly man laughed heartily. "This is your first time looking for a team and mission, right?" Lin Yuan was rather curious as to why this burly man was able to see that it was his first time taking a mission. "Could it be that my mask really looks like a newcomer? Why are you so certain that this is my first mission? I might be a veteran." The burly man pointed at Lin Yuan's spirit chi clothes and said with a tinge of envy, "Who would wear such spirit chi clothes for an adventure? If the clothes get torn, a single mission's reward won't be enough to compensate for your clothes. Young brother, it seems like your background isn't bad. Do you need a veteran to guide you? If you need one, I can do it." Lin Yuan finally knew where the problem was, but after hearing the burly man saying he could do it, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a chill in his back. "No, you cannot," he blurted out. When the burly man heard Lin Yuan's response, he shrugged and didn't really mind. Immediately after, Lin Yuan looked at a nearby guild club team and pointed. "Isn't there someone wearing spirit chi clothes for an adventure too?" When the burly man heard Lin Yuan's question, he patted on his chain armor. "This is the attire for an adventure. That person is wearing spirit chi clothes because he is a healing type spirit chi professional and the boss of the team." Lin Yuan reached for the back of his head and looked at the burly man. "How do you know I am not a healing type spirit chi professional?" The burly man rolled his eyes and said, "If you were a healing type spirit chi professional, would you be here looking for a team? The Guild Alliance's attendant would have attended to you and helped you to look for a team based on your objective." Lin Yuan suddenly recalled about the attendant that had been following him and was hesitant to speak. It turned out that the attendant had been trying to help him contact a team. When the burly man saw that Lin Yuan didn't continue speaking, he laughed heartily and patted on Lin Yuan's shoulder in a friendly manner. When a newcomer is looking for a team, it is best to look for one that isn't going to fight and is harvesting fundamental spiritual ingredients. It will familiarize you with the wilderness. Recklessly accepting a mission that requires combat to capture feys might just get you injured and become a burden for the team unless you are really a healing type spirit chi professional. That way, the team members would do their best to protect you. The burly man was certain that Lin Yuan was a newcomer, so he said that in a rather serious tone. These sounded logical, and Lin Yuan naturally understood. But to be informed by a stranger, he still expressed his gratitude. When the burly man saw that Lin Yuan had registered the information, he wanted to encourage Lin Yuan again. But at this moment, the clamor and noise in the mission area suddenly softened. Chapter 127, Spitting Turtledove. When the noise softened, Lin Yuan and the burly man immediately looked around. Lin Yuan saw a team wearing white and red, with a flying eagle on the clothes. The team members were all youths that were slightly more than 20 years old. The four were all wearing the same attire, and it should be the team uniform of a certain guild club. One of the members, a tall and skinny man, walked to the mission area and yelled, "The train heading for Endless Forest is about to depart, veterans are leading the team, and we are in urgent need of a healing type spirit chi professional. As long as you come, you will be my little precious. I will make you experience the most enjoyable ride." Before the man could finish shouting, a blonde-haired lady patted on his back so hard that the skinny man coughed. The young blonde-haired lady glared at the skinny man and barked, "Zhang Xiaobai, can't you be serious? You are really making this lady angry to death, The skinny man looked at the blonde-haired lady and suddenly exclaimed, "Xin Ying, you actually said As a result of his words, Zhang Xiaobai received the blonde-haired lady's heavy fist, causing him to become utterly obedient. The blonde-haired lady then shouted, "Extreme Guild Club's tournament reserve team is heading for the Endless Forest's depths. We are gathering the venom of the Gold Jade Unicorn Ice Snake. We are in urgent need of a healing type spirit chi professional. The healing type spirit chi professional must not be lower than C rank and possess a healing type fey that is not lower than silver." When the lady's statement ended, a commotion broke out as this team's reputation was obviously rather high. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan heard the burly man clicking his tongue and cheering along as though he was in a fervent state. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, they are indeed worthy of being a B-level guild club and reserve team of the tournament team. Young sister Xin Ying is getting prettier too." Lin Yuan was rather speechless as it seemed like this burly uncle was a fan chasing a celebrity. However, Lin Yuan didn't know whether this burly uncle was a fan of the Extreme Guild Club's team or the young sister Xin Ying that he had mentioned. Lin Yuan couldn't help but pat on the burly man's shoulder and ask, "Where did this team come from?" The burly man looked at Lin Yuan with disbelief and wide eyes. "You don't even know this team? Even if you don't know this team, you should know of the Extreme Guild Club, right?" Lin Yuan still shook his head, and the burly man immediately let out a gasp, blowing the mustache by his mouth. "Kid, don't mess with me. You don't even know the B-level Extreme Guild Club? Do you not have a Star Web card, or have you not logged into the Star Web before?" Lin Yuan was rather speechless after getting criticized by the burly man. "I do log into the Star Web, but I have been enhancing feys recently and don't have time to bother about things other than the enhancement of feys." Lin Yuan might not know about the Extreme Guild Club, but he knew what a B-level guild club was. Lin Yuan understood why this four-man team would be so popular now. The tournament was the top-class team tournament among the Radiance Federation's young generation. The Radiance 100 was a ranking of individuals, and they were ranked according to their sequence numbers. However, the tournament was a 5-man team tournament, and when fighting in teams, it wasn't just a comparison of strength teamwork would be compared to. Therefore, it was much more exciting than solo contests. For the Radiance 100 sequence members fighting in tournaments teams, their performance might affect their sequence rankings in the Radiance 100. In the Radiance Federation, there were only 16 recognized A-level guild clubs. The 16 A-level guild clubs would be ranked every year, as they were determined by the 16 teams that were qualified to enter the tournament. As for the rest of the guild clubs that had the strength to qualify, they would be recognized as B-level guild clubs. There were plenty of B-level guild clubs that had become A-level guild clubs before, but they declined due to their failure in the tournament. As for the squad here, they were the reserve team for the Extreme Guild Club's tournament team. If, due to some special reasons, any of the tournament team members couldn't participate, these reserved members would be replacing the main members. Thus, these 4 members were all considered famous among the young generation. Seeing the burly man's intense response when Lin Yuan didn't know about the Extreme Guild Club, it proved that the tournament was an extremely popular topic in the Radiance Federation. This world didn't have any of the so-called actors or actresses, and even those singers in the Star Web would be part of the minority. This world's most popular people were the youths who participated in the tournament. The team members, who were part of the Radiance 100 sequence, were giants among the celebrities. This team fitted Lin Yuan's requirement to harvest in the depths of the Endless Forest. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan fitted the requirements of this team. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to walk over and apply to join the team, a healing-type spirit chi professional was already walking toward the 4-man team. When Lin Yuan saw someone ahead of him and walking toward the Extreme Guild Club squad at that, he stopped moving. The healing-type spirit chi professional then summoned his fey in front of the 4-man squad. It was a rather ugly and strange-looking bird, which didn't have many feathers. Instead, it was covered in wrinkly skin. The grayish-black skin had some orange spots on its back. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the fey's attributes. Fey name, Spitting Turtledove. Fey species, Columnidae order / Streptoplia genus. Fey grade, Bronze, 10/10. Fey type, flying. Fey quality, elite. Abilities. Sticky saliva. The secreted saliva is very sticky and can prevent wounds from bleeding and gradually recover external injuries. Pungent saliva. The secreted saliva is pungent and can reduce wounds pain while uplifting the mind. Exclusive skill. Excessive secretion. The spitting turtledove salivary glands are very developed and can produce great amounts of saliva. Most of the time, healing type feys would be plant species feys. A bird species healing type fey was rather uncommon among the healing type feys. However, it didn't mean that uncommon healing type feys would be expensive in the market. Take this spitting turtledove, for example. It was very cheap as its abilities were simply too disgusting. When this spitting turtledove was summoned, Zhang Xiaobai looked at the bald and ugly turtledove and couldn't help singing. Old Indian turtle doves have short legs and little hair, they can live without water for days. Their brains are a little funny as they are more upset than anyone when their prey dies. After listening to this song, Lin Yuan couldn't help but get shocked. Chapter 128, Sudden Change in Attitude. Lin Yuan was simply too familiar with the song that the skinny Zhang Xiaobai sang. This song was from Jie Zhou, a superstar singer in his previous life. Before he had transmigrated, Lin Yuan had always been an avid fan of Jie Zhou and had almost listened to all of his songs. Even if he could not remember the lyrics or did not know how to sing the songs, he could hum them out. He loved this ancient Indian turtledove song and remembered the lyrics clearly. When he had been working and tending to feys in the small store in Redbud City's Xia region, he would hum to this song when he had nothing to do. But how did Zhang Xiaobai know how to sing this song? After Zhang Xiaobai sang 2 lines of the song, many surrounding people searching for members actually applauded. Zhang Xiaobai, you sing the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess's song quite well. It has a bit of that feeling. Hey, you're worthy of being the Extreme Guild Club's Zhang Xiaobai. You've indeed shown your talents again. The Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess has not shown up for over 2 months. I wonder what she's been busy with that she left so many fans behind. I'm willing to use the happiness of my previous hundreds of ex-boyfriends to exchange for her early return. Have you guys seen the previous Star Web interview? I heard that Lord Ranger is the first on the charts instead of the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Ever since her disappearance, he has been pulling a long face and did not say much during the Star Web interview. He put the host in a very awkward position. When Lin Yuan heard the interspersed discussion among the surrounding applause, he frowned even more. Who is this Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess? Contracted feys with greater wisdom could sense the changes in the contractor's thoughts and emotions. Presently, Chimey was happily eating the platinum celery vine leaves in the spirit lock spatial zone. It would always fly high every time and then swoop down to tear off a small piece of it with its beak before swallowing it. Chimey would eat and have fun. It would fly to the side of the spirit pool to drink a few mouthfuls of water from time to time. However, when Chimey sensed Lin Yuan's emotions and thoughts, it did not eat the platinum celery vine or drink the water from the spirit pool anymore. It landed honestly on the table and shrunk its neck. Due to Lin Yuan's thoughts, Chimey, which had been indulging in eating the platinum celery vine, recalled that it had deserted its live streaming career for over 2 months. Chimey flew up and arrived on the pure land of Bliss's white sand before using its wings to fan away the fine white sand. The Star Web account card that Chimey used for live streaming was buried in the fine white sand. When it cranked its head and looked at the account card, it recalled that it was time for live streaming. Just as Zhang Xiaobai was enjoying the surrounding applause, he happened to see Xian Ying clenching her fists at him. As a result, he shouted to his surroundings sternly, "Everyone, be kind and stop applauding, or this woman is going to take my life away." After the other surrounding adventurers broke out in a peal of laughter, they started to search for teammates. Lin Yuan stroked his chin as he looked at the spitting turtledove. Although the way the spitting turtledove healed was a little gross, both its sticky saliva and pungent saliva had a pretty good effect. One could effectively stop bleeding and heal external injuries, while the other could effectively toughen one's mind and ignore the pain caused by external injuries in a battle. Combined with its exclusive skill, excessive secretion, they greatly enhanced the spitting turtledove's healing abilities. As a healing type fey, the spitting turtledove was still considered having a good exclusive skill that could be compatible with abilities. However, this spitting turtledove was only at Bronze X. Despite being close to Silver, its healing ability was far worse in comparison. Evidently, this healing type Spirit Chi professional could not meet the Extreme Guild Club's 4-man team's requirements. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the burly man beside him start dissing. The orange spots on the back of this spitting turtledove are not even fully formed, so it's clearly not at silver and can't meet the requirements. Yet, he still wants to apply to join the team. If Xin Ying allows him to do so, he'll hold the team back. Lin Yuan could hear that this burly man was defending the Extreme Guild Club's 4-man team. He was indeed a professional fan. Not far away, the blonde-haired Xin Ying turned her head to the left and realized that Zhang Xiaobai was frowning at the surrounding adventurers. Then, while she was turning to her right, her hair hit Zhang Xiaobai's head, causing him to not be able to frown in time. He grimaced in pain and rubbed his cheeks. Xin Ying looked at her other 2 teammates and asked, Tan Ran, Lu Pinru, what do you guys think? The man called Tan Ran had chestnut hair, natural curls and revealed an innocent smile. The girl called Lu Pinru had short, ear-length hair. She was carrying a super huge rectangular wooden object on her back, which was nearly twice her height and looked a little strange. Lin Yuan looked over and could not help but feel that this girl called Lu Pinru might be carrying around her closet. Lu Pinru looked at the healing-type spirit chi professional that had applied to join the team and said, we are going to enter the depths of the endless forest and collect the venom of the Jade Unicorn Ice Snake. Although the Jade Unicorn Ice Snake is a gold fey, there might be platinum feys in its habitat. He certainly won't be able to provide us enough healing if we bring him along. The curly-haired Tan Ran also said sternly, when he was channeling spiritual power when summoning the fey, I sensed the fluctuation of his spiritual power. He should be at pinnacle D rank, not far from C rank. Therefore, I reject the idea of him joining the team. Even though Tan Ran spoke seriously, he seemed like a cute little dog wheedling thanks to his cute appearance. After Xin Ying listened to her teammates' opinions, she turned her head to the healing-type spirit chi professional and expressed her disapproval. The healing-type spirit chi professional was not at all annoyed to see that he was rejected but only a little disappointed. However, he took out a book with a smile. I knew I wouldn't be able to act with you guys. But since we almost became teammates, can I get an autograph? Lin Yuan could not help but feel dumbfounded. This healing-type spirit chi professional had been aware that he would not be able to join the team. He simply wanted to find an excuse to ask for an autograph as a fan of these people. The few people of the Extreme Guild Club graciously took the book and signed their names on it. At that moment, the burly man beside Lin Yuan started to cry out, I also want Xin Ying's autograph. Just after he said this, his expression suddenly changed, and he added while grimacing in pain, the Extreme Guild Club's reserve team for the S tournament is really something. Other teams treat a healing-type spirit chi professional as a boss, but they're picky. This is infuriating. I've almost forgotten what it was like to be healed by a healing-type spirit chi professional last time. Lin Yuan looked at the burly man. The latter's sudden change in attitude made Lin Yuan find him really strong. Chapter 129, Officially Joining. This burly man had inadvertently come up with a unique talent. He had just been defending the Extreme Guild Club's team and disapproving of the healing-type spirit chi professional joining the team. When the burly man saw Lin Yuan's expression, he was not even embarrassed. He touched his nose and said with a laugh, you need to bootlick and make sarcastic remarks when you need to. This is what a professional fan should be like. You're still too young. Lin Yuan felt that this burly man had quite a lot of unique talents. It was a pity that he had come out to adventure. The healing-type spirit chi professional, who had been rejected, soon found a team and was treated like a boss. The Extreme Guild Club's team continued searching for a healing-type spirit chi professional to recruit. When Lin Yuan saw this, he went forward. At that moment, the burly man at Lin Yuan's side wanted to tell him that if he did not get into the team, the two of them could form a team instead. The burly man would treat it as though he was leading a newcomer. However, he realized that Lin Yuan was heading to the Extreme Guild Club's team. As a result, he could not help but open his mouth wide immediately. Fuck. Heartless. This kid won't happen to be a healing-type spirit chi professional, right? Lin Yuan greatly appreciated the Extreme Guild Club's team's approach just now. The most important thing of a team formation was communication and respecting each other, just like how the blonde-haired girl called Xin Ying would listen to and respect her teammates' opinions. Her other teammates also adhered to the team's bottom line of recruiting teammates. Other combat class spirit chi professionals were required to do their best to protect the healing-type spirit chi professionals in the field battles, provided that the healing-type spirit chi professional could keep up with healing the team. They should not receive protection just because they could not fight. Therefore, there was a mutual relationship between the teammates. If a healing-type spirit chi professional could not keep up with healing the team, the other people would naturally not treat them like a boss either. Adventuring in the wild was not a child's play. If a healing-type spirit chi professional could not keep up with healing the team, they would cause the combat-type spirit chi professionals to sustain fresh injuries before their old injuries were healed. This would create a vicious cycle, and the team would eventually crumble. If a combat-type spirit chi professional was compared to a kinetic energy machine, then a healing-type spirit chi professional would be the one constantly repairing the machine and refueling it. Thus, everyone would want to form a team with a qualified healing-type spirit chi professional who could heal the team when out in the wild. Healing-type spirit chi professionals were so highly sought after because they were irreplaceable and not due to their scarcity. The Extreme Guild Club's 4 people were all sitting down on the chairs in the mission area to rest. Only Zhang Xiaobai was there, looking at the ceiling of the Guild Alliance's mission area and humming a song, seemingly thinking about life. It was difficult for a small team to find a suitable healing-type spirit chi professional. They would usually have to wait for a day or two to find a suitable one. Even if a 4-man team of the Extreme Guild Club wanted to find a suitable healing-type spirit chi professional, it might have to wait a few hours. Therefore, the 4 of them did not think that another healing-type spirit chi professional would come so quickly after they rejected one that could not meet their requirements. When Xin Ying saw Lin Yuan approaching, she habitually said, "I'm sorry. We don't usually sign autographs outside the tournament." Xin Ying was not surprised that Lin Yuan was wearing a mask. Many adventurers wore masks, some of them because their faces had been wounded in some dangerous missions. They would usually wear a metal masking in order not to affect their teammates. Lin Yuan stood there, cleared his throat, and said, "I'm a healing-type spirit chi professional who meets your requirements. I'm here to apply to join the team." Xin Ying found it a little unexpected, but she then looked at him seriously. The man in front of her exuded an indescribable aura, which surprised her. Without taking into consideration his masked appearance, his aura gave her the feeling that he was a cheerful youth. Before Xin Ying could speak in time, Zhang Xiaobai wowed and stood up. "We don't have to wait anymore. The most annoying part of a mission is to wait here for a healing-type spirit chi professional. I waited so long that I felt drowsy." Xin Ying rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobai and stood up. Then Tan Ran and Lu Pinru, who were sitting at the side, also stood up and looked at Lin Yuan as they nodded slightly to greet him. Xin Ying said, "Our mission this time is to enter into the depths of the endless forest and collect the venom of the jade unicorn ice snake that we need, so we cannot share it with you. However, we'll allocate 10 units of venom for the 5 of us, and you can take 3. Based on the price of the venom, we can convert and give you radiance dollars. See if you can accept this." Lin Yuan did not care about the jade unicorn ice snake venom, a precious spiritual ingredient that was extremely hard to store and easy to deteriorate. Thus, the fresher the jade unicorn ice snake venom, the more precious it would be. It was a kind of spiritual ingredient that helped evolve poisonous feys. Since Lin Yuan had no use for it, it would be better if he could exchange it for radiance dollars. Lin Yuan wanted to go to the endless forest for wild harvesting, so he deliberately explained his goal. "I will do wild harvesting when I encounter any precious feys. If there is no problem with that, I will join the team." Lin Yuan's words caused the 4 members to widen their eyes on the spot. Zhang Xiaobai asked first, "Brother, you're not a creation master, right?" Generally speaking, only creation masters would want to do wild harvesting in the wild. They could kill feys and obtain spiritual ingredients, but they could not gather the feys in one piece. Wild feys were fierce. Although most of the wild feys would not attack humans first, if humans wanted to capture them and do wild harvesting, they would inevitably counterattack. Therefore, only creation masters could make the wild feys to have a favorable impression on them and be collected obediently. Since Zhang Xiaobai asked, Lin Yuan nodded without hiding anything. He could not hide the fact that he would do wild harvesting from the other members if they were to enter the depths of the endless forest. He might even need their help, so he was frank about it. Upon seeing Lin Yuan nod, the eyes of Xin Ying, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru lit up. Zhang Xiaobai was elated and said exaggeratedly, "We've picked up a treasure this time. I didn't expect to find a healing-type spirit chi professional who is also a creation master. With the creation master assisting us in the wild, this mission will be much smoother." Chapter 130, I've been superior since a young age. The most fearful thing about adventuring in the wild was encountering perilous situations. The combat class spirit chi professionals' phase might damage their roots, something that healing-type spirit chi professionals could not help with. Only a creation master could heal them. Even though only a Class 2 Creation Master could fully heal a Fey with damaged roots, a Class 1 Creation Master could only take measures immediately. That could also ease the Feys with damaged roots, so not much of their combat power would be weakened due to it. They could continue on their journey until they returned to the city and found a Class 2 Creation Master to heal their Feys. It was not hard for Creation Masters to do wild harvesting, so there was naturally no reason to reject Lin Yuan. Xin Ying replied with a nod, in that case, there is no problem at all. Since you're a Creation Master, you'll be of great help to the team. I'll raise your remuneration from 30% to 35%, but before this, I want to verify your healing ability. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not refuse Xin Ying's suggestion, as this was a responsibility toward all her teammates from a certain aspect. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobai started yelling, "Fuck! Heartless! Xin Ying, you're not going to test it on me again, right?" Xin Ying looked at Zhang Xiaobai as though he were a fool and nodded. "Who else would it be besides you?" Zhang Xiaobai looked around and spat out his tongue as he resigned to his fate. He was the only defense-type Spirit Chi professional on the team. Xin Ying and Tan Ran were power offense-type Spirit Chi professionals, while Liu Pinru was a support-type Spirit Chi professional. He was still the most suitable one to test Lin Yuan's healing ability, after all. Tan Ran, who had not been talking much, suddenly stepped forward and said seriously, "I can also try it. I'll test the healing ability on behalf of Big Brother Zhang." Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaobai hurriedly walked to Xin Ying's side and said, "I'll do it. Your body isn't strong. Why do you have to try?" Zhang Xiaobai, who could imagine Xin Ying beating himself up, could not help but gnash his teeth and look at her before saying, "Do it lightly." Xin Ying clenched her fist, and a sudden surge of energy rushed to her hand, creating a golden flare on her fist. Lin Yuan sensed that this energy's attribute was metal and speculated that she should have a metal-type Fey. Xin Ying had attached the energy of her contracted metal-type Fey to herself. However, a contractor using one's own Fey's ability like this was much weaker than summoning the Fey itself to do so. She looked at her fist and then at Zhang Xiaobai before she went through her backpack on the seat. "Should I hit you with my guitar, so you'll sustain more serious injuries? You can test the healing ability better that way." Zhang Xiaobai covered his face and groaned. "What kind of horrible life am I living? Xin Ying, let me tell you, you won't be able to get married like this." While Xin Ying raised her fist and smashed it toward Zhang Xiaobai's chest, Lin Yuan could clearly feel she had withheld her force. When her fist smashed on Zhang Xiaobai's chest, it sent him flying 3 meters away. He struggled for a while before getting up as he put his hand on his chest with a pale face. Zhang Xiaobai was about to take a deep breath when Xin Ying said, "I will be able to get married. If I can't, I'll look for you. I've beaten you, so you'll have to be responsible for me." Zhang Xiaobai was taking a deep breath when he choked and coughed as he put his hand on his chest. After coughing for a long time, he responded, "I'm coughing so badly. It seems that I have internal bleeding." Then, he looked at Lin Yuan. "Brother, I'm depending on you. If you can't heal me, I will have been beaten up in vain." As soon as Lin Yuan raised his hand, a beam of serene emerald green luster enveloped Zhang Xiaobai. When this emerald green flare circled Zhang Xiaobai, Lin Yuan stopped his actions and withdrew his hand. After Zhang Xiaobai felt his body condition, he patted his chest, where he had been hit, and said, "I'm completely healed. Brother, you're really something. Your healing ability is at silver." Actually, when Xin Ying had made her move earlier, she had particularly controlled her force to the limit of what a silver healing ability could heal. Zhang Xiaobai felt his body condition and was sure that Lin Yuan's casual healing ability was at the level of mid-stage silver. He was very pleased with Lin Yuan's ability. The healing ability of his summoned phase would at least be at pinnacle silver. When such a powerful healing-type Spirit Chi professional was adventuring in the wild, he would undoubtedly give the whole team a peace of mind. After some tests, Lin Yuan was considered a part of the team. Zhang Xiaobai smacked his lips and said, "We have formed our team. Let's invite him to a meal so that we can get to know each other. After lunch, we'll head toward the endless forest." When he arrived at the eating area, Zhang Xiaobai used his star web card to connect to this restaurant's private room radio. After fiddling for a long time, he finally found a channel and said to everyone as though he was offering some treasure, "Guys, listen. This channel is interesting." Soon, Lin Yuan heard the contents of the channel Zhang Xiaobai had found. On the night of September 4th, a jobless Mr. Wang invited his online friend Mr. Zhou to his rented house to have a drink. During that period, Mr. Wang lamented that there were too many rich people and suggested they should go out and earn some money, to which Mr. Zhou agreed. The surveillance cameras on Jianghe Road showed that they set up their breakfast stall at 5:16 am on September 5. Zhang Xiaobai laughed. At 5:26 am, a black van stopped in front of the stall, and a few robust men got off the vehicle. They walked toward Mr. Zhou and ordered 4 bowls of egg noodles with fried dough fritters. Zhang Xiaobai laughed. At 5:28 am, Mr. Wang pulled out a sharp kitchen knife under the breakfast stall and cut scallions while they were chatting. Zhang Xiaobai laughed. Then, he realized that nobody was laughing, and they were looking at him instead. He could not help but grin and cautiously ask, "Not funny?" Xin Ying felt that her fists needed Zhang Xiaobai to stop them from itching. Ever since Liu Pinru had entered the private room, she had asked for a basin of water from the service staff and had always been wiping her closet. She calmly glanced at Zhang Xiaobai and sighed helplessly. "Zhang Xiaobai, when will you be decent?" Zhang Xiaobai felt like he had been greatly insulted. "I've been superior since a young age, so how do you expect me to be decent?" Then, he glanced at Tan Ran, who had not spoken much. Tan Ran looked at Zhang Xiaobai's encouraging gaze, gnashed his teeth, clapped, and said with a chuckle, "It's so funny. You're too awesome, brother Zhang." Chapter 131, Cracked Sky. As Lin Yuan watched the members' interactions, he noticed that the team had a genuinely great relationship. Along the way, Lin Yuan still remembered how Liu Pingru secretly told him, Xin Ying and Zhang Xiaobai are actually a couple. Lin Yuan was truly shocked. There was no way to see any love as it was nothing but torture and oppression. The relationship between Xin Ying and Zhang Xiaobai was simply Xin Ying torturing Zhang Xiaobai. The meal was quickly served, and Lin Yuan simply took off his mask. After all, there wasn't a way to eat a meal without removing the mask. When Lin Yuan removed the mask, Genius quickly cancelled its tool transformation state and turned back into a two-tailed, white kitty. Genius snuggled in Lin Yuan's embrace and let out 2 meows before saying in a soft voice, "Yuan, I wish to eat together with you." Genius' soft voice was obviously rather whiny. When Lin Yuan heard that whiny voice, he knew that Genius was throwing a small tantrum. Ever since Lin Yuan had enhanced Chimey, Genius, Blackie, and the blue flash purple butterfly to legend quality during these 2 months, he had been enhancing the Jasmine Lily, evolving the fantasy breed Jasmine Lily from Bronze X to Silver. But these 2 months had really been so busy that Lin Yuan's sleeping time had to be created forcefully. Genius was able to see how hard-working Lin Yuan had been for this period of time, so it hadn't been pestering Lin Yuan and simply accompanied him quietly. When Lin Yuan was enhancing a fey, Genius would side by Lin Yuan's side while quietly wagging its 2 small tails. As compared to how Lin Yuan would spare time to play with Genius every day, this period of time had truly been a suffering one for Genius. Just as Lin Yuan was going to get a bowl and take some food or Genius, it quickly used its small paw to push on Lin Yuan's face before it continued to speak in a soft voice. "No, Genius wants Yuan to feed me personally. Otherwise, I won't eat." Lin Yuan couldn't help smiling as each time Genius threw a tantrum, he couldn't do anything but raise his hands to surrender. When Lin Yuan used his chopsticks to pick a piece of braised meat for Genius, he looked up and saw that the Extreme Guild Club's 4 members were looking at him. In fact, when Lin Yuan took down his mask, his 4 teammates were already consciously looking at him. At the Guild Alliance, the Extreme Guild Club's 4 members didn't think much when Lin Yuan was wearing a mask. Now that they were out as teammates, they were naturally curious about the face behind Lin Yuan's mask. The moment Lin Yuan removed his mask, it gave the 4 teammates an impression that Lin Yuan was a sunshine and neat youth. However, when Lin Yuan smiled at Genius, the 4 teammates felt it was truly breathtaking. When Lin Yuan saw his 4 teammates looking at him with dumbfounded faces, he suddenly laughed. "Do you not recognize me after I take off my mask?" Zhang Xiaobai let out some strange cries before he looked at Lin Yuan intently. He then looked at Tan Ran before looking at his own reflection on the plate. He then said with a grave face, "All right, then. I admit that Lin Yuan is the most good-looking. But I am 2nd place, and Tan Ran is 3rd place." Liu Pinru rolled her eyes ruthlessly. As expected, Zhang Xiaobai might look serious, but the words he spouted were definitely not serious. Xin Ying felt her fist getting itchy as she picked up a bun and stuffed it into Zhang Xiaobai's mouth. "Hurry up and eat a bun. I want to see if this bun can shut your mouth." The four teammates might be stunned by Lin Yuan's looks, but what really shocked them was Lin Yuan's age. Previously, Xin Ying had already felt a youth's aura coming from Lin Yuan's body, but she didn't expect him to actually be so young. Tan Ran might have a baby face and look young, but he was already 22 years old. However, Lin Yuan was an authentic youth. Furthermore, this youth was able to release a silver healing ability without summoning his fey, and to be a creation master at such a young age showed how great his talent was. Since the start of the meal, Tan Ran had been looking at Genius with a tilted head. Genius was using its small paws to eat the meat that Lin Yuan fed to it. When Genius saw Tan Ran looking at it, Genius quickly ate the meat in its paws before licking its small paws. Genius took a few glances at Tan Ran and felt that it was still the cutest. It then pounced into Lin Yuan's embrace and requested to be petted. Tan Ran was looking at Lin Yuan with extreme envy as he said in a gloomy tone, "Kitties are the cutest. But why is my fey compatibility not faded with any cuteness?" When Zhang Xiaobai heard Tan Ran's words, he nearly choked on the bun in his mouth. When recalling Tan Ran's fey compatibility, Zhang Xiaobai quickly shook his head. "Your fey compatibility is more than just not faded with cuteness." The meal was quickly finished, and the casual conversation over the table had brought them closer. Lin Yuan was now more familiar with the four members of the Extreme Guild Club. They were all young and had similar interests. They might not be close friends, but they became regular friends rather easily. The extreme north of the Endless Forest was the land of bitter cold, and the extreme south was the muddy swamps. Therefore, the Endless Forest was extremely extensive. A large patch of trees were all connected, forming a paradise for the wild fays. The Endless Forest was connected to 13 major cities of the Radiance Federation, and they were at the borders of the Endless Forest. Presently, Lin Yuan and the Extreme Guild Club members were heading for Ascending Dragon City that was closest to the royal capital. At the borders of Ascending Dragon City was Millstone Town. It was closest to the Jade Unicorn Ice Snake's habitat, which the Extreme Guild Club members wanted to go. Therefore, it was most suitable to set off from Millstone Town. Millstone Town might be a town within the Ascending Dragon City's influence, but after reaching the place, Lin Yuan realized that it wasn't even a third of the size of Xia region. Furthermore, Millstone Town was rather far away from Ascending Dragon City and other regions. Even a bronze flying fey would need a period of time to travel across the distance. The situation was actually due to the formation of Millstone Town. In the beginning, Millstone Town had been a place where many merchants would sell supplies because it was at the border of Endless Forest. It had slowly turned into a steady gathering place, and after dozens of years of development, many adventurers resided here, gradually forming Millstone Town. Millstone Town was just like an adventurer town embedded at the border of the Endless Forest and Ascending Dragon City. Lin Yuan stood on the street of Millstone Town and looked at the town that wasn't very clear due to the setting sun. After hearing all the hawking and shouting, and conversations between adventurers, Lin Yuan couldn't help but lament. Even in remote mountains and rivers, traces of humans could still be found. Lin Yuan and his four teammates were walking on the main street as they prepared to buy some supplies. However, in the background of this peaceful time, none of the people in Millstone Town, including Lin Yuan's group, was aware that a crack had appeared on the horizon. Behind the crack was a hidden dark red wave. Chapter 132, Alien Insects Descent. During autumn, the sky would turn dark much faster than summer. Ascending Dragon City wasn't like Redbud City, where all 4 seasons were filled with gloomy rain and would be stuffy even during autumn. But for Ascending Dragon City's autumn, the cool winds would be extremely comfortable, but after getting blown for a prolonged period of time, a person would feel the chill within their bodies. It was especially so at night when the winds blew across Millstone Town at night, everyone would involuntarily wish they had an additional layer of clothing. The lamps by the streets of Millstone Town had lit up, and the stalls under the illumination of the light looked to be even more lively than daytime. There were no signs of influence due to the cold autumn. All sorts of food stalls and fruit stalls were opened up, their business booming. The aroma of barbecue skewers was so prominent when walking through the streets, and it was the aroma that enticed the gluttonous worm within everyone's stomach. The fruit's refreshing sweetness was also able to lift a person's mood. Xin Ying looked at the sky and said, "Let's stay in Millstone Town for tonight. Pinru and I will prepare the daily necessities for this mission. Tan Ran will go and book rooms in a guest house." Xin Ying frowned when she looked at Zhang Xiaobai and said, "Zhang Xiaobai, you will buy." "Forget it, Zhang Xiaobai, you may move around as you please." She then looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, you can also shop around as you like." We'll gather back here in 1 hour and meet up at the guest house that Tan Ran found. We will depart tomorrow morning. It was obvious that this wasn't Xin Ying's first time at Millstone Town, and she knew the place very well. Just a few instructions were enough to fix the itinerary for everyone. When Zhang Xiaobai heard that he didn't have to do anything, he was rather happy, but he had a sudden change in response. Wasn't I included when purchasing daily necessities last time? Why aren't I required this time? Xin Ying, are you shunning me? Zhang Xiaobai looked at Xin Ying with a righteous expression before he instantly received Xin Ying's heavy fist. Lu Pinru rolled her eyes. Zhang Xiaobai, when you were told to buy daily necessities last time, what did you buy? You bought 50 roasted chickens and came back with nothing else. You nearly agitated Big Sister Ying to death. This time, you better be obedient and go eat some barbecue. It is enough as long as you don't create trouble. Zhang Xiaobai held his stomach, partly because it was rather painful as he was just punched by Xin Ying, partly because he was feeling wronged by what Lu Pinru said. However, after he heard that he could eat some barbecue, he immediately let out a delighted pfff. Seeing that Xin Ying was turning restless, Zhang Xiaobai quickly yelled, I am not going to be mischievous this time. Lin Yuan and the Extreme Guild Club's quartet started to split up. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to find a random stall, Zhang Xiaobai pulled him aside and said in a secretive voice, Lin Yuan, do you want to eat barbecue with me? That stall is very good. Zhang Xiaobai then pointed at a place that wasn't far behind him. Lin Yuan wasn't hungry yet. He took a glance at the barbecue stall and the fruit stall beside him and replied, I am not hungry yet. You can go ahead. I will buy some fruits here. Zhang Xiaobai patted on Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, then just wait here for around 10 minutes. I will come and look for you after buying the barbecue. After speaking, Zhang Xiaobai started running to the barbecue stall and shouted with a stretched neck, Boss, give me 30 kidney skewers. I want them super duper spicy. Lin Yuan had already prepared his own supplies as it was very important to stock up supplies in order to go for an adventure. Since Lin Yuan decided to venture out, he was naturally fully prepared for all situations. The Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan 2 diamond fey storage boxes. The leaf-shaped fey storage box had all sorts of dimensional life forms flesh, so Lin Yuan didn't touch them. As for Cheng Wu's dark brown, beetle-shaped fey storage box, Lin Yuan had tidied up the radiance dollars that took up half the space inside and emptied out a corner. That corner was used to store a large amount of water and some convenience food to curb hunger. When adventuring in the wilderness, the lack of food could be solved by killing a wild fey and making a fire to do a simple barbecue. However, it was hard to survive without water in the wilderness. Those experienced adventurers would know that water in the wild must not be drunk casually unless it was a large water body with living fish or the mountain spring water. Otherwise, drinking water casually might cause diarrhea, fever, or even get inflicted with poison. Such conditions might be even more fatal than a phase attack. Lin Yuan took 2 steps forward to the stall beside him. Seeing that the fruits were all very fresh, he had the idea to store some in the diamond fey storage box. Just as Lin Yuan was picking the fruits, he heard a middle-aged woman's voice. Good baby, quickly pick a sugar figurine one and let the old uncle help you make one. Lin Yuan looked at the stall beside, which was selling sweets. They sold sugar figurines and cotton candy. The little boy who was being carried by the woman then asked the old man, making sugar figurines, shyly, Old uncle, I wish to have a sweet sugar figurine. Could you make me a fat yellow duck? The old man chuckled with a benevolent smile and said, this old uncle is the best at making fat yellow ducks. I will make one for you quickly. The old man grabbed a handful of malt sugar with proficiency, and after a short moment, a cute and fat yellow duck was made. He then brushed on some sugary coating, giving life to the fat yellow duck. The little boy received the fat yellow duck with excitement and smiled happily as though there were stars in his eyes. Just as the woman was about to leave with the little boy in her arms, the little boy then said with an innocent tone, Mommy, Mommy, I want cotton candy. The woman pinched the little boy's cheek helplessly and pointed at the sugar figurine before saying, You have yet to finish the sugar figurine in your hand. Why do you want cotton candy too? The little boy was very persistent as he immediately kissed the woman on the cheek. The woman immediately smiled after getting kissed by her own baby and immediately paid money for the cotton candy. The cotton candy was very easy to make, and it took just 2 minutes for the old man to make a huge cotton candy ball that was like a white blanket. The little boy received the cotton candy and said to the fat yellow duck, Ducky, with the cotton candy as your blanket, you will not feel cold at night." The child's words were filled with innocence, and it was probable that this sugar figurine duck might not feel cold with the cotton candy blanket even during winter. After Lin Yuan stored the fruits in the beetle-shaped fey storage box, the sky looked like a shattered mirror as a dark red luster leaked out of the shattered night sky. There was a distortion energy wave that ripped open a huge gap in the night sky. Soon enough, a rift was formed in the sky by the dark red energy. As soon as the rift was formed, large quantities of alien insects instantly surged out of the rift. Chapter 133, This punch is strong enough. When Lin Yuan saw this strange energy rift, his brain felt as if it was going to explode. He had seen this strange energy rift back in the Xia region. Wasn't it a dimensional rift? Alien insects frantically rushed out of this opened dimensional rift, and all sorts of alien insects fell from the sky before falling into pieces. But as layer after layer of alien insect corpses laid down and formed a thick layer of insect corpses, there were no casualties among the newly fallen alien insects when they fell on them. Soon, a sea of alien insects suddenly gathered secretly in the night under the dimensional rift. All sorts of alien insects cried in unison, creating an ear-piercing and disordered sound of insects. Then, these alien insects gorged their sacrificed companions' flesh below them and seemed to be waiting for something. The dimensional rift had suddenly opened widely at the endless forest border, and the sea of insects had gathered only 2 or 3 meters away from Millstone Town. This was almost akin to the dimensional rift opening at the gates of Millstone Town. This dimensional rift that had suddenly opened in the night sky revealed its hideous claws and teeth, just like a devil choosing people to devour. Millstone Town, which was directly connected to this sudden change, started to panic. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobai dashed at his side. He was holding 30 kidney skewers, which could not be held in one hand, so he held 15 in each hand. Zhang Xiaobai might be experienced eating Millstone Town's kidney skewers. Those 30 kidney skewers could satisfy his appetite. He ran to Lin Yuan with a very grave expression, glanced at the kidney skewers in his hands, and threw them on the ground. "Lin Yuan, we'll gather at the earlier location." With such a big change of events, they should have rushed over immediately. Zhang Xiaobai rarely looked so grave. He looked at Lin Yuan and wanted to say something, but did not in the end. Instead, he only reached out to pat Lin Yuan's shoulder. Lin Yuan and Zhang Xiaobai ran toward the location previously agreed with Xian Ying, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran. After arriving at the location, Lin Yuan found Xian Ying and Lu Pinru standing there with ugly and anxious expressions. When Xian Ying saw Lin Yuan and Zhang Xiaobai, she shouted, "Based on the disorderly insect sounds, this opened dimensional rift must be linked to the dimension with alien insects. However, I don't know if it's a Class 1 insect dimensional rift or a Pinnacle Class 1 insect dimensional rift." Lin Yuan had also done a lot of research on this aspect. If the alien insect dimensional rift reached Class 2, the sounds of the alien insects alone could cause dizziness and blurred vision to people under such proximity. Therefore, this opened alien insect dimensional rift could only be Class 1. However, there was a vast difference between an ordinary Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift and a Pinnacle Class 1 dimensional rift. At that moment, Tan Ran dashed to their side while panting. The 5-member team officially assembled. Xian Ying regained her calmness and said as she looked at Lin Yuan, "Due to the sudden dimensional rift in Millstone Town, our mission of finding the Jade Unicorn Ice Snake Venom in the Endless Forest is suspended. You can go to the Royal Capitals Guild Alliance to collect the deposit we put up as the compensation for a sudden suspension of a mission." Zhang Xiaobai held back until his face turned red. Despite wanting to say something and looking at Lin Yuan and then Xian Ying, he still did not say what he wanted to, even if his face turned red. Lu Pinru and Tan Ran were frank, but it was as though they had a vague expectation as they looked at Lin Yuan. At the same time, Lu Pinru took down the closet, which was the height of 2 people, that she was carrying on her back. Tan Ran also opened the backpack he was carrying and wore a forehead protector. He pushed his naturally curly hair to the back of his head and revealed his forehead. It was clear that Lu Pinru and Tan Ran were ready for battle at this point. Lin Yuan could see the intention of the quartet. They wanted to stay in Millstone Town and help the town defend against the insect-tide invasion. At that moment, Lin Yuan could not help but think of the little boy that had bought a fat yellow duck sugar figurine earlier. He also recalled that when Chu Ci was young and was eating sugar figurines, she would always throw a tantrum about wanting a sugar figurine in the shape of an elite black-back mountain boar. It was as though the taste of pork could be felt. Those distant memories appeared before his eyes. What was happiness? When one was hungry, rice would be one's happiness. It was enough if one could eat to one's fill. When one was thirsty, water would be one's happiness. It was enough if one could drink to one's fill. When one was poor, money would be one's happiness. It was enough if one had sufficient money. Happiness might be one thing when one was young, and one would feel happy when one had something. When one grew up, happiness might be one goal, and one would feel happy when one achieved that. A few months ago, Lin Yuan had been a struggling man on the line of happiness, and he had been neither healthy nor had enough food or clothes. But now, he had bigger life goals than other people. In Lin Yuan's opinion, rather than saying it was because of his reincarnation, him forming a contract with Morbius, or being able to channel spirit chi to enhance feys, it was because he had been born in the Radiance Federation. Although Lin Yuan had grown up unwilling to accept others' help, he had unknowingly accepted too many favors. From time to time, Auntie Zhang and Uncle Wang would take care of his daily life and wonder whether he could live well. Before Chu Si had a contracted fey, teacher Bao had wanted to buy one for her with his own money. And there was also his dutiful teacher, the Moon Empress. When Lin Yuan saw the battle intent in the quartet's eyes, it seemed as if he suddenly understood the meaning of radiance. Radiance was a legacy, a mission, and a kind of belief. Lin Yuan frowned as he looked at them. Do you think that the four of you are the only ones who want to stay? In my opinion, our temporary squad can't be disbanded, not at least until we get through this insect tide. Xin Ying, Lu Pinru and Tan Ran looked at Lin Yuan with their eyes lit up. If they were kind to Lin Yuan before, then it was because they had formed a temporary squad. But now, they were looking at Lin Yuan in approval. This kind of recognition had nothing to do with his strength. Rather, it was a kind of soul-level recognition. Zhang Xiaobai's face turned red from holding back his words. He laughed and punched Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you're worthy of being a good brother of mine. Lin Yuan almost took a step back from Zhang Xiaobai's punch on his shoulder. Zhang Xiaobai was worthy of someone boorish who had to eat 30 kidney skewers for each meal. He was indeed boorish. Lin Yuan also punched back on Zhang Xiaobai's shoulder. I'll focus on healing you during the battle later. Zhang Xiaobai took a step back from Lin Yuan's punch and replied with a laugh, this punch is strong enough. That's satisfying. Zhang Xiaobai and Lin Yuan were not good at expressing their affection. Hitting each other with a punch was sometimes the way males expressed their friendship. Lin Yuan looked at the dimensional rift and said sternly, we won't be able to stop this insect tide with just a few of us. We'll follow the stream of people toward the location where Millstone Town's adventurers gather. Xin Ying quickly responded, there is a Guild Alliance branch in Millstone Town. The stream of people is heading there. We'll head there now. Lin Yuan was running with the quartet to the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch when he heard a strange yet pleasant female voice. It belonged to none other than the mother of Bloodbath, which had been silent before. Chapter 134, A New Dormant Red Thorn. The mother of Bloodbath's voice suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears, causing him to feel more at ease. Kid, as your path protector, I'll only care about your life and not anything other than that. However, you're considered courageous for wanting to fight against the insect tide under the dimensional rift. The mother of Bloodbath suddenly became silent for 2 seconds before a strange female voice sounded again. However, this pinnacle class 1 dimensional rift is no joke to you right now. If you can get through it and defend against the insect tide, I'll give you the source type item from this dimensional rift as a reward. When Lin Yuan heard the mother of Bloodbath's words, he frowned. Although Lin Yuan knew that this alien insect dimensional rift was class 1, he was unsure whether it was just an ordinary or a pinnacle class 1. Now that the mother of Bloodbath had said that it was a pinnacle class 1 dimensional rift, the grade of this dimensional rift could be determined. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. A class 3 alien insect would appear from a pinnacle class 1 dimensional rift as the swarm leader. The combat power of a class 3 alien insect was comparable to that of a gold fey, which also meant that the insect tide in Millstone Town would have at least one class 3 alien insect with a combat power comparable to a gold fey. This was utterly bad news for the 5-member team in Millstone Town. The alien insect dimensional rift was known as the most dangerous dimensional rift due to the countless alien insects gushing out of it, just like a raging tide. The sea of insects would turn any place barren wherever they went. In a battle, they could kill spirit chi professionals and feys alive. However, the pinnacle class 1 alien insect dimensional rift was not just simply a sea of insects for Millstone Town. This was because a pinnacle class 1 dimensional rift's class 3 alien insect was akin to the power of a sharp knife for Millstone Town. Lin Yuan asked the mother of Bloodbath softly, Mother of Bloodbath, if we can't stop this insect tide, can you step in to defend Millstone Town? Mother of Bloodbath's voice sounded again. I'm an arachnid fey, not a human like you guys. I am only your path protector and will only save you before you get buried in the sea of insects. Then, the mother of Bloodbath stopped talking. Lin Yuan's question was buried by the autumn wind that whistled past his cheeks as he ran in the cool night. He now did not even think about the so-called source-type life-form reward. Instead, he clenched his fists and measured his power. This battle would be the touchstone after the jasmine lily had evolved into a fantasy breed. The alien insects that spewed out of the pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift were mainly low-grade alien insects comparable to normal phase or lower than that. Such alien insects accounted for more than 80% of the insect tide. The remaining 19% or more were just alien insects similar to elite phase. Among the higher-grade alien insects that accounted for less than the remaining 0.001%, the Class 1 alien insects that were like bronze phase made up most of this percentage. Although this 0.001% seemed little, it was really terrifying given the numbers of the sea of alien insects. Lin Yuan could not help but think of Red Thorn, which had evolved into bronze. However, when Red Thorn was evolving into bronze, it had to grow new tissues and organs due to its exclusive skill. After eating an enormous amount of flesh from dimensional life forms, Red Thorn had fallen into a deep slumber, storing up for the growth of its organs that would allow its combat system to be rebuilt. Red Thorn had been sleeping for a long time, and Lin Yuan wondered when it would awaken. If Red Thorn awakened, its newly awakened exclusive skill would simply be a weapon for mass destruction to the alien insect tide. When Lin Yuan and the quartet reached Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch, they realized that many Spirit Chi professionals had gathered there. Based on their attire, most of these Spirit Chi professionals were some aborigines living in Millstone Town. Some came from other places to explore Millstone Town, and now they still chose to stay there. At that moment, a steward-like person clad in a body of chain armor shouted, "Check the combat class Spirit Chi professionals who came to the Guild Alliance branch." While he said that, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he looked unusually grave. Soon, an old man stepped forward. "Sir. 1,325 registered Spirit Chi professionals in Millstone Town also settled down here. 215 of them had gone out, leaving 1,110 Spirit Chi professionals here." While the old man spoke, he looked at the combat class Spirit Chi professionals gathered at the side, most of whom had settled in Millstone Town. In times of crisis, as a defender of Millstone Town, although the old man was so old that it would be strenuous for him to fight in a battle, seeing all the combat class Spirit Chi professionals in Millstone Town present to fight against the catastrophe, a proud feeling, an uplifting power arose in his heart. This cohesive force was unique to Millstone Town. If every Spirit Chi professional was like a small tinder, the thousand of people gathered would have been a strong bonfire. The steward-like man clad in chain armor was the president of the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch. There was a hint of pride on his anxious face, but then he had a bitter smile. As the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch president, how could he not know the limit of Millstone Town? Among these more than 1,000 combat class Spirit Chi professionals, most of them had bronze phase, while only a few dozen of them had silver phase. Only one of them had a gold phase. In a small town like Millstone Town, such combat power was considered great as compared to other similar towns. However, in the face of this sudden opening of the Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift and the approaching insect tide, it was clearly too much. At that moment, a voice deeper than the old man's shouted, "We're foreign Spirit Chi professionals who came to Millstone Town to provide healing and prepared to explore the endless forest." After summing it up, we have 113 foreign Spirit Chi professionals present, 87 with bronze phase, and 25 with silver phase. I have a gold phase. The middle-aged burly man's words made the president of the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch feel more at ease. However, this middle-aged man then made his expression turn uglier. "Among us 113 people, we only have one healing-type Spirit Chi professional who has a bronze-spitting turtle dove. How many healing-type Spirit Chi professionals are there in Millstone Town?" The president's face was covered with worry. Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals were too valuable and in high demand everywhere. Therefore, few healing-type Spirit Chi professionals would stay in a small place like Millstone Town to develop. In Millstone Town, with thousands of people, there were only 5 healing-type Spirit Chi professionals who were responsible for healing the thousands of people in the town. However, only 4 healing-type Spirit Chi professionals had bronze phase, while the other one only had an elite phase. Upon hearing him say the spitting turtle dove, Lin Yuan subconsciously glanced at the crowd. He surprisingly found the healing-type spirit chi professional who had previously been rejected in his application to join the 4-member squad of the Extreme Guild Club. Lin Yuan knew that such healing-type feys like the spitting turtle doves were relatively rare compared to other healing-type feys. They also had disgusting abilities that few would use. It was indeed a small world. Just as the president of Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch looked worried, he heard a pleasant male voice. To prevent world destruction and protect world peace, carrying out love and true. Before he could finish, a blonde-haired, valiant woman raised her hand and gave the tall and thin young man a heavy punch before she yelled tenderly, "Zhang Xiaobai, don't speak at this moment." Then, Xin Ying took 2 steps forward and said calmly and firmly, "We're a 5-member squad with 2 power offense-type spirit chi professionals, 1 defense-type spirit chi professional, 1 support-type spirit chi professional, and 1 healing-type spirit chi professional. Please let us join the battle." Chapter 135, 5 People Going to the Battle. Xin Ying's words made both the middle-aged man who had spoken before and the president of the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch look relieved. They quickly nodded in greeting to the 5 people, including Lin Yuan. At that moment, several shouts of surprise suddenly sounded. "Wow! Aren't these the 4 people from the Guild Alliance's Extreme Guild Club's tournament reserve team? They're actually here. It's great that they're here." At this time, the Extreme Guild Club team would be a really powerful reinforcement with them joining in. Then, a clamor suppressed the previous voice. "You're in Millstone Town too, my idols. We are really too destined." The healing-type spirit chi professional with the spitting turtle dove spoke as he was running toward them. Even if it was a reserve team in the tournament, they had an excellent reputation everywhere they went. Presently, the spirit chi professionals had recognized Xin Ying, Zhang Xiaobai, and the others. In addition to proving to be youths with great potential, they could also prove their strength. As soon as the 5 people, including Lin Yuan, appeared, everyone there got excited. Since Lin Yuan had always been wearing the mask genius had transformed into, he seemed like a background character. As Lin Yuan looked at the excited crowd, he said to the quartet, "Report your strengths to boost their morale." Morale was obviously the most important thing during the insectide invasion in a while, especially since they would go through a defensive battle. In this lifetime, even though Lin Yuan had never read any books on the art of war, he knew the importance of morale to a battle based on all kinds of hearing and observations in his previous lifetime. The team then understood Lin Yuan's purpose. Xin Ying, a power offense-type spirit chi professional with a gold fei. Zhang Xiaobai, a defense-type spirit chi professional with a gold fei. Tan Ran, a power offense-type spirit chi professional with a gold fei. Lu Pinru, a support-type spirit chi professional with a silver fei. Black, a healing-type spirit chi professional with a silver fei. Previously, the crowd was still focused on the quartet. But when Lin Yuan revealed that he was a healing-type spirit chi professional and had a silver fei, their eyes all focused on him instead. A silver healing-type spirit chi professional was an important strategic resource in a battle. With a healing-type spirit chi professional, who had a silver fei standing behind, it was akin to having solid protection behind while they were fighting for their lives in a battle. What would be more exciting than this? The other people present and the quartet stared at Lin Yuan blankly. Zhang Xiaobai almost blurted out, "Brother, are you still Lin Yuan? You're rather fair and not tanned one." Lin Yuan blinked at the quartet and pointed at the mask on his face. They looked at Lin Yuan's non-stop blinking eyes behind the mask and soon understood what he meant. When they recalled that Lin Yuan was a creation master at a young age and healing-type spirit chi professional with a silver healing-type fei, they guessed that his identity was not simple. Black might be Lin Yuan's identity outside. Lin Yuan had become friends with them using his actual name, which made the quartet feel his sincerity. At that moment, as the representative of the spirit chi professionals in the town, the president of the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch quickly took 2 steps forward. He brought Lin Yuan and the other 4 members to the front of all the spirit chi professionals and said, "All of you are young elites. I thank all of you for staying in Millstone Town. You're a coordinated squad and the one with the strongest combat power present. It's better that you guys command the fight against the insectide." Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch president was considered to be the person whose words carried the most weight. The people guarding the town were getting on in years and barely could fight, so the battle arrangements depended on the president of the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch. At present, he was delegating authority because there could be no 2 commanding voices in a defensive battle, or it would weaken the team's cohesion. The president delegated his authority so that there would only be 1 commanding voice later. On the other hand, he simply had too much pressure due to the fight against the insect tide. He believed that his qualifications and brain power could barely withstand such pressure. Therefore, he might as well push this responsibility to the best of the younger generation, while he would fight with all his might in the battle as a pure combat class spirit chi professional. Lin Yuan, Xin Ying, Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran looked at each other. Then, they nodded gravely, and Xin Ying said, "Which one of you has a small flying fey to observe what scale this dimensional rift really is and whether it's an ordinary class 1 insect tide? If we can find out what kind of class 3 alien insect leads this class 1 insect tide, we can be prepared in advance and target them effectively." After she said those words, the feedback she received made her expression turn ugly. It was not that these people present did not have flying feys. Rather, their flying feys were either too large or did not have high wisdom. Thus, they could not complete the scouting work and effectively bring back the information. Xin Ying knew that the 4 members of her team did not have such scouting flying feys. This was because support-type spirit chi professionals usually equip scouting flying feys. However, Lu Pinru's situation was special. She did not have such scouting flying feys. This was not Xin Ying's first time encountering an insect tide. Previously, she had taken part in the Extreme Guild Club's insect tide trials. Because of that, Xin Ying had heard that the sounds of insects from the ordinary Class 1 dimensional rift's insect tide were more ear-piercing than she had an impression on. Upon seeing that, Lin Yuan activated his spiritual energy and summoned Chimey, which had recently been in the spirit lock spatial zone. When Chimey was summoned, it was still confused. It was about to stand on Lin Yuan's ear and get closer. But when it saw Lin Yuan's grave expression, it became well-behaved as well. Chimey had actually been live-streaming in the spirit lock spatial zone, and the return of the long-lost Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had surprised the fans. Many fans had flocked to the live-streaming room to witness the return of the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Lord Ranger, who had been the top contributing fan, had even frantically donated 10,000 Radiance dollars. After live-streaming for a while, the fans encouraged Chimey to compete with other live streamers, but it still had not figured out how to. The dimensional rift had caused abnormal dimensional fluctuations that it could not log in with its star web card, so Chimey naturally got off the live streaming. At that moment, Chimey could not help but miss Genius. Without Genius as its manager and helping with the operation, Chimey felt it was hard putting on a GIF in front of the computer screen. Chimey thought that when Genius was around, it would compete with the other live streamers. It would spare them for now. At that moment, it would let them know the power of the Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. When Lin Yuan summoned Chimey, the surrounding people glanced over. Although Chimey was a silver fey, since its quality was legend, it looked quite better than most silver feys. Furthermore, it was in sky blue with obvious cloud patterns on its wings that contained mysteriousness and elegance. Coupled with Chimey's agileness, the people knew that this small flying fey had good wisdom. The quartet looked at Lin Yuan differently. He had actually given them a surprise at such a moment. It was crucial to have flying feys to scout the insect tide, as their side was already vulnerable. If the weak side could not grasp the upper hand, there would really be little chance of resisting the insect tide invasion. Lin Yuan immediately issued an order to Chimey, telling it to fly outside Millstone Town and observe the insect tide's situation. If possible, it could also check out the species of the Class 3 alien insect. Chapter 136, Wearing Pinru's Clothes. Actually, Chimey wasn't adept at scouting from high altitudes as it couldn't recognize Class 3 alien insects nor call out their names. However, as long as Chimey described the Class 3 alien insect's appearance, most of the people there would be able to identify it. After all, understanding various dimensional life forms from the dimensional rifts was a compulsory lesson for each citizen of the Radiance Federation. It was rare for Chimey to see Lin Yuan so solemn, so it was particularly serious too. It immediately flapped its wings and flew out of the Guild Alliance's sub-branch in Millstone Town. It flew toward the dark red dimensional rift under the darkness. Presently, Lu Pinru had already unloaded the 2 wardrobes that were the height of 2 humans. She was now rapidly circulating her spiritual power. The 2 wardrobes suddenly opened up when Lu Pinru circulated her spiritual power. It was now that Lin Yuan finally got to know what Lu Pinru's contracted fey was and why she was constantly carrying 2 huge wardrobes behind her. The wardrobes were filled with plenty of silk racks, and there were 3 3-inch long light yellow silkworms within. The moment Lu Pinru circulated her spirit chi, the 3 silkworms rapidly spat out silk and weaved spirit chi silk clothes on the silk racks. The silk clothes weren't ordinary ones as they were weaved with energy. The 3 silkworms were spitting silk at extreme speed, and it took just a short moment to finish weaving an entire set of silk clothes on the racks. Subsequently, Lu Pinru took down the energy-weaved silk clothes. Lin Yuan was looking at the 3 identical silkworms and using true data to check on them. Fey name, Glowing Silkworm Weaver. Fey species, Silkworm gene/cocoon worm species. Fey grade, Silver, 8/10. Fey type, Wood. Fey quality, Flawless. Abilities. Silk spit, rapidly spit out a large amount of disheveled silk to protect itself. Light body silk clothing, spit out energy silk to weave silk clothing that allowed the wearer's body to feel lighter and faster. Firm armor silk clothing, spit out energy silk, using large amounts of energy silk to weave silk clothing that could effectively guard against physical attacks. Exclusive skill. Tough silk, silk has resilience and toughness. It can greatly enhance durability and reduce wear and tear when using the silk products. When using true data, Lin Yuan was surprised to find out that these 3 glowing silkworm weavers didn't just have the same abilities, they also had the same exclusive skill, tough silk. Putting aside the rarity of the exclusive skill, tough silk, or the great abilities that the glowing silkworm weavers possessed, the real difficulty was to have 3 glowing silkworm weavers with the same exact abilities and exclusive skills. When feys evolved, they would obtain exclusive skills of a huge myriad. A single glowing silkworm weaver could have up to 1,000 different exclusive skills, and when they evolved to the next grade, the abilities weren't fixed either. The 3 glowing silkworm weavers had the same exclusive skills and abilities to rapidly produce energy silk clothing. Lu Pinru wasn't like other support-type spirit chi professionals who would use control abilities to weaken and restrict the enemies. She had sacrificed her individual combat ability to provide full support to her teammates. Zhang Xiaobai received Lu Pinru's energy silk clothes and gave the first set to Lin Yuan. Black, wear this firm armor silk clothing first. It can help you resist some physical attack. Pinru's clothes are very comfortable. Lin Yuan didn't reserve himself. As a healing-type spirit chi professional, when he was healing a teammate, it was best that his teammates wouldn't have to be distracted in order to protect him. After wearing this firm armor silk clothing, Lin Yuan's body had a layer of silk that was fused with energy. It was light and comfortable. As Lu Pinru went all out to exhaust her spiritual power, she quickly produced over a dozen firm armor silk clothing. After giving them to the few healing-type spirit chi professionals, the remaining clothes were distributed to the spirit chi professionals with gold feys. By the time the firm armor silk clothings were completed, Lu Pinru's complexion was abnormally pale. She quickly took out a spiritual ingredient that could replenish her spirit chi and chewed it twice before saying, "Let me rest for 5 minutes, and I will continue weaving firm armor silk clothings." The healing-type spirit chi professionals would wear the firm armor silk clothings Lu Pinru weaved, but spirit chi professionals with gold feys would choose their feys to wear them instead. The firm armor silk clothing was made by fusing energy and silk, so there wasn't a fixed shape. Even a large-sized fey could expand the firm armor silk clothing and equip it. Lin Yuan was able to see the obvious expectations on the faces of the spirit chi professionals who witnessed Lu Pinru's ability. He was completely able to understand why these spirit chi professionals desired the firm armor silk clothings, even though they were already prepared to die in order to protect Millstone Town. Everyone simply wanted to have an additional layer of protection, even if this layer of protection could only protect them from a few attacks of Class 1 or Class 2 alien insects before getting damaged. Lin Yuan responded immediately and summoned his Bronze/Legend Spirit Gather Goldfish from Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. This was the first time Lin Yuan summoned Blackie into the outside world. Blackie was originally inviting the female 5 Fortune Rancho to play and eat butterfly shells. When Lin Yuan summoned it, it habitually flourished its tail. Half of Blackie's body was now in the shape of a black peony after flourishing its tail. It was now waiting solemnly for Lin Yuan's command. When Lin Yuan summoned Blackie, the Spirit Gather Goldfish didn't release any trace of Spirit Chi due to its exclusive skill, Spirit Chi Imprint. However, its faint dragon prowess already told everyone present that Blackie was a dragon species fey. After awakening the dragon species bloodline, the Blackie wasn't just a fey, it was a luxury item that only wealthy people would possess. Blackie, use Spirit Injection on Lu Pinru and help her recover her Spirit Chi. When Lin Yuan commanded Blackie to use Spirit Injection, he completely forgot his own codename was called Black 2. Blackie immediately spat out pure Spirit Chi from its mouth and injected it into Lu Pinru's body. The Spirit Gather Goldfish might only be bronze grade, but having awakened the dragon species bloodline while its quality was at legend, its Spirit Injection's effects were extremely potent. While Lu Pinru was showing a surprised expression, her spiritual power and spirit chi were rapidly getting replenished. The Extreme Guild Club's quartet didn't expect Lin Yuan to bring such a pleasant surprise during the battle preparation. Spirit injection was a spirit chi recovery ability that was hard to come by because the Fey that possessed this ability would have other abilities that were almost useless. Therefore, such Feys weren't suitable for contracts. However, it was an ability that was extremely crucial, be it on the battlefield or in tournaments. Lu Pinru could feel her spirit chi getting rapidly replenished. When her spirit chi was almost fully replenished, she continued to produce the firm armor silk clothings. Among the glowing silkworm weaver's weaving abilities, the firm armor silk clothing was certainly more useful. Zhang Xiaobai distributed Lu Pinru's silk clothes and shouted, "Humans and Feys can wear Pinru's clothes. Please, don't forget the wardrobe before wearing the clothes." Zhang Xiaobai might not sound serious still, but his eyes were filled with overwhelming battle intent and determination. Xin Ying was also boosting everyone's morale before the battle. The healing-type spirit chi professional who had the spitting turtle dove was currently pressing down on his spitting turtle dove's head and said, "Drink a little more water. If you don't have enough saliva later, you will not be able to eat your favorite grey beetles anymore." When the spitting turtle dove heard that it couldn't eat the grey beetles anymore, it disregarded its life and continued gulping down the third bucket of water. Earlier on, the spitting turtle dove had already emptied 2 buckets of water. Lin Yuan concentrated his eyes as Chimey had already scouted the situation and was flying back. He could feel the panic in Chimey's heart when it was flying. Chapter 137, Heart-Penetrating Iron Line. Once Chimey flew in front of Lin Yuan, he immediately communicated with Chimey. After a short communication and feeling what Chimey had seen, Lin Yuan's face behind the mask looked terrifyingly gloomy. Lin Yuan already knew that this alien insect dimensional rift was a pinnacle class 1-1, through the mother of bloodbath. However, by seeing the scene through Chimey, Lin Yuan could feel the endless numbers of alien insects gathering under the dimensional rift. There were all sorts and types of alien insects packed up together, and it looked like they were piling on top of each other. Had Chimey not experienced Cheng Wu and Cheng Rui's assault and gone through life and death, it would have been overwhelmed when it saw so many alien insects. Of course, the massive numbers of this insect tide wasn't the reason why Lin Yuan had a gloomy expression. The most important reason was that Chimey had seen 3 Class 3 alien insects. Class 3 alien insect, acid tapeworm. Class 3 alien insect, spiky beetle. There was another one, but it was a Class 3 alien insect that was halfway out of the dimensional rift. The acid tapeworm looked just like a green neon lamp under the night sky and was abnormally eye-catching. The acid tapeworm's skin was just like a translucent and durable membrane, and it was filled with green glowing acid that was extremely corrosive. When it spat out the corrosive acid, the flesh would be instantly carbonized once it made contact with flesh. The Class 3 alien insect, spiky beetle, was just like an iron tortoise with horrifyingly thick armor. The massive body possessed power that could raise things that were several times heavier than its body. When the spiky beetle smashed with its spiked armor, it would be able to penetrate city walls. Of course, there were individuals here who had gold phase that could battle with Class 3 alien insects, so Lin Yuan wasn't really worried about these 2 Class 3 alien insects. The most important Class 3 alien insect was one that Chimey saw when it was still emerging from the dimensional rift. It was a slender black line. The black line was the reason why Lin Yuan frowned. This third Class 3 alien insect that only revealed half its body was an invisible killer, the heart-penetrating iron line. Under normal circumstances, the heart-penetrating iron line wouldn't reveal its original body and would be hiding within the bodies of other alien insects. From an alien insect that didn't have any grade or a Class 3 alien insect, any of the alien insects could be the host for the heart-penetrating iron line. The heart-penetrating iron line would control the host's movement, and it would grab the opportunity to suddenly emerge. It would use its slender iron line-like body to penetrate the heart of its target. It was considered an invisible assassin on the battlefield. With the Class 3 heart-penetrating iron line around, each spirit chi professional would need to be 120% concentrated. If the heart-penetrating iron line found a gap and suddenly attacked, it would penetrate the heart. There was no method to cure or save the victim. The heart was the core of the blood's movement, and if the heart was shattered, the entire body's blood would stop flowing, instantly losing vitality. No matter how great a healing-type spirit chi professional was, it was impossible to rescue a life with a shattered or penetrated heart. When everyone noticed that Lin Yuan wasn't talking after gathering intel, their morale that was originally boosted by Xin Ying had fallen a little. However, Lin Yuan had to tell everyone of the heart-penetrating iron line's presence. If they weren't cautious in advance, the heart-penetrating iron line would be able to launch its sneak attack. It was highly possible that they might lose a gold combatant. Even a gold defense type Fey wouldn't possibly be able to defend against an all-out attack from the heart-penetrating iron line. Acid tapeworm, spiky beetle. Lin Yuan paused for a moment before he said with a deep voice, and also the heart-penetrating iron line. This dimensional rift is a pinnacle class 1. Since Lin Yuan took responsibility for the reconnaissance, he felt that he shouldn't withhold any information. It might affect morale, but it wasn't enough to win the battle with just empty morale. When the alien insect dimensional rift opened, it was already a fight to life and death. Both sides had a huge difference in combat power, and if they couldn't even have the most accurate and factual information, then the result would be them getting wiped out. All of the non-combatants in Millstone Town would become food for the alien insects, and Millstone Town would become a meat paradise for the alien insects. Lin Yuan's words made everyone silent. Only the silly spitting turtledove was still gulping down the third bucket of water. In order to eat grey beetles, it wasn't willing to give up even if it was choking. All of a sudden, Zhang Xiaobai let out an inappropriate peal of laughter. Immediately after, he gripped his fist and stepped forward. It doesn't matter if this alien insect dimensional rift is a normal class 1 or a pinnacle class 1. We are not trying to slaughter the insect tide. We are just going to endure until reinforcement arrives. Zhang Xiaobai wasn't certain if Ascending Dragon City would notice the opening of this dimensional rift, however, someone had to step out and boost the morale for everyone. Xiao Ying looked at Zhang Xiaobai with a little extra. This obviously inappropriate person is always surprisingly reliable during crucial moments. After hearing Zhang Xiaobai's statement, everyone stayed silent for a moment until some unknown person yelled out, "Since we have stayed behind, then we don't have to be afraid of death. It is just an insect tide. I am great at enduring. There is nothing to be afraid of. Even if I am not from Millstone Town, I cannot allow my own race to be killed by alien insects. Fight! Fight! Fight!" Gradually it was unknown if it was because of extreme fear or a certain indestructible faith that was passed down. Everyone had a sudden boost of morale. A dazzling spot of light that supported the morale was fused with the boost of morale from everyone, and it was shining brightly. A radiant spirit was rising up within the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance. A grand spirit was produced invisibly under the night sky, and it was enough to contest with this dimensional rift. The heavens dome in the night sky was like a silent reporter. When the sword aura drew across thousands of miles, the sword light would lit up all 19 states. 1. The faith and grand spirit at this moment was something that many people would eulogize, but it would be carved into the memories for eternity. As the radiant light gathered, the energy was enough to penetrate the sky. As Lin Yuan felt that grand spirit, he involuntarily wanted to laugh heartily toward the sky. However, he quickly withdrew his mind and reverted to his most composed state at this crucial moment. The alien insects might start moving at any time. We cannot allow the alien insects to enter Millstone Town. Therefore, our only choice is to meet the alien insects outside Millstone Town. Millstone Town didn't just have spirit chi professionals. There were also ordinary people, and they were all helpless. If they were to face the insect tide, they would instantly become food for the insect tide. Furthermore, once the alien insects entered Millstone Town, they would be receiving attacks from all directions, and it was impossible to defend against the alien insects from all directions. They would have to break formation due to the alien insects' attacks, and everyone would be overwhelmed by the insect tide, turning into food for them. Millstone Town's city wall was built between two mountains, connecting them. Because it was very close to the endless forest, the city walls were built to be very thick. To fight outside Millstone Town and rely on this city wall was the best choice to resist this insect tide. Lu Pinru was still constantly producing firm armor silk clothing. Even with Blackie replenishing her spirit chi through spirit injection, her spirit chi was still exhausted. After extracting all the spiritual power and spirit chi from herself and working hard with the coordination of her 3 glowing silkworm weavers, almost every spirit chi professional with silver phase had a set of firm armor silk clothing. Lu Pinru was currently pale like a white sheet, and sweat was rolling down her cheeks. She wiped off the sweat on her cheeks and stood up to carry the 2 large wardrobes before she took big steps forward. Lin Yuan and the quartet of the Extreme Guild Club led the way while the Spirit Chi professionals that were residing in Millstone Town followed behind, along with the adventuring Spirit Chi professionals that actually wanted to venture into the endless forest. Over 1,000 individuals that disregarded death had started to form up formations under the city wall of Millstone Town. Dozens of firm armor silk clothing were glowing, and when buried in the insect noises, the silk clothing was giving off a trace of stern feeling. Just as everyone formed up the formations, Lin Yuan suddenly felt the atmosphere tensing up. He took a deep breath and could see low-grade alien insects rushing over from the source of the insect noises. Everyone could feel the ground underneath their legs constantly shaking. Lin Yuan looked far away and could see countless yellowish-green, reddish-brown, and different spots of light under the night sky. They looked just like spindrifts from the ocean and were surging over at astonishing speed. Behind each spot of light was a dashing alien insect. When facing this ferocious insect tide, everyone circulated their spiritual power to summon their feys. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 138, Cat Transformation. Under the night, the surging insect tide brought up a fishy smell, a smell that only belonged to the alien insects. The wind brought by the insect tide spread this smell to the people in Millstone Town. Zhang Xiaobai could not help but say, "Wow, this is so smelly. Thank goodness I didn't eat the skewers earlier, or I would have thrown up now." As he said that, he instructed his two feys. One of his fey was a mediocre defense-type fey, the Gale Muscle. It could provide other feys with a Gale shield and had a solid physical defense. Due to its speed, the Gale could cause powerful cuts through the wind blades. His other fey was a bit peculiar. It was a fey the height of a human, which was reasonably common, but it was an uncommon bloody leech. How much blood did this gold bloody leech usually need to absorb to be full? Zhang Xiaobai constantly instructed the Gale Muscle to provide a Gale shield to this gold bloody leech. Then, he gave this bloody leech the 5 layers of the firm armor silk clothing from Pinru's closet. "I will be at the front line later. My fey has a strong attraction to the alien insects. My Gale shield will cut the alien insects to death. Little muscle, don't slack on the shields later, or I won't feed you salt. I'll let you become a freshwater mussel." Zhang Xiaobai had returned to his former improper self, but his words were very reliable. Upon seeing the change in him, Xian Ying felt she had nowhere to place her fists. At that moment, Lin Yuan and the quartet had taken over issuing commands. The gold fey Xian Ying had summoned was just a big, pure golden cat with a metallic luster that was slender and elegant. The big cat was more than a meter long with very sharp claws. Xian Ying yelled, "Cat transformation!" Golden flames ignited on this big golden cat, and it quickly pounced toward Xian Ying before fusing into her body like a shadow. Then, Xian Ying's entire aura changed. The black pupils in her red phoenix eyes turned into golden slit pupils. These slit pupils solely belonged to cat species feys and were the same as the big golden cats. Sharp claws emerged from Xian Ying's hands as golden soft cat fur grew on her. 2 golden cat ears also grew on her head. Lin Yuan sighed when he saw Xian Ying's transformation. It was true that someone in the reserve team for the S tournament would have an outstanding fey. The exclusive skill that Xian Ying's fey had awakened at bronze was actually the rare transformation possession skill. This exclusive skill was like tool transformation, as it rarely appeared. However, transformation possession and tool transformation were different. There was no weak transformation possession, unlike the latter, which was reliant on luck. If one was lucky, a bike would turn into a motorbike. Otherwise, even a pair of skateboarding shoes would become open-toed. With a fey that had transformation possession, a spirit chi professional was akin to having the fey's combat abilities. A large part of the cat species fey's combat power was beast instincts, which Xian Ying had undertaken perfectly. Xian Ying raised one hand, and golden flames arose on her sharp claws, looking very resplendent under the night sky. "We have too few people in high-grade combatants, so those with gold feys will attack at the periphery later. Those with silver and bronze feys will form 2 rows alternatively. If those at the front line can't hold on, move to the back, and let the healing-type spirit chi professionals heal you. Those behind them will immediately take over." Then, Xian Ying rapidly flashed past everyone, creating an arc scratched by her claws on the ground. In a moment, with this line as the boundary, we'll use the alien insect corpses as a solid line of defense. Lin Yuan soon understood what Xian Ying meant. She wanted to kill the alien insects along this line, where their corpses would pile up along. They only needed to leave a gap in those corpses that would keep piling up high in order to defend well. Of course, this defense was only limited to the alien insects. The constant opening of the alien insect dimensional rift gave the Radiance Federation's Fey researchers more chances to constantly analyze the alien insects and eventually come up with several ways to fight them. Rather than saying the alien insects were intelligent beings, they were a race willing to devour everything in order to keep evolving. Low-grade alien insects were not very intelligent and were almost in a state of confusion. They only acted according to instinct. Even with the high-grade alien insects commanding, when faced with the temptation of many alien insect flesh, the low-grade alien insects would probably devour this unstruggling flesh. Of course, even the high-grade alien insects could not restrain their obsession for evolution. This obsession was inscribed in the bones and souls of the dimensional life forms, like the alien insects. The alien insect evolution came entirely from devouring flesh and absorbing the energy from the flesh. Xin Ying's line could even stop the Class 3 alien insects and let them gorge on the corpses. It was because of such instincts that the people in Millstone Town could use it as a sharp sword against the alien insects. These alien insects' cruel instinct to evolve by devouring was one of the reasons that made them terrifying. All alien insects with grades would probably have experienced a lot of battles on the other side of the dimensional rift and cruelly devoured their companions. Therefore, almost every alien insect with grades was an experienced executioner. The alien insects were going to attack Millstone Town because their echolocation had helped them find out which place contained the most lives that they could devour. When facing the vast and empty periphery of the endless forest, there was undoubtedly the most flesh energy in Millstone Town. This was why the insect tide would flock to Millstone Town. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the healing-type spirit chi professionals behind him and exclaimed, "Healing-type spirit chi professionals, regardless of whether you're bronze or elite, go to the back. Find an opportunity at the back to heal the injured combat class spirit chi professionals. It's enough for me at the front line. My fey can heal all." A cheer rang out in the Millstone Town. Lin Yuan's words once again increased their morale at this critical moment. Multi-target healing would mean that Lin Yuan could heal multiple targets at the same time and provide more chances for the people present to receive his healing. Chapter 139, Hippopotamus Affinity. Lin Yuan knew that it was inevitable for people to get injured and sacrificed in the battle to defend Millstone Town and fight against the insect tide. However, he could only allocate the other healing-type spirit chi professionals to the rear while he healed the front line. As such, he could ensure the survival of those healing-type spirit chi professionals that could not defend themselves. Only by ensuring their survival could the people receive more healing. Given his capabilities, Lin Yuan was confident that he could do a good job healing the front line. Actually, this was because his Jasmine Lily was a fantasy breed. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so bold. Even if there would be sacrifices in the battle, Lin Yuan would also do his best to maintain the sacrifices at the minimum within his ability. The insect tide was a breath away, and all the feys had taken their positions, ready to meet their enemies. Lin Yuan finally got to know why, even though Tan Ran loved cute feline feys, Zhang Xiaobai had said that the former was not fated with cute feys in this lifetime. Two of Tan Ran's 5-meter-long and 3-meter-tall huge feys stood there. One was a gold lava hippopotamus, while the other was a silver gluttony hippopotamus. When Lin Yuan looked at Tan Ran, who had natural curls, a cute face, and smooth skin, a guess arose in his heart. Is Tan Ran's affinity for feys more inclined toward hippopotamus feys? This was simply a discrepancy in cuteness. When Zhang Xiaobai saw that the insect tide had rushed to less than 100 meters before him and would reach him in a few seconds, he and his bloody leech immediately stood in the very front. Accompanied by a flash of sword light, Zhang Xiaobai cut his wrist, causing fresh blood to drop on the bloody leech right away. He then yelled, "Little Red, use oily plasma." The bloody leech's body quickly secreted a layer of lustrous dark red plasma, which was as sticky as oil. Oily plasma was actually an ability to defend against damage caused by sharp weapons and heavy blows. Before the sharp weapons could cut the bloody leech, the oily plasma would slide away the sharp blades. And when there was a heavy blow, this layer of oily plasma could also serve as a cushioning role. It was just that he now used this oily plasma as a tool to attract the alien insects. The actual world was no game. Defense-type spirit chi professionals did not have taunting abilities, which only existed in games. Nonetheless, the oily plasma ability was just like a taunting ability to the alien insects. The oily plasma emitted a thick stench of blood with a mixture of oil and blood that stimulated the alien insects nearby when diffused into the night sky. The alien insects that smelled this stench of oil and blood rapidly rushed toward the bloody leech right away. Zhang Xiaobai had taken advantage of the alien insects' weakness. When the bloody smell attracted the alien insects, they crashed into the gale shield around the bloody leech. A dozen layers of gale shields had covered the bloody leech's body. The gale circulated rapidly on this gale shield's surface and stirred the gradeless alien insects into smithereens. Although many alien insects approached wave after wave, these dozen gale shield layers did not suffer any damage. Instead, they ran out of energy and dissipated when the gale shield turned the alien insects into smithereens. Many low-grade alien insect corpses on both sides of the gale shield built up half of the fortification on this side. The alien insect corpses on both sides were 3 meters high, with only a gap between where the bloody leech stood. Upon seeing that the fortification on this side almost built up, Zhang Xiaobai immediately led the bloody leech to retreat. Then, he moved to another side of the battlefield to help build the fortification and fight against the insect swarm's fierce attacks. Zhang Xiaobai handed over the fortifications to the Spirit Chi professionals led by Millstone Town's Guild Alliance's branch president to guard. On the other side, Tan Ran's gold lava hippopotamus used its gold ability, Melting Mantle. The land in front of the gold lava hippopotamus suddenly churned, and the black land slowly turned red. It emitted a scorching heat and crimson blaze. The land within this range turned into slow-flowing lava that melted and cremated many alien insects. At the side, the gluttony hippopotamus bit those alien insects that stepped on their companions' corpses to come over and chewed and swallowed them. The alien insect's blood contained strong acidic toxicity, which was nothing to the gluttony hippopotamus. When Lin Yuan looked at the gluttony hippopotamus data information, he realized that its exclusive skill was interesting. Fey name, Gluttony hippopotamus. Fey species, Hippopotamides/hairless horse. Fey grade, Silver, 7/10. Fey type, Water. Fey quality, Flawless. Abilities. Tooth stab, continuous stab with its 5-inch long sharp teeth. Hunger eating, the gluttony hippopotamuses are always hungry and will always crush and rapidly eat the target. Fasting bomb, the gluttony hippopotamuses stop eating and spew out all the accumulated energy, causing an explosion of energy. Exclusive skill. Harmful food purification, the gluttony hippopotamuses will purify all the toxic and harmful components out of its body with the special jaw glands. The gluttony hippopotamus was executing its exclusive skill and filtering out the acidic toxicity from the alien insect's blood before it spat it out to the insect swarm. The purified acid sprayed on the alien insect's hard shells and caused their bodies to corrode and soften. In the process of running, the alien insects with softened shells were cut into pieces by their companions' shells at the side, leaving their corpses with no bones left. Xin Ying quickly hunted and killed the nearby alien insects with grades. Regardless of Class 1 alien insects that were equivalent to Bronze Phase or Class 2 alien insects that were equivalent to Silver Phase, Xin Ying leaped up, and her sharp claw soon killed these alien insects. The dead Class 1 and Class 2 alien insects were left in the swarm of mostly normal alien insects, which immediately caused turmoil. Those low-grade alien insects madly snatched the high-grade alien insect flesh, and it was for this reason that the advance of the insect swarm was greatly reduced. Lin Yuan's spirit gather goldfish was still incessantly replenishing Lu Pinru's spiritual power, while Lu Pinru was still producing the firm armor silk clothing. Chimie was guarding by Lin Yuan's side as the latter was standing behind Tan Ran. It would kill those alien insects that crossed Tan Ran's line of defense with its sound thrust. At that moment, Lin Yuan summoned his Jasmine Lily. Chapter 140, The Insect's Butthole. When the Jasmine Lily was summoned, its emerald green fasciated flowers were mottled with a jade-like color, as though emitting an emerald green mist. The light mist rose from the jade green color, causing the normal flower on the top to look extraordinary. In the process of evolving into a fantasy breed, not only had Lin Yuan's Jasmine Lily developed bunches, but it had also undergone fasciation. Not even an ordinary creation master could recognize that Lin Yuan had summoned a Jasmine Lily. When the quartet and many combat class Spirit Chi professionals saw Lin Yuan summon his Jasmine Lily, they could feel that this fey was quite extraordinary. However, nobody entertained the idea of it being a fantasy breed, as they had never heard of a silver fantasy breed. Despite that, Lin Yuan could not help but feel somewhat awkward when he used his Jasmine Lily's heal ability. If he used the Jasmine Lily's fasciated flowers to heal, the healing effect would indeed be much stronger. However, the feeling of happiness the fascinated parts caused while healing was fatal to the combat class Spirit Chi professionals in the midst of battle. If such a feeling of happiness enveloped them and they got indulged in it, the approaching alien insects would rip them apart. Thus, Lin Yuan could only use the Jasmine Lily's topmost flower that had yet to undergo fasciation to heal the front line. Xin Ying had killed high-grade alien insects among the insect tide, and inevitably, the other alien insects snuck up on her and injured her. But every time Xin Ying got injured, she realized that there would always be a beam of green light shining on her. The surging vitality in the green light could heal her wounds by just circulating her once. While Zhang Xiaobai's bloody leech was resisting against many alien insects, its oily plasma seemed to have faded because of the alien insects' attacks. Under the sea of insect attacks, it was inevitable to be injured by the low-grade alien insects' spikes and sharp teeth. At that moment, there were many fine wounds on the bloody leech, and the tissue fluid oozing out of the wounds almost drenched its body. Just as Zhang Xiaobai felt that the bloody leech could not hold on any longer, a beam of green light shone on its body. The green light rapidly helped the bloody leech to replenish its vitality and healed its wounds. These beams of green light always brought hope filled with vitality when the frontline combat class spirit chi professionals were having the hardest time. Regardless of Lin Yuan's control of the healing amount or the timing of his healing, those on the front line felt a peace of mind. If it were not for the fact that they had no way to make a move when defending against the insect tide, the people Lin Yuan had healed would probably want to give a thumbs up to him. Although Lin Yuan was actually healing other spirit chi professionals for the first time during this perilous insect tide, he acted calmly and unhurriedly without panicking. Each time, the topmost jasmine lily flower would emit 8 healing beams, which was the best Lin Yuan had experimented with. Otherwise, too many healing beams would not allow him to achieve the perfect healing effect. If he released too many healing beams, it would cause a healing overflow. Under such a situation where healing was lacking, any healing overflow was an intolerable mistake. Lin Yuan then followed the 8 healing beams frequency to heal the people on the front line. From time to time, he would turn around to help ease the burden of those healing-type spirit chi professionals at the back. Whenever there were combat class spirit chi professionals in the back who were seriously injured and had to retreat from the battle, Lin Yuan would use the jasmine lily's fasciated flowers to heal them. But every time he healed them, these combat class spirit chi professionals would uncontrollably make strange sounds, which made the battle against the insect tide seem somewhat bizarre. Zhang Xiaobai pursed his lips, and when he heard these strange sounds, he could not help but mutter, "Are they really so happy to be wounded by alien insects? Why can't I feel it whenever I get beaten up by Xin Ying? If this is happiness, then how is Xin Ying different from the alien insects?" Upon hearing Zhang Xiaobai's words, Xin Ying, who was killing the alien insects with grades, felt the fire in her heart igniting. Despite killing the alien insects with strong intensity, her exhausted body and her speed got better right away. After cat transformation, Xin Ying constantly scratched with her sharp claws and killed the alien insects more effectively than before. Lin Yuan found that among the healing-type spirit chi professionals, the person with the spitting turtle dove had really made a big difference. Despite its gross abilities, the spitting turtle dove's sticky saliva could effectively stop bleeding. Basically, the combat class spirit chi professionals who had gone to the back and moved back up to the front line all almost had the spitting turtle dove's sticky saliva. With its contractor forcing it, the spitting turtle dove frantically spat its saliva. It felt very regretful now. If it had known earlier that it would have to spit so much saliva, it would have drunk one more bucket of water, even if not for the delicious grey beetles. If the spitting turtle dove could speak, it would probably have jumped and shouted, "I really don't have a drop of saliva left." After just less than 20 minutes, a defensive line formed by the alien insect's flesh had basically been built. At that moment, a violent crashing sound rang from the solid defensive line. A few dark spikes pierced through this defense line of alien insect flesh pile, creating an opening due to the impact. With a body full of spikes, a huge black beetle was rapidly eating the alien insect flesh on the line of defense that had been knocked apart. This black beetle was one of the 3 Class 3 alien insects. It was a Class 3 spiky beetle. The Class 3 alien insect finally appeared among the insect tide. Alien insects were indeed greedy, and such greed referred to their desire for flesh. Naturally, the Class 3 spiky beetle was not an exception. The spiky beetle was the most excited. Given the enormous amount of insect corpses accumulated there, the spiky beetle could not help but quickly enjoy this gourmet feast. Xin Ying's expression turned bitter. She circulated the spirit chi in her body, and a golden feline fey shadow appeared behind her. She shot a glance at Tan Ran and Zhang Xiaobai. They looked at each other and immediately worked together to command their feys to attack and attract the spiky beetle's attention. The spiky beetle hissed upon seeing the bloody leech and lava hippopotamus. Upon sensing the power within the bloody leech and the lava hippopotamus did not lose to itself, it charged toward them. Its shell with sharp spikes that carried a tremendous force was the spiky beetle's best means of attack. The spike's penetration power, coupled with the tremendous force, allowed them to pierce through steel plates with the same thickness as the spikes. The burst of power due to the spike's tremendous force was truly terrifying. At that moment, Xin Ying condensed the golden feline shadow behind her into her claws. She sneak attacked the spiky beetle with all her power and hit its most vulnerable area, its butthole. Chapter 141, The Sea of Flowers Eating the Insects. Xin Ying managed to strike the spiky beetle. The golden feline shadow hidden in her claw blades exploded when it hit the spiky beetle's weak spot and entered the insect's butthole. This strike containing Xin Ying's full force exploded in the spiky beetle's body. Despite being a Class 3 alien insect, the spiky beetle had suffered a full blow at its weak spot by Xin Ying, a B-rank power offense-type spirit chi professional with a gold fey. Although it was still struggling, it was obviously the spiky beetle's last resistance before its death. Soon, the spiky beetle lost its life and lay motionless. Zhang Xiaobai immediately commanded his bloody leech to drain the spiky beetle's blood. The bloody leech could quickly replenish its lost stamina during the battle by draining blood. The defense line formed by the alien insect corpses was mostly thanks to Zhang Xiaobai and the bloody leech. Without the bloody leech using its oily plasma to attract the insects, the fortification could not have been constructed so quickly. At this point, everyone had been fighting hard for nearly an hour, causing their stamina to reach rock bottom. However, they still carried on fighting, relying on nothing more than the faith and protection in their hearts, as well as the desire to live. Zhang Xiaobai's bloody leech drained the spiky beetle's blood. Its acidic blood made the bloody leech suffer serious injuries, but it recovered its stamina pretty well. Then, Zhang Xiaobai commanded the bloody leech to fill the spiky beetle on the fortification where the spiky beetle had previously crashed into. The spiky beetle's shell faced outward, and its spikes pierced through the low-grade alien insects that crashed into it, just like candied hawthorn sticks. It seemed that the spiky beetle had contributed a lot to the fortification. Under the dome of the night, the battle ensued. Lin Yuan could completely sense that everyone had little stamina left. Not only had the front-line defense become a bit strenuous, but those combat-class spirit chi professionals with bronze and silver feys behind also rotated at a much faster pace than before. Before their fresh injuries could heal, they had to take over. Due to their unhealed fresh injuries adding onto their old injuries, everyone could barely hold on any longer. Healing-type spirit chi professionals were rare, including those with bronze feys, like the spitting turtle dove. These healing-type spirit chi professionals had already exhausted the spirit chi in their bodies. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly received an intimate greeting that came from his spiritual spatial zone. Red Thorn had awakened from its evolution, and a look of surprise appeared on Lin Yuan's face. It had awakened at the right time. Lin Yuan summoned Red Thorn without hesitation. A strange plant that was nearly 2 meters tall appeared in his hand. A huge sphere grew in the middle of the plant, with the folds on the sphere covered with sharp teeth. Each sharp tooth was a bloody mouth when opened. Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish had become more powerful after evolving to bronze. Large but layered flesh-like flowers grew above the mouth of relinquish. The flowers were covered with folds and carried a strange aroma. Strong acids from all sorts of dimensional life forms' flesh that Red Thorn had digested and extracted filled the digestive cavity. Not only could the acid help the mouth of relinquish with digestion, but it could also be spat out by the large rose-shaped flowers growing on the digestive cavity. The first 18 vines that had grown previously could now reach 7 or 8 meters long. They were the thickness of a wrist, and the barbs that grew on them also had many irregular serrations. The outer new vines were the thickness of a thumb. Not only did they have barbs on top, but these barbs were also hollow. While stabbing into the target, the acid in Red Thorn's digestive cavity could also be injected. Red Thorn was more like a killing machine than when it had been at elite. However, this was not why Lin Yuan was confident in Red Thorn. Rather, it was because of the new layers of flesh-like flowers on the mouth of relinquish. This was an organ that had grown based on the new exclusive skill when Red Thorn had evolved to bronze the spore cavity. Lin Yuan yelled, "All the combat class spirit chi professionals at the front line, retreat backward. Protect the combat class spirit chi professionals at the back. Those with gold phase focus on killing the alien insects." Despite not knowing why Lin Yuan had given such an order, their instinctive trust in Lin Yuan made them retreat at the same time, including the quartet. Red Thorn had not seen Lin Yuan for a long time. The smooth vine with no sharp barbs that Red Thorn had evolved particularly for Lin Yuan wrapped around his wrist, expressing the affection of Red Thorn, which did not have high wisdom. Lin Yuan held this smooth vine and said, "Red Thorn, release the spores to your heart's content and devour all the alien insects that you can." Red Thorn conveyed its joy when it sensed the alien insect corpses everywhere and the countless alien insects not far away. In the simple-minded Red Thorn's opinion, these alien insects were the food that Lin Yuan had sent it after its awakening. The spore cavity on the mouth of relinquish shook. Each of the spores released from the layered flesh-like petals flew to the alien insect corpses and quickly took root. In just a few seconds, the red thorn spores drained the alien insect corpse's energy. A shrunken version of the red thorn with only a digestive cavity with several vines grew as a result. Rhizomes grew out of these spores' child ramets and quickly joined in tandem, passing energy to each other. A few of the closest ones to red thorn were rooted on the alien insect corpse's fortification line, and the strongest ramets were connected to all the new child ramets grown from the spores. These few strong ramets placed their roots on top of red thorn's roots and passed on the energy that the child ramets were draining from the sea of insects. While the crowd was defending for more than an hour, the child ramets rapidly drained the insect corpses. Red thorn was constantly releasing spores and producing new child ramets. The child ramets that had previously grown were also becoming more robust from a height of 30 centimeters to nearly 2 meters tall. The rose-shaped flowers of the digestive cavity could swallow most of the alien insects when it swirled open. Each child ramet had a digestive cavity with large and delicate red rose-like flowers. Under this night sky, snaking vines with sharp barbs were hidden in the growing sea of flowers. This scene was beautiful yet strange and magnificent. While this sea of flowers was rapidly digesting the alien insect corpses, it started to sweep up the alien insects. Most of the alien insects were gradeless or even normal. Such alien insects were the best soil for these child ramets to absorb nutrients. The sea of flowers spread toward the sea of alien insects, regarding them as the most sumptuous dinner. The Millstone Town people, including the quartet, looked dumbfounded at the magnificent sea of flowers' sudden appearance. When they looked at Lin Yuan and Red Thorn's quartet, they could not help but swallow. The vines danced, and the sea of insects trudged among the flowers. Chapter 142, The Battle Between the Sea of Flowers and the Insect Tide. Under the approaching early morning's sky, the chill of the late autumn crept up and constantly produced water vapor in the air, forming vague, cold fog. When everyone looked at the sea of flowers colliding with the endless insect tide and killing them to its heart's content, they felt a tightness in their throats. However, the Millstone Town people suddenly felt ease in their tense feelings. At the very least, the sea of flowers was now in a stalemate with the insect tide, giving all of them the chance to breathe at last. When the Extreme Guild Club's quartet looked at Red Thorn's quartet beside Lin Yuan and then at him, they could not help but feel that he was simply a person full of surprises. At every critical moment, be it the previous scouting, his fey having the ability to restore spiritual power, or the fact that he could keep up healing the front line, Lin Yuan could always come forward. And now, when everyone was nearly unable to hold on anymore, he summoned a strange plant life form and controlled the insect tide's pace. Xin Ying detected Red Thorn's quartet beside Lin Yuan's hand. She could sense that this 2-meter-tall, strange plant that she had never heard of was not very powerful. Its battle prowess was merely at bronze. However, this plant life form's ability was simply too powerful. It seemed as if it was born to suppress this insect tide. Xin Ying had taken part in the S tournament before, so she had more thoughts on this. When she looked at the normal child ramets in the sea of flowers and the elite ramets beside the quartet, she deeply felt that Lin Yuan's plant life form was terrifying. If its grade reached diamond, then what kind of killing power would the platinum ramets and countless gold child ramets possess? If this was the case, wouldn't it alone be able to suppress a class 3 insect tide? Lin Yuan did not know what Xin Ying was thinking, or else, he would have smiled bitterly. It was difficult on him now, as his spiritual power was being consumed while the red thorn was constantly releasing spores from the mouth of Relinquish's topmost flesh-like petals. Before Lin Yuan could not bear with it, he quietly activated the Spirit Chi imprint on his back. The Spirit Chi imprint's spiritual power was continuously supporting Red Thorn's constant release of spores, allowing the sea of flowers to become more magnificent. It was all thanks to Blackie's exclusive skill. Otherwise, even if Red Thorn had such a capability, Lin Yuan's body's spiritual power could not last. Another point was that the Red Thorn's spores needed to grow into child ramets. If the child ramets wanted to grow, they would need an enormous amount of flesh energy. Thanks to everyone killing these alien insects, Red Thorn's released spores could quickly form into a sea of flowers. However, Xin Ying was right. If Red Thorn was truly at diamond, and with the premise of a large number of insect corpses and sufficient spirit chi in Lin Yuan's body, the sea of flowers could really resist a class 3 insect tide alone. Xin Ying looked at Lin Yuan's outstanding figure by the sea of flowers and knew that his future was promising. Then, her eyes focused as she looked at everyone behind her. Those who still can kill the alien insects, follow me. She had noticed that this sea of flowers could control the insects below normal and be in a stalemate with normal ones. If it encountered elite ones and they struggled, even though the child ramet's barbed vines could pierce the elite insect's shells and release strong corrosive blood, they could easily break the child ramet's vines and even crush them. Therefore, the sea of flowers was not very effective against elite alien insects. Nonetheless, the elite alien insects could still perish under the child ramet's concentrated attacks. Naturally, the sea of flowers could deal no damage to Class 2 insects, comparable to silver feys. They rampaged through the sea of flowers and soon destroyed it. Xin Ying, Zhang Xiaobai, Tan Ran, and 2 other spirit chi professionals with gold feys did their best to kill all the Class 2 alien insects in the sea of flowers. When they encountered some Class 1 insects, they would kill them to reduce the pressure on red thorn and allow it to spit out more spores, enhancing the sea of flowers. It was also akin to saving Lin Yuan's spiritual power consumption. In fact, the sea of flowers' damage degree could only be considered minor for the situation at hand. There were simply too many normal, and below, insects, which were also the child ramet's potential source of nutrients. Some of the earliest child ramets had grown close to 1 meter tall. Despite almost reaching a ramet's degree, the child ramet's combat power was close to an elite. Such child ramets did not even need to use the vines to attack the normal insects. Instead, they could just spiral open the flower on the corrosive cavity and reveal the sharp teeth inside before easily devouring them. A large amount of acid in the corrosive cavity could also quickly digest the devoured insects, turning them into energy. Part of the energy would be given to red thorns or tet. The child ramets would absorb the remaining energy themselves, which would then turn them even stronger. At the same time, red thorns or tet still constantly released spores that continued to spread the sea of flowers' dominance. These spores would also rapidly replenish the sea of flowers' damaged parts. Because the child ramet's rhizomes were all interconnected, even if the sea of flowers killed lesser alien insects, the nutrition would be shared based on these rhizomes. If they encountered some insects that wreaked havoc in the sea of flowers, red thorn would quickly mobilize energy. It would channel energy to numerous child ramets near that rampaging alien insect. These child ramets would rapidly absorb the ortet's energy and grow into elite ramets. Red thorn had reached bronze, so its ramets were elite. Numerous ramets would besiege the Class 1 alien insects and devour them to offset the consumed energy. The stalemate between the sea of flowers and the insect tide was because the former had the upper hand. The sea of flowers' nutrients came from the insect tide, but the latter could not replenish any nutrients from the former. Nonetheless, there were too many insects. Even if the sea of flowers devoured all the present insects, many more were approaching like an endless stream. The sea of flowers' vines danced, and the alien insects hissed. The stalemate had lasted for nearly an hour, and in the crowd's eyes, it was the most beautiful outcome. This was because such a stalemate could allow the injured ones and their feys to recuperate. The injured combat class spirit chi professionals and feys were still waiting for the healing type spirit chi professionals to heal them. Lin Yuan's spirit gather goldfish no longer used spirit injection on Lu Pinru. Instead, it replenished the healing type spirit chi professionals' exhausted spiritual power. As a result, the healing type spirit chi professionals had enough spirit chi to unleash their abilities and heal the combatants who were alternating between old and new injuries. Chapter 143, Lin Yuan's solo kill. After another half an hour of stalemate, a green luminescent insect suddenly appeared at the sea of flowers' edge. This huge alien insect was the second Class 3 alien insect, the acid tapeworm. When everyone saw the acid tapeworm appear, they were relieved but had grave expressions. While killing the Class 1 and Class 2 alien insects, the combat class spirit chi professionals with gold feys needed to focus and carefully observe their surroundings. This was because they did not know in which insect's body the hidden killer, Class 3 heart-penetrating iron line, was. It might launch a sudden attack at any time. Since the acid tapeworm appeared, only the Class 3 heart-penetrating iron line was left. Everyone retreated to their defensive positions, prepared to deal with the acid tapeworm in unison. The acid tapeworm's defensive power was not strong, not even comparable to a Class 1 insect. Nonetheless, it was terrifying due to the green acidic corrosive liquid in its body that would even corrode sand and soil when spewed out. Even if a gold fey got into contact with a little of this acid, a huge chunk of its flesh would be corroded. If it was covered in more acid, its roots would be damaged. Just as Xin Ying, Zhang Xiaobai, Tan Ran, the Millstone Towns Guild Alliance branch president, and a middle-aged foreign man were prepared to attack the acid tapeworm, Red Thorn suddenly became excited. Lin Yuan soon understood why he sensed Redthorn's sudden excitement and intense emotion waves. Redthorn had probably spotted its favorite delicacy. The leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box that the Moon Empress had given Lin Yuan contained a huge amount of dimensional life form flesh. After devouring the flesh of different kinds of dimensional life forms, Redthorn slowly became picky. Based on Lin Yuan's observation, Redthorn preferred eating the dimensional life forms' flesh that contained a lot of acid in their blood. Naturally, alien insect flesh contained the strongest acidity. The carcass of an acid tapeworm was in the diamond leaf-shaped fey storage box all along, and Redthorn had been drooling over its Class 3 flesh. However, Lin Yuan had not allowed Redthorn to eat it. This was because Redthorn had been at elite previously. If it ate this Class 3 acid tapeworm, it would likely be unable to digest it and would instead be injured by the acid tapeworm's strong acidity. Now that Redthorn had seen the acid tapeworm, its vine wrapped around Lin Yuan's wrist shook. It was like a puppy wagging its tail pitifully to plead its master when it saw something delicious. Lin Yuan nodded as he looked at the acid tapeworm at the edge of the sea of flowers. When Redthorn had been at elite, Lin Yuan would at most feed it the flesh of silver dimensional life forms. Now that it had reached bronze, it should be fine for it to eat some gold dimensional life forms flesh. Redthorn's roots, which had been rooted to the ground, suddenly erupted with surging energy. This energy fluctuation made Lin Yuan sense a layer of airwaves forming in the ground underneath his feet. This energy was what the child raymets had drained from a huge amount of alien insect flesh. At that moment, Redthorn redirected that energy to the child raymets near the acid tapeworm, and they rapidly grew into 1.5 meter tall raymets. These raymets had the ability of pinnacle elite phase, which was the limit of Redthorn's raymets. The nearly 100 raymets close to the acid tapeworm waved their barbed vines at it. When the acid tapeworm sensed the attack and was about to spit out acid, Lin Yuan raised his hand, used the spirit chi imprint's spiritual power, and unleashed his blue flash purple butterfly's ability, Silence Scale Powder. The Silence Scale Powder landed and attached on the acid tapeworm, effectively stopping it from spitting out acid. In fact, the Silence Scale Powder would not affect the acid tapeworm when it spat out acid, as it did not need to communicate with the spirit chi in the world. It was just releasing the acid from its body. However, the blue flash purple butterfly's exclusive skill, Scale Powder Halo, made a vast difference. The light pollution caused by the scale powder reflecting the acid tapeworm's body's greenish light made it dizzy. What Lin Yuan wanted was the scale powder halo to cause brief dizziness. Just as the acid tapeworm was dizzy, the pinnacle elite raymets wrapped it, and the vine's barbs pierced into its weak epidermis. The vines were soon firmly fixed on the acid tapeworm and dragged it from the edge to within the sea of flowers. Redthorn's pinnacle elite raymets tore apart the acid tapeworm's weak translucent epidermis, causing a huge amount of green acid to spray out and land on the child raymets in the sea of flowers. The child raymets below normal were instantly corroded and withered when the acid touched them, while the normal child raymets did not last long before they turned yellow and gradually corroded completely. However, the elite raymets could bear this powerful corrosive acid. Redthorn had drained a huge amount of alien insect flesh, so it had significant resistance to the acid in the alien insect blood. The potent digestive fluids in Redthorn's body were a result of devouring highly acidic dimensional life forms' flesh. The elite raymets swirled open the rose-shaped flowers on the corrosive cavity and revealed the sharp teeth inside. The sharp teeth immediately bit through the acid tapeworm's epidermis. At the same time, the corrosive cavity penetrated its body and rapidly drained the acid tapeworm's acid in huge amounts. Then, they transferred all the energy to the ortet. While the raymets were devouring the acid tapeworm's acid, the ortet's mouth of relinquish became a little more acidic due to the energy the raymets provided. Thanks to Lin Yuan's silent scale powder and Redthorn's attacks, this class 3 acid tapeworm perished. Its death could be attributed to three factors: Lin Yuan's unexpected use of silent scale powder, the sea of flowers being spread out to attack, and the acid tapeworm having a weak spot. Naturally, Lin Yuan's actions astonished everyone. It was a class 3 alien insect, comparable to a gold fey, after all. Tan Ran could not help but mumble, Lin Yuan is a legendary social elite, right? Upon hearing Tan Ran's words, Zhang Xiaobai scratched his head and asked, Tan Ran, what's a social elite? Xin Ying looked at Zhang Xiaobai's silly look and rolled her eyes before explaining, you don't know what a social elite is? They're the ones who are left after gathering everyone in society, compressing, extracting, filtering them, and repeating it many times. Xin Ying's explanation dumbfounded Zhang Xiaobai. Isn't that a scum? Chapter 144, Severed Arm. It was unknown whether Zhang Xiaobai's mind was truly creative, or he was purposely trying to make everyone light-hearted. In any case, everyone under the Millstone Town's city walls had their tension relieved. Apart from Xian Ying, the rest of the people were laughing heartily. However, Xian Ying could only feel that her fist was getting itchy again. At that moment, there was a sudden change of events. Zhang Xiaobai originally commanded his Silver Gale muscle to shoot out its basic ability, Forceful Wind Blade, to kill a Class 1 alien insect that was destroying things within the Sea of Flowers. When the Forceful Wind Blade cleaved the Class 1 alien insect, it should have split the alien insect into two. However, the Forceful Wind Blade felt as though it had slashed on a metal plate, and there was a clear metallic clash. At that moment, a 2-meter-long black iron line suddenly shot out of the Class 1 alien insect's body and rushed straight for Zhang Xiaobai's heart. Zhang Xiaobai wasn't considered far from the Class 1 alien insect and was less than 15 meters away. The heart-penetrating iron line took just a blink of the eye to cover the distance. Back when Lin Yuan heard the clang sound, he knew that it wasn't good. He consciously commanded Redthorn to grow a huge quantity of elite raimets in front of Zhang Xiaobai. Unfortunately, the produced elite raimets were immediately penetrated by the heart-penetrating iron line and couldn't stop its straight-line thrust. Within a distance of 15 meters, Redthorn had produced 6 elite raimets. Each of the elite raimets had a bowl-sized hole in their corrosive cavity, and it was an injury made by the heart-penetrating iron line. However, when the heart-penetrating iron line paused for a moment due to Lin Yuan's defense, Zhang Xiaobai was able to react. Xian Ying had also reacted by pouncing over. Due to shock and anger, Xian Ying used nearly all of her strength to pounce over and released all the power with her claws. The sharp claws instantly cleaved on the heart-penetrating iron line, and there was a metallic clash. It was fortunate that Xian Ying's all-out attack was able to shift the heart-penetrating iron line's attack trajectory. It was originally targeting Zhang Xiaobai's heart, but its direction had slightly changed now. Surprisingly, the heart-penetrating iron line forcefully twisted its body to change direction and still pierced toward Zhang Xiaobai. But when Zhang Xiaobai dodged, the heart-penetrating iron line didn't manage to accurately pierce through Zhang Xiaobai's heart. Instead, it pierced through Zhang Xiaobai's shoulder bone. When the heart-penetrating iron line pierced through the shoulder bone, it twisted gently, and its iron line body gathered together. This brief contact had caused Zhang Xiaobai's entire arm to drop onto the ground. Zhang Xiaobai! Big brother Xiaobai! Your arm! Zhang Xiaobai! This sudden change of events stunned everyone. Had it not been for Lin Yuan and Xian Ying's fast reactions, Zhang Xiaobai's heart would have been penetrated by the heart-penetrating iron line, and he would be a lifeless corpse now. However, even if Lin Yuan and Xian Ying had reacted fast enough, Zhang Xiaobai still couldn't keep his arm. In fact, Zhang Xiaobai didn't just lose his arm, the severed part started from the scapula. Zhang Xiaobai was now in such pain that he was ghastly pale and drenched in a cold sweat. His other arm was still holding his wound tightly, but fresh blood was still spraying out in large amounts. 10 fingers weren't even able to cover the entire shoulder, let alone an entire arm. The pain was so intense that Zhang Xiaobai's vision turned black, and he nearly collapsed. However, before Zhang Xiaobai's vision could black out, another intense pain made Zhang Xiaobai's body shiver. It felt as though he didn't even have the strength to cover his wound. Xian Ying, who was always aggressive, knelt on the ground lifelessly after seeing Zhang Xiaobai suddenly losing an arm. She didn't even blink her eyes as tears started to drip down constantly. The moment Zhang Xiaobai lost his arm, Xian Ying knew that his life was done for. Even if they were able to survive this insect tide, Zhang Xiaobai's arm would never be able to recover. The core of the Extreme Guild Club's tournament official team was the Radiance 100 sequence number 18, White Devil. Xian Ying knew that even White Devil wouldn't be able to regrow severed limbs. Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals were already rare in the Radiance Federation, and there were just a few high-ranked Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals. Even if the Extreme Guild Club was able to invite a King-class Healing-type professional, they still might not regrow Zhang Xiaobai's severed arm. Those who could be considered King-class experts were those that possessed at least one fantasy breed, and they were also A-rank Spirit Chi professionals. Only such experts could be known as King-class experts. A King-class expert was no longer determined by just a Spirit Chi professional rank or phase strength, it was the combination of both factors. There were plenty of Spirit Chi professionals who were A-rank but didn't possess fantasy breed phase. Therefore, they weren't considered to be King-class experts. As for those heavenly prodigies, like the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, they possessed fantasy breed feys, but their spirit chi professional rank wasn't at A rank yet. Therefore, they weren't considered king class experts either. King class experts were considered the top few experts in the Radiance Federation, and such experts weren't that easy to invite. In addition, the rarest kind of king class experts were healing type ones. In the Radiance Federation, the ratio of combat class spirit chi professionals and healing type spirit chi professionals was always 150:1. The ratio wasn't as exaggerated among the king class individuals, but the number of king class healing type experts was still less than 1/20 of king class combat class experts. As for White Devil, a core member of the Extreme Guild Club's tournament official team, according to her true combat strength, she might not even be top 30. White Devil was sequence number 18 of the Radiance 100 because she was a healing type spirit chi professional, so her strategic significance was far beyond her combat significance. Moreover, even if a king class healer was invited, each king class healer possessed different types of fantasy breed feys. Each of those healing type fantasy breed feys would have different abilities and exclusive skills, so the healing methods were different too. Some king class healers were adept at eliminating poison, and some others were adept at healing mental damage. But in the Radiance Federation, Xin Ying had never heard of a king class healer with a fantasy breed that could regrow a person's limbs. Furthermore, even if there was such a king class healer, and if the Extreme Guild Club was able to pay such a huge price, would they really be able to invite such a king class healer? Tan Ran and Lu Pinru were now attacking the injured heart-penetrating iron line, which was smashed by Xin Ying's all-out attack. However, Tan Ran and Lu Pinru were still looking at Zhang Xiaobai with eyes of unspeakable concern. All of a sudden, Tan Ran yelled furiously, "Lava hippopotamus, use lava bomb!" A scorching lava sphere was shot out of the lava hippopotamus mouth and smashed onto the already injured heart-penetrating iron line. It instantly burned the heart-penetrating iron line and turned it into charcoal. Tan Ran's voice carried a sobbing sound, while Lu Pinru's eyes were reddened. Zhang Xiaobai was in such pain that his teeth were chattering. He was watching Xin Ying kneeling down and crying for him. He put in great effort to let out a simple smile. "Xin Ying, my arm is severed now. In the future, I will be a cripple. Are you willing to take care of me?" Chapter 145, Miracle at Millstone Town. Zhang Xiaobai originally wanted to tease Xin Ying and stop her crying, but he didn't expect Xin Ying to actually cry even more intensively. Zhang Xiaobai was shocked and immediately said, Don't cry. I don't need you to take care of me. Look at how afraid you are." Xin Ying stood up and disregarded everything to rush over and hug Zhang Xiaobai. Xin Ying's actions gave Zhang Xiaobai so much pain that he was grimacing. All of a sudden, Zhang Xiaobai heard Xin Ying saying softly, "I will take care of you for life. In fact, my star web card's password has been your birthday since a long time ago." The pain had already numbed Zhang Xiaobai, and when accompanied by the loss of blood, he couldn't continue standing anymore. Had it not been for Xin Ying supporting him, he would have collapsed on the ground. But after hearing Xin Ying's gentle voice, Zhang Xiaobai's originally pale face had a little color of blood. He felt as though his arm wasn't in as much pain anymore. The Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch president stood by the side and didn't know what he should say. A young elite from the tournament reserve team of a B-level guild club was going to be crippled for the rest of his life just because he protected Millstone Town from the dimensional rift that had suddenly opened. Plenty of spirit chi professionals who had fought alongside Zhang Xiaobai had red eyes too. Everyone started killing alien insects at a speed that was more than 2 times the original, pouring all of their respect and worry into the insect tide. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stopped supplying spiritual power to Red Thorn. The flesh-like flower above Red Thorn's mouth of Relinquish stopped releasing new spores. Lin Yuan looked at the thriving sea of flowers. It was already enough to repel the alien insects. A huge quantity of child Raymets had consumed the alien insect flesh and had already evolved into elite Raymets. Given the massive numbers of elite Raymets, there wasn't a need for more spores to enlarge the size of the sea of flowers as this insect tide had already lost all of its class 3 alien insects. Lin Yuan could feel that his spirit chi imprint was already reaching the bottom, and he took another glance at the people that were in battle. He then looked at Zhang Xiaobai and his severed arm. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and activated Jasmine Lily's exclusive skill, which he had never activated before, Recovery Imprint. All of a sudden, the totem pattern of a Jasmine Lily appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead once he activated Recovery Imprint. The Jasmine Lily totem was radiating bright light on Lin Yuan's forehead. The massive healing energy from the recovery imprint was channeled into the fantasy breed jasmine lily. All of a sudden, the jasmine lily burst out with a flourishing light of recovery. Lin Yuan used up all of his remaining spirit chi within the spirit chi imprint. The top flower of the jasmine lily sprayed out with healing green light, releasing the massive amount of healing energy that was accumulated in the recovery imprint. The green spots of light that were formed by heal were transmitted to each spirit chi professional on the field. Everyone on the battlefield was already severely exhausted, be it in stamina or energy. They were now immersed in the healing green light and were having a nice and comfortable dream. The light's green spots weren't bright nor resplendent, but the mild light was filled with exuberant vitality. They were just like the fireflies that would fly out with the breeze during February. The fireflies were swirling and dancing in the wind. Each and every spirit chi professional was engrossed in their sweet dreams, giving all of the injured and exhausted spirit chi professionals the most comfortable treatment. Even if they were severely injured, their injuries would be quickly recovered when the healing spots of light flowed down. Even their mental state would be at the prime. At this moment, Lin Yuan controlled the jasmine lily's topmost flower to shoot out a green light that was as thick as a thumb. The green light was like a spiritual snake that dove into Zhang Xiaobai's body, instantly relieving his pain significantly. When nourished by this surging vitality, Zhang Xiaobai felt as though all his weakness and fatigue were wiped away. All of a sudden, Zhang Xiaobai felt an extremely itchy feeling from the area of his severed arm. He turned to look and widened his eyes as he realized his arm was regrowing. Everyone, including Xin Ying, was shocked by this miraculous event that happened in front of their eyes. This was all credited to the jasmine lily's exclusive skill that had been awakened when evolving into a fantasy breed severed limbs growth. Lin Yuan knew that the jasmine lily's exclusive skill, severed limbs growth, could regrow severed limbs, but he didn't think that regrowing a single severed arm would actually use up so much healing energy and spirit chi. Once Zhang Xiaobai's arm was completely regrown, Lin Yuan realized that all of the healing energy that had been accumulated in the recovery imprint for a few months was all used up. In addition, Lin Yuan's spirit chi was also completely exhausted. Had it not been for Red Thorn's vine still holding onto his wrist, Lin Yuan wouldn't have been able to continue standing. At that moment, there was a dawn of light at the horizon of the grey night sky. The sudden emergence of the dawn's radiance outlined the silhouette of the distant mountains. It eliminated the cold air of the autumn night, and at the same time, a corner of darkness had been taken away. When the light of dawn illuminated the youth wearing the silver mask, it made the youth look rather weak as his spirit chi was exhausted. The youth's figure set off a contrast with the huge sea of flowers and the insect tide that was still trying to push back the sea of flowers. This light of dawn elongated the youth's figure and also lit up a miracle under the heavenly dome of Millstone Town. This youth created this miracle, but the miracle belonged to him and all the spirit chi professionals that were fighting outside of Millstone Town. At the same time, this miracle belonged to the Radiance. This miracle made everyone in Millstone Town look at this silver-masked youth with flabbergasted eyes. Their eyes were filled with amazement, gratitude, respect, and an unconcealed fanaticism. The boundless sea of flowers and thousands of life-saving green light spots were engraved into the minds of all the spirit chi professionals in Millstone Town. Zhang Xiaobai suddenly rushed toward Lin Yuan and yelled, "Black! You are really my lucky star." Zhang Xiaobai was definitely the person with the most excited and surging emotions. When Zhang Xiaobai's arm was severed, he had already helplessly accepted the reality. However, he didn't expect that Lin Yuan would allow his arm to regrow, and it was definitely a favor of giving another life. This was definitely a miracle for Zhang Xiaobai that rescued the second half of his life. When Zhang Xiaobai rushed over, Red Thorn immediately assumed a defensive stance, but Lin Yuan quickly stopped it. Just as Lin Yuan thought he was going to receive the impact from Zhang Xiaobai's bear hug, he didn't expect the three other members of the Extreme Guild Club to rush over too. Xin Ying's eyes were tearing up, but she was smiling with an abnormally radiant expression. After seeing Zhang Xiaobai's regrown arm, droplets of salty tears rolled down the bridge of her nose. They weren't tears of sorrow, but tears of joy. The trio and Zhang Xiaobai could already see that Lin Yuan's spirit chi was exhausted, and he was struggling to stand. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran hugged Lin Yuan from all four directions so that Lin Yuan didn't have to support his body alone. This hug was particularly warm in the chilly autumn's dawn. This was a hug from comrade in arms that experienced life and death together. Chapter 146, The Puzzled Handsome Young Man. The Millstone Town people felt the joy brought by surviving the calamity and this hearty victory. The insect tide that was constantly pouring into the sea of flowers was no longer a threat to the town. Given the sea of flowers' numerous elite raimets, the alien insects served to act as flower fertilizer and nutrition to them. In addition, the Millstone Town people were now in their best condition thanks to Lin Yuan's fantasy breed Jasmine Lily. Even if those Class 1 and Class 2 alien insects struggled in the sea of flowers, they were soon killed in an orderly manner. Just as they had stabilized the insect tide, a little red spider lying on the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box on Lin Yuan's chest jumped, as though it was one with the fey storage box. It jumped into the pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. When the mother of Bloodbath leaped toward the pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift, it looked at Lin Yuan and sent a voice transmission. "Not bad, kid. You're worthy of being the Moon Empress's disciple. Since you held off the insect tide, I'm going to get you the source-type item in this dimensional rift as my reward to you." The mother of Bloodbath had actually previously made preparations to save Lin Yuan in the sea of insects when it devoured all the people. After all, in the mother of Bloodbath's opinion, the insect tide from such a pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift was simply not something that these 1,000 or so uncoordinated people could resist against. As Lin Yuan's path protector, the mother of Bloodbath wanted to let him understand through this matter that, no matter what, he should not easily get himself involved in such perilous situations. This was also the way of its survival, engraved in its bones as a fey. Feys lived in nature and faced all kinds of threats all the time at a young age. They might lose their lives if they were not careful. Life was the root of everything. Without one's life, how could they bother about anything else? How would Lin Yuan not know the principle of a wise man foresees danger and hides himself? But sometimes, some beliefs must be adhered to. Moreover, Lin Yuan knew that he still had a path protector like the Mother of Bloodbath as his trump card. In fact, the Mother of Bloodbath's prediction had not been wrong, but it had not taken a variable like Lin Yuan into consideration. Lin Yuan had taught the Mother of Bloodbath, a suzerain/mythi fey, a lesson. The Mother of Bloodbath had seen that Lin Yuan's red thorn was a bronze life form grown from a source seed, while that healing type fey that had healed everyone was a silver/fantasy breed fey. However, the Mother of Bloodbath did not attribute the success of everything to Lin Yuan. It speculated that it was a trump card that the Moon Empress had given to her disciple. It had never thought that even the Moon Empress was unclear of Lin Yuan's strength. This was entirely because Lin Yuan relied on his own ability and grew up step by step. When the Mother of Bloodbath headed to the pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift, Lin Yuan was finally relieved. He quickly let Blackie release its skill, Spirit Injection, on him. After that, Lin Yuan finally got rid of the feeling of powerlessness that his spiritual powers exhaustion brought. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobai laughed and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder before he said, "It's now dawn. Several hours have passed since this dimensional rift opened. Even if Millstone Town is located at the border, the Ascending Dragon City should have noticed it. Therefore, the Ascending Dragon Guards will come here to bring this pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift to an end." Tan Ran also let out a deep breath and said, "We can finally remove this burden." Xin Ying looked at Zhang Xiaobai, who had a strange smile and looked improper, and felt her fist itching again. She swung her fist hard at him, causing him to rub his stomach in grievance and say, "Hey, you said you'd take care of me previously. Say it. Say it. When did you change your Star Web card's password to my birthday? How come I didn't know?" Xin Ying did not expect Zhang Xiaobai to shout out her private words just like that. Furious, she swung her fist hard and mastered a deadly rhythm. As a result, Zhang Xiaobai shouted for help. While Xin Ying swung her fist hard, her face was secretly flushing. Tan Ran could not help but say, "Big brother Xiaobai, you are always messing with sister Xin. Do you like the feeling of pain and pleasure?" When Lu Pinru heard Tan Ran's words, she felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that she could not let Tan Ran surf the star web with Zhang Xiaobai or read that strange book anymore. Unexpectedly, she made a rare joke. "Tan Ran, if you want to experience the feeling of pain and pleasure, I can lock you in my closet." Tan Ran was puzzled. Lin Yuan also revealed a handsome young man's puzzled expression. Zhang Xiaobai was rubbing his stomach when he heard Lu Pinru's words. "Lu Pinru, you can't hide liking someone," he shouted. Lu Pinru was puzzled. "Because your future husband will still find you, even if you hide in the closet." Lu Pinru, Tan Ran, and Lin Yuan were puzzled. Xin Ying rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobai. "It seems that I hit you lightly just now. Zhang Xiaobai, don't run away if you can." Lu Pinru wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead that she could not wipe during the battle and said to Lin Yuan, "It was all thanks to you this time, Black." If it wasn't for you, none of us would have survived. She sounded very solemn as she looked at the Millstone Town people, who were showing smiles on their faces as the sea of flowers was blocking the insect tide. She was very glad that Lin Yuan had applied to form a temporary squad with them, and they had accepted him as well. At that moment, the pinnacle class 1-dimensional rift, where alien insects were constantly falling from, suddenly distorted and returned to normal, as though the sky had broken like a mirror. That dark red pinnacle class 1-dimensional rift completely vanished, as if it had never appeared. Before this dimensional rift disappeared, a small red spider, which was about 1 centimeter in size and carved like a crystal, appeared on Lin Yuan's leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box. The mother of Bloodbath's strange yet very pleasant voice sounded, but it seemed to contain a hint of disdain. You've really hit the jackpot with the source-type item inside the pinnacle class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. There's actually such a compatible source-type item. This item is not for you, but that source seed plant of yours. The mother of Bloodbath babbled and sounded so sour, as though she had eaten a cartload of limes. Lin Yuan chuckled. He would simply welcome any praises to an uber-lucky person like him. It just felt too awesome. Chapter 147, Quality Upgrade. Dimensional rifts had undoubtedly all sorts of source-type items. The source-type items had no exact strength or weakness in terms of ability. They were either compatible or incompatible, and sometimes, it was even up to how one would use them in the future. It was just like the source seed that Lin Yuan had produced Red Thorn from. The Radiance Federation scholars had once identified source seeds as one of the most useless source-type items. But in Lin Yuan's hands, Red Thorn had perfectly stopped the pinnacle class 1 insect tide based on its exclusive skill. There were too many types of source-type items, and it had only been over 100 years since the Radiance Federation's Spirit Chi awakening. Although many dimensional rifts had opened, there were still a huge amount of source-type items that remained unique to this day. Each Spirit Chi professional had a different route to pairing with and choosing their phase. Therefore, it was very much a matter of luck to find the right one among the random source-type items in the dimensional rifts. The phase contracts all depended on the Spirit Chi professional's spiritual energy, but not the source seed. Although everyone's spiritual energy differed, there was a limit to their spiritual energy. The contract of a source seed might likely not occupy their spiritual energy. This was undoubtedly akin to having an extra contracted phase spot. A source-type item that did not occupy one's spiritual energy was an excellent choice for Lin Yuan, whose spiritual energy was almost completely occupied by Morbius. However, a source seed that did not occupy one's spiritual energy might also have more demanding requirements. For example, Cheng Rui's spine goo would require a spine and harm the contractor's roots. Source-type items were so precious that they rarely circulated even in Star Web's treasure pavilion. This was because even if any source-type items were not applicable, most experts with source-type items would choose to keep them and not sell them easily. Besides going into the dimensional rifts to obtain the source-type items, they could only be obtained by exchanging with the Radiance Federation's merits. Most of the transactions between individuals for source-type items were through bartering, exchanging it with another source-type item. It was difficult to go into a dimensional rift and obtain the source-type items. When the Pinnacle Class 1 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift opened, although only 3 Class 3 alien insects had descended because of the rift's energy, there were many Class 3 alien insects in a Pinnacle Class 1 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift. The sea of insects inside would keep pouring out of the rift, mostly because they had been squeezed out by the other alien insects inside. One could imagine how perilous it was inside such a dimensional rift. Only a suzerain/legend Ifei like the Mother of Bloodbath could easily obtain a source-type item from a Pinnacle Class 1 dimensional rift. Otherwise, even a King-class expert would at least need to form a squad to take down the world inside the dimensional rift and obtain the source-type item. Lin Yuan did not bother to check out exactly what the source-type item the Mother of Bloodbath had taken from the rift or why it had said it was suitable for Red Thorn. Instead, he stored the source-type item, which looked like a translucent thumb-sized insect egg, in the diamond phase storage box. Lin Yuan thought that this was not a good time to study this newly acquired source-type item. At that moment, many sharp chirping sounds from large avian phase came from the sky. Soon, these sharp chirping sounds approached. Lin Yuan looked over and recognized that the hundreds of avian phase were gold blade-winged feathered eagles. On the back of each gold blade-winged feathered eagle stood a Spirit Chi professional with armor engraved with dragon species Fey patterns. These people who suddenly arrived on the blade-winged feathered eagles were none other than the Ascending Dragon Guards from the Ascending Dragon City under the famous City Lord. The Pinnacle Class 1 dimensional rift had vanished from the sky, as though no new alien insects would appear. The remaining alien insects were swallowed by the sea of flowers and could no longer be healed, just like stagnant water. Soon, these alien insects were more or less gone. When the ascending dragon guards saw that the sea of flowers had devoured the insectide in Millstone Town, they could not help but widen their mouths one by one. In particular, the ascending dragon guard's leader felt that the scene before him was surreal. But when he saw the intact Millstone Town, he could not help but start laughing. His peals of laughter were full of joy, with his worries dissipated. When the ascending dragon guards had received news that a pinnacle class 1 dimensional rift had opened outside Millstone Town, they had immediately gathered 2 large teams and headed to the town without a moment's delay. Their only wish on the way there was for their gold blade-winged feathered eagles to fly faster. A pinnacle class 1 dimensional rift was no joke at all. They had thought that Millstone Town might have become a paradise for the alien insects. However, when they finally arrived, they realized that it was intact and had managed to protect itself. The ascending dragon guards were somewhat curious about where the pinnacle class 1 dimensional rift had gone. If they had not seen the traces of battle outside Millstone Town, they would probably not believe that a pinnacle class 1 dimensional rift had opened there. However, the ascending dragon guards did not really care much about these. After all, their goal was to save Millstone Town. The other departments of the ascending dragon city would settle the matters afterward. The ascending dragon guard's leader looked at the situation at hand and could not help but touch his big bald head. They probably had to return without success as that strange sea of flowers had nearly devoured all the insectide. Lin Yuan would undoubtedly benefit the most from this dimensional rift. Not only had he obtained a source-type item from it, but his Red Thorn's child Raymits had nearly devoured this insectide, and hence gave Red Thorn a huge amount of flesh energy, allowing its quality to upgrade. Lin Yuan had always been suppressing Red Thorn's grade and let it upgrade its quality first. After devouring the vast amounts of flesh energy, Red Thorn had jumped from normal to elite and flawless. Upon seeing that the ascending dragon city's ascending dragon guards had taken over the situation outside Millstone Town, Lin Yuan knew that Red Thorn's sea of flowers red was no longer needed. He then ordered Red Thorn to deal with the child Raymits. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's order, Red Thorn's roots danced and siphoned all the energy from the child Raymits. Many normal child Raymits and elite Raymits instantly withered, and they transferred all their energy to Red Thorn's body through the connected root system. Red Thorn trembled violently before this withering sea of flowers, and Lin Yuan could clearly feel that it had grown much stronger than before. Its mouth of relinquish had become even bigger, and the barbs on its vines had become sharper and longer. Red Thorn had evolved from flawless to epic. The pinnacle class 1 dimensional rift's insects had nearly all become sacrifices to the Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish. Thanks to the insects frantically presenting themselves, Red Thorn's quality underwent a transformation. Chapter 148, He had always been unfettered. Lin Yuan had always been frustrated about upgrading Red Thorn's quality, but he did not expect this insectide to solve his problem. Now that Red Thorn had reached epic, it could only devour dimensional life forms' flesh and work hard to accumulate if it were to reach legend. Although time passed without a trace, time could solve many problems. Xin Ying suddenly said to Lin Yuan softly, "The ascending dragon city's ascending dragon guards have taken charge of the situation and will be responsible for the Millstone Town people. Let's leave now. Otherwise, when ascending dragon city's reporters arrive here and find us for an interview, we won't be able to leave within a day or two." She suddenly paused and did not continue, as she knew that it was a slip of her tongue. If a person who had resisted against the pinnacle class 1 insectide alone and protected a small town were to accept the Star Web's interview, they would undoubtedly become famous and gain widespread attention. Xin Ying never cared about this because in such a situation, even though guarding Millstone Town was an unwise choice, it was a splendid choice. In her opinion, if one wanted to be famous, they had to improve their strength and fight it out in the tournament. Even though Xin Ying, who knew the world's ways, had long recognized Lin Yuan as her friend, she felt awkward because she had unintentionally helped Lin Yuan grab the attention. Zhang Xiaobai did not think like this. He put his arms around Lin Yuan's shoulders and said, "Ha ha ha. We should just go quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave a while later." Xin Ying wanted to pull Zhang Xiaobai, but Lin Yuan said softly, "The endless forest is up ahead. Let's hit the road. Wasn't our original plan to set out early in the morning to collect the jade unicorn ice snake venom?" Lin Yuan's words were faint yet contained an indescribable refreshment and straightforwardness. He had never been a person who cared about fame and fortune. On the contrary, after living 2 lives, Lin Yuan looked at everything dialectically and focused on things he truly cared about. In a world where strength was highly respected, although fame and fortune could not be equated with strength, having strength was akin to having fame and fortune. If strength were to be compared to flowers, while fame and fortune as butterflies, then the butterflies would naturally come when the flowers bloomed. The Radiance 100 sequence was Lin Yuan's next best choice. A real man's choice was to speak with strength. Lin Yuan looked at the blazing sun that arrived with the dawn. The warm light emanating from the blazing sun seemed to be more conspicuous than it had been at noon. At that moment, there was a subtle spiritual fluctuation on Lin Yuan's body that not even Zhang Xiaobai, who had his hands on Lin Yuan's shoulder, felt. The mother of bloodbath lying in the leaf-shaped fey storage box moved gently and felt even more jealous. This kid is really uber lucky. He has comprehended a willpower rune after sensing my lore rune. However, the mother of bloodbath thought about it and felt that since Lin Yuan already had a fantasy breed jasmine lily, this willpower rune should be his second one. The mother of bloodbath believed that Lin Yuan had comprehended this willpower rune because when it became his path protector, it had allowed him to sense the energy in the lore rune. Naturally, it had something to do with him sensing the mother of bloodbath's lore rune back then, but if it knew that Lin Yuan had comprehended the fourth willpower rune, it would have been so jealous that its name would become the mother of jealousy. The clearest light of the morning sun seemed to have risen in Lin Yuan's eyes, and a twilight-like willpower rune appeared in his spiritual world. When Lin Yuan comprehended this rune, he thought that it was perfect for Chimie. Lin Yuan looked at the gradually rising morning sun, and his face behind the mask suddenly revealed a smile that no one saw but was enough to overshadow the blazing sun. He was a youth that had always been taking fragmented footsteps with sooty air while in a weak state, stumbling, standing, and running. Whether it was seeking survival at his lowest point in life or being calm at his highest point, he had never forgotten the epiphany in his heart. The warm light had dispersed the last bit of sooty air in his fragmented footsteps. And he, as someone who had lived two lives, had always been unfettered. When Xin Ying, Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Pinru and Tan Ran heard Lin Yuan's refreshing and straightforward words, they could not help but wear a smile on their faces. Those with favorable impressions of each other would become friends after interactions. After experiencing life and death together, they were comrades. Since their interests were completely similar in such a situation, they were bosom friends. Zhang Xiaobai gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up and said, "Lin Yuan, you were so cool when you said that." Lin Yuan could not help but laugh upon seeing Zhang Xiaobai's actions and strange expressions. Was it cool? Maybe. Actually, those who were themselves were the coolest at any moment. Lu Pinru rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobai. Can you stop showing the results of you learning weird facial expressions in cram school? Xin Ying felt helpless as she looked at Zhang Xiaobai. After last year's tournament, they had a month of vacation, and she had wanted to go on a vacation together as a team. However, Zhang Xiaobai had gone to enroll in classes teaching weird facial expressions, wanting to learn a specialty. Zhang Xiaobai felt grieved and pursed his lips before saying, "Is it wrong to learn a specialty?" Lin Yuan could not help but ask, "Is there such a thing as learning weird facial expressions as a specialty?" Zhang Xiaobai felt even more grieved and blinked his eyes. "I've got a certificate in that." Lin Yuan and the Extreme Guild Club's quartet quietly left Millstone Town and headed to the Endless Forest, where the morning rays were shining at. Actually, they did not know that the people present had taken their departure seriously. One of them had guarded Millstone Town under the Pinnacle Class 1 insectide and healed everyone during the most critical moment. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Yuan's grace of saving them had made it difficult for the people outside Millstone Town, who had experienced the killings, to take their eyes off Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan and the quartet left, the Ascending Dragon Guard's leader, the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch president, and everyone in Millstone Town stood there quietly, gazing sincerely as they watched their heroes leave. This was the hero's choice. Heroes would always help those in need but leave so easily, unwilling to leave their names behind. The Millstone Town's Guild Alliance branch president felt that the morning sun was particularly bright during dawn. For some reason, be it the bright sun shining on his eyes or his aroused feelings, tears streamed down his face as he softly spat out the words "outstanding youths." Upon hearing that, the bald man leading the Ascending Dragon Guards looked in the direction where Lin Yuan and the others had left with a solemn expression and said while bowing, "They're more than outstanding youths. This is the spirit and backbone of Radiance." Chapter 149, Come, Keyboard. The birth of Ancestor Peace Berserker. The mountains and waters were in serenity, while the birds, beasts, fish, and insects were all resting. As they were walking in the endless forest, Lin Yuan felt that the air he could smell was particularly refreshing. It was refreshing not because of the spirit chi concentration but the fragrance from the plants and soil that pervaded the endless forest's air. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed a thumb-sized dragonfly that was only a birch, close to 20 centimeters in height. The dragonfly was completely red, and its wings were light green. From this dragonfly's appearance, Lin Yuan could guess that it was a normal mist flame dragonfly that had just been born. The mist flame dragonfly was an extremely rare fey with great potential. Along the way, Lin Yuan had encountered plenty of normal and elite feys, but the mist flame dragonfly had the best aptitude among them all. A fey's aptitude didn't indicate its grade, but instead the potential during the evolution process. The mist flame dragonfly was a dual-type fey that had great potential in both wind and fire. If it underwent a spiritual mutation, it would be considered rather powerful among the offense-type feys that could use the wind and fire energy. Wind could enhance fire, so wind was always fire's best companion. Since Lin Yuan spotted this mist flame dragonfly that had a great aptitude, he naturally wasn't going to miss out on it. He carefully approached the mist flame dragonfly. When his palm was still a certain distance away, he quickly circulated his spirit chi and allowed the mist flame dragonfly to feel the pure spirit chi that was coming out of his palm. Lin Yuan only released pure spirit chi for a split moment. The mist flame dragonfly immediately flew over because it felt the split moment of spirit chi release. At that moment, the mist flame dragonfly was already obediently standing on Lin Yuan's fingertip. It wasn't afraid of humans, and it was actually flapping its wings gently, as though it was appealing to Lin Yuan to release more spirit chi. This scene stunned the Extreme Guild Club's quartet. They had seen other creation masters harvesting in the wild, but none of them had such an easy time to develop a good relationship with wild feys. Zhang Xiaobai suddenly muttered, "Is a handsome appearance able to make feys have a favorable impression of you? If that's the case, all of Endless Forest's feys should be surrounding me." Xin Ying couldn't help holding her forehead. Even though it was very satisfying to hit Zhang Xiaobai, it was rather tiring to always do so. Therefore, Xin Ying took a guitar out of her bag and equipped it. Zhang Xiaobai became obedient instantly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stored this normal mist flame dragonfly in the fey storage box. The group continued on their way and walked for a few hours until it was noon. Lin Yuan had already caught several feys with potential in the wild. If he nurtured them, he would be able to nurture some of the powerful feys that were hard to obtain. During lunch, everyone sat on the ground and ate the rations that Lu Pinru had prepared. While Zhang Xiaobai was eating, he was chattering, "I should have bought a few dozen kidneys in the morning. It would definitely be satisfying and delicious to eat them right now." Xin Ying glared at Zhang Xiaobai and waved the guitar on her hand. He immediately rephrased. "I mean that I would have energy after eating all the kidneys. Otherwise, how would I be able to stand in front of all of you and block the damage?" Lu Pinru involuntarily rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobai and said, "You are just a gluttonous freak. You are cheap." Zhang Xiaobai wasn't going to take such criticisms. "Is the kidney not fattening enough? Is the kidney not delicious enough? Why can't I be gluttonous over it?" Lin Yuan had removed his mask when they entered the endless forest and was enjoying the rations now. When he noticed that everyone was almost done with the rations, he flipped his hand and brought out the fruits that he had bought and stored within the leaf-shaped fey storage box. Upon seeing the fruits, Zhang Xiaobai immediately chucked the rations to the side and started munching on the fruits. The slightly sour but sweet flesh of the fruit in his mouth made Zhang Xiaobai think, "What satisfaction! My life is at the pinnacle." When adventuring in the wild with a creation master, the team's chances of getting attacked by wild feys were greatly reduced. Lin Yuan and the Extreme Guild Club's quartet had been attacked a few times earlier, but with Xin Ying and Tan Ran as the main attackers, Zhang Xiaobai as the main defense, Lu Pinru as support, and Lin Yuan as the healer, the battles were quickly ended. At the same time, Lin Yuan and the Extreme Guild Club's quartet had obtained plenty of fresh spiritual ingredients. As they were treading through the endless forest, Zhang Xiaobai had a sudden flash of inspiration and asked everyone with a mysterious face, "Women giving birth, give me a saying." Xin Ying, Lu Pinru and Tan Ran couldn't be bothered to respond. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobai quickly turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Zhang Xiaobai's expectant eyes and pondered before saying, "Wishing for death more than to live." Zhang Xiaobai seemed as though he already expected Lin Yuan's answer. He laughed heartily and said, "It should be spitting blood." Lin Yuan also revealed a handsomely puzzled expression. He didn't have many friends in this life as he had been struggling to survive previously, so he didn't have many chances to make friends, either. Lin Yuan had always felt that the friendship between gentlemen would be indifferent but pure like water. Nonetheless, after many interactions with Zhang Xiaobai, he felt that such silly conversations actually made Lin Yuan feel it was particularly interesting. The collection of the Jade Unicorn Ice Snake's venom was easy for Lin Yuan and the Extreme Guild Club's quartet. At the same time, Lin Yuan had also discovered a few fish in the cold pond the Jade Unicorn Ice Snake resided. When Lin Yuan saw the small fish, he immediately recognized the species. He didn't think that such a place would have such great feys. Lin Yuan was planning to nurture these few fish carefully after bringing them back. Lin Yuan quickly placed the few fish in a vessel filled with the pond's water and carefully stored it inside the diamond fey storage box. Lin Yuan's harvest was also considered to have officially ended now. He might not have gathered a large number of feys, but each of them was considered exquisite, especially the 3 fish in the cold pond. They were considered superior. On the way back, Lin Yuan wasn't planning to return to the royal capital along with the Extreme Guild Club's quartet. Before returning to the royal capital, Lin Yuan was planning to visit Chu Ci in Redbud City's Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy. At the same time, the normal earth powder butterfly that had hatched from the cocoon had already evolved into a bronze Vajra butterfly. He was going to give it to Chu Ci for her second contracted fey. Also, Lin Yuan had reserved the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar for Chu Ci. Lin Yuan was planning for Chu Ci to consume the nectar as it was able to refine her body constitution and cleanse the impurities. It was better for Chu Ci to consume it as early as possible. Lin Yuan and the quartet exchanged contact information and arranged to have a small gathering once they all returned to the royal capital. As such, Lin Yuan and the quartet parted ways at Ascending Dragon City. Immediately after, Lin Yuan spent a huge amount of radiance dollars to call for a platinum divine travel black swallow. This fey had the fastest speed among all avian transportation feys in the Radiance Federation, so its divine travel name was truly fitting. Lin Yuan had called for the divine travel black swallow because Ascending Dragon City and Redbud City were too far apart. Back then, even Ling Xiao's fantasy breed Blue Jade Pegasus had taken several days just to fly from Redbud City to the royal capital. If Lin Yuan were to ride on a silver fey and fly from Ascending Dragon City to Redbud City, by the time he arrived, Chu Ci would have already ended her school term, which was over 2 months from now. Lin Yuan, who was riding on the divine travel black swallow, still didn't know that his identity, Black, had already become famous in the Star Web. He might not have accepted any interviews from Star Web reporters, but all of Millstone Town's combatants could attest to Black's prowess. The Star Web reporters that had arrived after the incident had roughly sketched Black's image and abilities. Millstone Town's combatants had provided the description, of course. Previously, no one had actually thought that Black's fey was a fantasy breed. After all, a silver/fantasy breed was too shocking. However, after research and discussions among the Star Web reporters and Class 3 scholars that were also contacted along with the description of how Black's silver healing type fey was able to regrow limbs, they finally concluded that Black's healing type fey was a silver/fantasy breed. The Radiance Federation was a nation that worshipped heroes. Thus, Black's status started to become famous on the Star Web. There was even a dedicated forum and fan club on the Star Web. The Star Web forum and fan club for Black was created by none other than the healing-type spirit chi professional who possessed the bronze-spitting turtledove. In addition, almost everyone from Millstone Town, including the Guild Alliance branch president, had joined Black's forum and fan club. There were also plenty of people that joined because of Black's achievements, strengthening Black's forum and fan club significantly. Of course, there were plenty of jealous people too. Lu Lang, the healer with the bronze-spitting turtledove, was currently flaming back at the Star Web haters. When someone tried to criticize his idol and savior, Black, it really infuriated Lu Lang. A prodigious hero like Black is someone you can criticize? Lu Lang couldn't help cursing. These haters are really disgusting. They swallow their pride and don't dare to humiliate others in reality, but they are not holding back in the Star Web. Casually ridiculing others without any regard. For such haters, I, Lu Lang, shall not be courteous. Lu Lang had a stern expression as he chanted. Heaven doesn't give birth to me, the keyboard warrior. My flaming skills are as great as the long night. Pinnacle of the immortal realm, and looking down at the mortal realm. With my keyboard, there is heaven. I am suppressing the enemies for the keyboard god. Who would dare to say they are invincible in this world? Who would dare to say they would never be defeated? The keyboard has materialized into my heart. The keyboard of heaven is arriving. Receiving no replies after a waterfall of typed words. I will wait until the yin and yang cross over. I will take down the clear sky with my demonic keyboard. The world shall turn into a keyboard. Come, keyboard. Because Lu Lang's star web name was Ancestor Peace, after his amazing poem, his name had also become famous and was given the title of Ancestor Peace Berserker. Chapter 150, Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Lin Yuan sat on the back of the divine travel Black Swallow and couldn't help criticizing. It would be fine if it wasn't comfortable to ride on the divine travel Black Swallow. The crucial thing was because it was hard on the butt. The divine travel Black Swallow was rather small, and its body very light. Most of the feathers were gathered on the wings, so its back only had a thin layer of woolen feathers. In fact, the divine travel Black Swallow wasn't suitable for riding because it was too fast. There were plenty of avian feys that were suitable for transportation in the Radiance Federation. The divine travel Black Swallow might not be a comfortable means of transportation, but it was definitely the most popular avian fey. The distance between the Radiance Federation's major cities was too far, and if time could be saved during travel, a little discomfort could be overlooked. Actually, before Lin Yuan ordered for the divine travel Black Swallow for transportation, he had also looked through other platinum avian feys. Among them, the most expensive and comfortable avian fey would be the Orchid Fragrance Swan. The Orchid Fragrance Swan's appearance was exquisite. Its slender neck and wide wings looked very graceful. The white feathers that had slight pink gave off a romantic feeling. At the same time, the Orchid Fragrance Swan's body had plenty of goose-feathered orchids that were particularly pleasant to smell. The goose-feathered orchids had the fragrance of orchids and a refreshingly sweet fruit smell. Once a person could smell it, they would feel refreshed and also elegant. At the same time, the goose-feathered orchids were also a type of platinum spiritual ingredient that had extreme value. It was also the main ingredient for a high-quality perfume that was very popular among female spirit chi professionals. The Orchid Fragrance Swan's pinkish feathers were very smooth, and it felt as though the hand was sliding into a huge patch of silk. Although the Platinum Orchid Fragrance Swan was so comfortable and elegant, when a spirit chi professional was going to travel for a long distance, they wouldn't ride on the Orchid Fragrance Swan no matter how wealthy they were. The Orchid Fragrance Swan's flying speed was truly too slow, and it was even slower than some of the silver feys that were great at flying. Therefore, the Orchid Fragrance Swan was normally the best choice when wealthy spirit chi professionals got married and they were going to have a honeymoon. If someone was to ride on the Orchid Fragrance Swan to attend to urgent matters, the matter might have already been resolved itself by the time the Orchid Fragrance Swan arrived. Lin Yuan rode on the back of the divine travel Black Swallow and adjusted his body. After all, he would need a few days to travel from Ascending Dragon City to Redbud City. As such, Lin Yuan checked on the source-type life form that the Mother of Bloodbath had retrieved from the Pinnacle Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. It looked like a thumb-sized and translucent insect egg. Lin Yuan took the insect egg-like source-type life form out of the leaf-shaped fey storage box. When Lin Yuan used True Data to check on this source-type life form, it was really an insect egg. Lin Yuan only realized why the Mother of Bloodbath would say that this insect egg was extremely suitable for Redthorn and that it was a great deal for him. This translucent insect egg was an acid corrosion queen bee that was in its egg form. As a source-type life form, the contracting requirements for the acid corrosion queen bee were extremely harsh. The acid corrosion queen bee was a kind of parasitic source-type life form, and it could only survive by living as a parasite in other phase or source-type life forms. At the same time, the body of the fey or source-type life form would need to have an extremely acidic environment because the acid corrosion queen bee could only thrive in such extremely acidic environments. The acid corrosion queen bee would normally live inside the fey or source-type life form's body while harvesting large amounts of acid as nutrition and maintaining its life. Therefore, it was right to say that there weren't many phase and source-type life forms that were suitable for it to live as a parasite. After hatching from the egg, the acid corrosion queen bee would immediately build its hive under the acidic environment. While building the hive, the acid corrosion queen bee would also absorb large amounts of acid and energy from the host. After building the hive, the acid corrosion queen bee would form a contract with its host and protect the host from then on. The acid corrosion queen bee would treat the host as its only god and listen to all their commands. Lin Yuan was speechless as this acid corrosion queen bee was truly a perfect match for Redthorn. Most of the phase and source-type life forms would only have powerful acidic parts in their digestive system. Since the acid corrosion queen bee was going to build its hive, all those smaller-sized phase and source-type life forms would need to be eliminated. But even if that was the case, those animal-type phase and life forms with powerful acid wouldn't be suitable to host the acid corrosion queen bee. Once the acid corrosion queen bee constructed its hive in its stomach area, which was also the digestive area. If the acid corrosion queen bee consumed a large amount of acid and energy, the host would definitely suffer damage to their roots. But it was different for red thorn, as it had the perfect conditions for the acid corrosion queen bee. When red thorn evolved to bronze/epic, its mouth of relinquish was now a blood and flesh smelting furnace. Large quantities of alien insects would be easily digested. Lin Yuan wouldn't dare to say that red thorn's acid would be stronger than the alien insect's acidic juices, but it was already enough to corrode sand. Such powerful acid was a really great aid for the acid corrosion queen bee's growth. Furthermore, the large amount of energy and acid required for the acid corrosion queen bee to construct its hive wouldn't be a problem for red thorn. Red thorn's mouth of relinquish contained powerful digestive capability, and its body had over a dozen digestive cavities that were mainly used to store surplus acid. If the mouth of relinquish required any acid replenishment, the digestive cavities would just cycle the stored acid to the mouth of relinquish. Due to the massive number of consumed alien insects in red thorn's body and the massive amount of acid contained within the alien insect's blood, red thorn had an overflowing amount of digestive fluid. Therefore, when there was a need to spray out a massive amount of acid fluid, the digestive cavities would always be able to supply. Presently, red thorn was only required to reserve one of the digestive cavities for the quartet. If the acid corrosion queen bee required more energy, red thorn would just need to consume more dimensional life forms' blood and flesh. Another advantage for Lin Yuan was that the acid corrosion queen bee's contract didn't require him to use any of his remaining spiritual energy. As a parasite inside red thorn's body, the acid corrosion queen bee would only form a contract with red thorn, allowing red thorn to command the acid corrosion queen bee casually. Due to red thorn and Lin Yuan's bloodline connection, when red thorn commanded the acid corrosion queen bee, it was the same as Lin Yuan commanding the acid corrosion queen bee. However, due to the parasite and host relationship, the acid corrosion queen bee wouldn't have a contract with Lin Yuan. Therefore, Lin Yuan wasn't able to provide any willpower rune for the acid corrosion queen bee. If the acid corrosion queen bee was to evolve into a fantasy breed, it could only reach the pinnacle of diamond, like a wild fay. Once the quality reached legend, the acid corrosion queen bee would need to comprehend its own willpower rune. However, it was fortunate that Lin Yuan couldn't enhance the acid corrosion queen bee. As such, it wasn't difficult for the acid corrosion queen bee to reach the legend quality. As for whether the acid corrosion queen bee was able to comprehend a willpower rune and become a fantasy breed, it would be up to the acid corrosion queen bee's aptitude as a source-type life form.